HarperCollins presents Bad Company by Jack Higgins. Read by Jonathan Oliver. Dauncey Village, West Sussex, 2002. Chapter 1. It was raining when they buried Kate Rashid, Countess of Lochdu. A rain that swept in across Dauncey Village like a solid curtain, sending people hurrying for the shelter of the church. They were all there, the great and the good, to say farewell, their cars blocking the high street. General Charles Ferguson's Daimler had just arrived. He sat there in the rear with Sean Dillon, who took a silver flask from his inside pocket, swallowed a little Bushmills whisky, and lit a cigarette. "Are we going in?" "No," Ferguson said. "Then why are we here?" "It's the civilized thing to do, Dillon. It's a great story, after all. The world's richest woman crashing into the sea off the English coast at the controls of her own plane. Her cousin Rupert mysteriously disappeared." He leaned back. "You couldn't improve on it if it was a made-for-television movie." Dillon took another swig from his flask. "I've said it before, but it's the cold-blooded bastard you are, General." "Really? I thought that was you, Dillon." "All right, but I repeat, if we're not going in, what are we doing here?" "Patience, Dillon. I'm waiting for someone." "And who might that be?" "Well, for starters, a good friend of yours." A Mercedes rolled in and braked behind them. "And here he is." Blake Johnson emerged, ran through the rain and scrambled into the back of the Daimler. "Great to see you, General." He took Dillon's hand. "And you, my fine Irish friend." "And where in the hell have you come from?" Dillon demanded. "The White House, of course." Blake was in his early 50s, his hair still black, and an ex-Marine. He was also director of the White House's General Affairs Department, though everyone who knew it, which wasn't many, just called it the basement. In actuality, it was the president's private hit squad, totally separate from the CIA, the FBI, the Secret Service, or any other governmental organization. Dillon was intrigued. "But what are you here for?" Ferguson ignored him. "Is it true? About the Baron?" "Yep. Just announced. The President ordered me straight to you, General, and here I am." "And who's this Baron creature when he's at home?" said Dillon. "You're about to find out," Ferguson said. A Rolls-Royce pulled in at the church gate. A uniformed chauffeur emerged, got an umbrella up and opened the rear door. A young man in his early 30s emerged, a trench coat over his shoulders, hurried to the other door and waited. The man who stepped out was very old, wore a black leather overcoat and slouch hat, and carried a silver-topped walking stick. The young man held the umbrella over him, offered his arm, and they went up the path to the church. "There he goes," Blake said. Dillon frowned. "Who is he?" "Baron Max von Berger," Ferguson said. "An exceedingly rich man, and, as Blake has just confirmed, none other than Kate Rashid's silent partner." "Rashid?" Dillon said. "Just a minute. Are you saying Berger as in Berger International?" "That's right." "But they're worth billions." "Exactly." "And they now have control of Rashid Investments?" "Unfortunately so." "Well," Dillon said, and paused. "That could be a problem." The rain hammered on the roof. Organ music swelled from the church. Blake said, "Why does it always rain at funerals?" "It's the way Hollywood does it," Dillon said. "It's life imitating art. Who's the hard man?" "The one escorting him." Blake nodded. "Interesting you should call him that." "It's the broken nose, Blake. I'd hate to see what was left of the man who did that to him. Ferguson joined in. The name is Marco Rossi. He studied economics and business at Yale, then joined the Italian Air Force and flew a Tornado in Bosnia. You have a lot in common with him, Dillon. He was shot down and had a very energetic time behind Serb lines. Very unreasonable people, the Serbs, but then you know that. His mother once worked for the Baron. She was born in Palermo, and, yes, her uncle, one Tino Rossi, was mafia in a very big way. Dillon said, So what's young Marco up to now? It was Blake who answered. Amongst other things, he's taking over all security operations for Rashid Investments worldwide. Don't kid yourself, Sean, this guy is good. He's not to be screwed with, even on the pavement. He shrugged. I've even met him on the social circuit in Washington. He's charming and civilized, and the women love him. Only don't push him the wrong way, Ferguson said. When he was on the run behind the Serb lines in Bosnia, he killed at least 4 men that we know of. He keeps an ivory Madonna in his pocket. When you press the button, the blade jumps out and shears right up under the chin. Ferguson smiled thinly. Your kind of man, Dillon. So if he's taken over all the security operations at Rashid Investments, that means that he can access everything the Rashids ever had on us in their computers? Exactly, Ferguson said, including how you shot Kate Rashid's 3 brothers and interfered rather harshly in their oil operations in Hazar. And I do think he's going to find it more than a remarkable coincidence that Kate Rashid subsequently went into the drink at the controls of her Black Eagle, and her dear cousin Rupert vanished off the face of the earth. So they're going to be coming for us? Oh, yes, Dillon. I should very much think so. He reached into his briefcase and extracted a large envelope. You'll want to read all of that, especially the bit about what von Berger did in World War II. That's especially enlightening. He leaned back. Yes, Dillon, I think we're in for a very, very interesting time of it. Berlin. The Führer Bunker, 30th of April, 1945. Chapter 2. If there was a hell on earth, it was Berlin. It seemed to be on fire, a charnel house, black smoke drifting everywhere. The city was doomed, everyone knew that, and the Russians were already in control of the eastern half. The people were on the move, refugees from their own city, carrying what they could, a few pitiful belongings, with the desperate hope that they might somehow get to the west and reach the advancing American army. Groups of SS were stopping anyone in uniform. Those without a pass or some sort of order were shot on the spot. Shells were dropping in, fired at random by Russian artillery. People cried out in alarm and scattered. Sturmbannführer Baron Max von Berger sat in the front passenger seat of a Kubelwagen, the German equivalent of a jeep. He had an SS corporal driving, a sergeant in the rear seat, clutching an MP-40 Schmeisser machine pistol. As they moved along the Wilhelmstrasse, close to the Reich Chancellery, they saw 3 SS soldiers with 2 men in civilian clothes on their knees, about to be shot. Von Berger told his driver to halt. "Stop," he said. "What is your authority for this?" The men paused. Their leader, a sergeant, had a brutal, unshaven face. He took in von Berger's black leather coat and the young face, and failed to notice the knight's cross with oak leaves and swords under the collar of the coat. "And who the hell are you, sonny?" "Sturmbannführer von Berger." The smell of brandy was powerful. "At your age, you look about 19. I bet you stole the uniforms, you and your mates here." He cocked his Schmeisser. "Let's see your authority." "Oh, I can show you that." Max von Berger took a Luger from his right-hand coat pocket and shot him between the eyes. The sergeant, in the rear of the Kubelwagen, sprayed the other two as they turned to run. The two men who had been faced with death got up in a daze, and von Berger waved them away. "Clear off." He turned to his driver. "Carry on." The Kubelwagen turned out of Wilhelmstrasse and into Vossstrasse, and approached the Reich Chancellery, which was, like everything else, a victim of the bombardment, defaced and crumbling. It had long since passed functioning as any kind of headquarters, but under 30 metres of concrete was Adolf Hitler's last command post, the Führerbunker. It was a self-supporting subterranean world, complete with electricity, fresh water and extensive kitchens, still in touch with the outside world by radio and telephone, and crowded with people like Bormann and Ribbentrop and numerous generals, all trying to avoid the harsh reality that 30 metres over their heads, the Third Reich was coming to a disastrous end. The vehicle ramp was ruined, but there was room to park the Kubelwagen to one side. The SS sergeant got out and opened the door for von Berger. "Quick thinking, Herr Baron." "A reflex, Karl. It's been a long war. You didn't do too badly yourself." He got out, reached for a briefcase, turned and walked to the two SS sentries at the bunker entrance. They sprang to attention. "Sturmbannführer!" "One of you delivered this to Major General Mohnke's aide. It's the report the General wanted on the state of No. 2 Brigade's readiness for the final assault." One of the men took it and went downstairs. Von Berger turned to the other and clapped him on the shoulder. "Find me a drink. I was shot in the left hip last year, and some mornings it hurts like the devil. I'll be in the garden." The boy went off at the double, and von Berger said, "Come on, Karl," and went round to the once lovely garden, now a wreck, with some trees uprooted, the occasional shell-hole. There was a sadness to the place, for what had once been, and for a moment the artillery seemed like only the sound of distant thunder on the horizon. He took out a cigarette case, selected one, and Karl Hofer gave him a light. A tough, hard young man of 25, Hofer was a forester from the Baron's great estate in the forest of Holstein Heath, the Schwarze Platz, the dark place. They'd served together for 4 years. "So, my friend, we're in a fine fix, aren't we?" "We were in Stalingrad too, but we made it out, Baron." "Not this time, Karl. I'm afraid we might have to take up permanent residence. I wonder what it's like at home." He was thinking of Schloss Adler, above the village of Neustadt. It had been his family home for 700 years, a huge expanse of forest, dark and mysterious, dotted with villages, every inhabitant a member of the extended family of which he was the head. "Have you heard from the Baroness?" Hofer asked. "I had that letter 4 months ago, but nothing since." "And you?" "Just that one from my Lotte in February. She mentioned the Baroness, of course." Lotte worked as her maid at the Schloss. Von Berger's father, a major general, had been killed during the Polish campaign in 39, elevating Max suddenly to the title of Baron. His mother had died at his birth. The only woman in his life was his beloved Elsa, and they had married early because of the war. Like von Berger, she was 23, and the boy, little Otto, was 3 years of age. The young SS guard appeared clutching a bottle and 2 glasses. "I'm sorry, Herr Baron, it's vodka, I'm afraid." Max von Berger laughed. "I'd say that's rather appropriate. But you've only brought 2 glasses." The boy flushed. "Well, I did put one in my pocket, Sturmbannführer." The Baron turned to Hofer. "See how well we trained them." He took the bottle, jerked off the cork, then poured liberally into one of the glasses and tossed it down. He gasped. "God, that hit the spot. The Russians made this one in the backyard." He poured another, which went the same way. "Great. Take that for a moment, Karl." "Baron?" Von Berger removed his leather greatcoat and handed it to Hoffer. "Suddenly my hip feels fine." He poured a third vodka and gave the boy the bottle back. "Now you two." He took a cigarette out of his case one-handed, the glass of vodka in the other. Hoffer gave him a light, and the Baron walked away, enjoying his smoke and sipping the vodka. Hoffer and the boy had a quick one and poured another. The boy was fascinated by von Berger. "My God, his uniform! I've never seen anything like it." Hoffer was wearing combat camouflage gear. He shrugged. "I've got the same thing under this lot. Except for the medals." He grinned. "The medals are all his." In spite of his youth, Baron Max von Berger had seen action in Poland, France, and Holland with the Waffen-SS. Afterwards, he transferred to the 21st SS Paratroop Battalion and been wounded at Maleme in Crete. Then had come Rommel's Africa Corps and the Winter War in Russia. He wore a gold badge, which meant he had been wounded 5 times. Despite the silver death's head badge on his service cap and the SS runes and rank badges on his collar, he was all Fallschirmjäger, in flying blouse and jump trousers tucked into paratroop boots, Luftwaffe style, though in field grey. The gold and silver eagle of the paratrooper's qualification was pinned to his left breast above the Iron Cross. The Knight's Cross with oak leaves and swords hung from his throat. Karl Hoffer said, "He's special people, the Baron. We've been through 4 years of hell together, and we're still here." "Maybe not for much longer," the boy said. "Who knows? In Stalingrad we thought we'd had it, and then right at the end we both got wounded, and they put us on one of the last planes out. 350,000 men went down the drain, and we made it out." At that moment, General Moenker appeared from the garden entrance of the bunker. He ignored them and moved towards von Berger. "Baron, the Führer wants to see you." Max von Berger turned, puzzlement on his face. "The Führer?" "Yes, at once." Von Berger paused beside Karl and held out his glass. Karl filled it, and von Berger toasted him. "To us, my friend, and the 365 men of the battalion who died for whatever." He tossed the drink back and threw the glass away. "So, General," he said to Moenker, "let's not keep the Führer waiting." He followed the general down a flight of steps, the concrete walls damp with moisture. Soldiers, mainly SS, were crammed in every nook and cranny of the apparently endless corridors and passageways. There was a general air of despair. More than that, resignation. When people talked, it was in subdued tones against the background of the whirring electric fans that controlled the ventilation system. The soldiers only stopped talking at the surprising sight of Max von Berger, in his immaculately tailored uniform, medals aglow. They passed through the lower levels that housed most of the Führer's personal staff, Goebbels and his family, Martin Bormann, and many generals. Moenker still led the way, but von Berger knew exactly where he was going, for he had been there before. In the garden bunker was the Führer's study, as well as a bedroom, 2 sitting rooms, bathroom facilities, and a map room, close by and convenient for the constant conferences. Moenker knocked on the door and went in. Von Berger waited. There was a murmur of voices, then Moenker returned. "The Führer will see you now." He grabbed the young man's hand. "Your comrades of the SS are proud of you. Your victory is ours." A slogan initiated by Goebbels in one of his inspired moments, and the subject of much ribaldry in the ranks of the SS. In any case, von Berger couldn't imagine what he had done to cause such adulation. "You are too kind, General." "Not at all." Moncke was sweating and looked slightly dazed. He stood back, and von Berger passed into the study. The Führer sat at his desk, leaning over a map. He seemed shrunken, the uniform jacket too large for him. The face seemed wasted, the eyes dark holes, no life there at all. His cheeks hollow, a man at the end of things. The young woman beside him was an SS auxiliary in uniform. She held a sheaf of documents, which she passed one by one for Hitler to sign with a shaking hand. Her name was Sarah Hesse. She was 22 years of age, and had been pulled in by the Führer himself to act as a relief secretary. He glanced up at her. "Deliver these. I'll see the Baron in the sitting room. You can then bring the special file to me. Is it up to date?" "As of last night, my Führer." "Good." He stood up. "Follow me, Baron." He shuffled ahead, opened the door, and led the way into the first sitting room. He sat in an armchair by a coffee table. "Baron Max von Berger, Sturmbannführer of the SS. You took a holy oath to protect your Führer. Repeat it now." Von Berger clicked his heels together. "I will render unconditional obedience to the Führer of the German Reich and people, Adolf Hitler, Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, and will be ready as a brave soldier to stake my life at any time on this oath." Hitler nodded in satisfaction. "You have a magnificent record for one so young. And yet you never joined the Nazi Party. Why not?" "It didn't seem appropriate, my Führer." "A typical response from the head of a great family. The aristocrat to the end. And yet you served me well. Why was that?" "It's a matter of honor, my Führer. I took the oath." "Just what I thought you'd say. You are a remarkable young man. I sensed that when I decorated you with the swords. That's why I made you an aide. I was saving you. You'd be no use to me dead, and that's what would have happened if you'd returned to the front." Max von Berger took a deep breath. "What would you have me do, my Führer?" "The most important task left to anyone in this bunker. The Russians are coming. They want to cage me, and I can't have that. My wife and I will commit suicide. No, don't look like that, von Berger. The important thing is my work must continue, and you will play a part in that, the most important part." By his wife, he was of course referring to his mistress, Eva Braun, whom he had married around midnight on the 28th. "We must see that National Socialism survives. That is essential. We have vast sums of money, not only in Switzerland, but in South American countries sympathetic to our cause. Many of my emissaries are already in the Argentine and Brazil. We must maintain the Kameradenwerk, the action for comrades." There was a knock at the door, and Sarah Hesse came in, a briefcase in one hand. Hitler waved her to one side. "I have no secrets from Sarah, as you will see." "So where do I fit in, my Führer?" Hitler raised a hand. "The Führer directive." Sarah Hesse opened the briefcase, extracted a sheet of paper and passed it to von Berger, who read it with some astonishment. It was explicit. "The Führerbunker, April the 30th, 1945. The bearer of this pass, an aide on my staff, is Sturmbannführer Baron Max von Berger, on a personal assignment from me. All personnel, civil and military, will render him every assistance. Adolf Hitler." "This may help you," Hitler said. For Max von Berger, the implications were breathtaking. "But in what way, my Führer?" "To get through whatever happens to you in the next few days. To help you get home to survive and prepare yourself for your inevitable capture by the Americans or British. Von Berger was bewildered. But there are no Americans here, my Führer, only Russians. You don't understand. Listen. During the last few days, many planes have flown in from Gatow and Rechlin, using streets such as the East-West Avenue near the Brandenburg Gate as runways. Field Marshal von Greim came in the other day in a Fiesler Storch. Max von Berger struggled to control himself. The only reason for von Greim to come to Berlin was to be promoted to head of the Luftwaffe. The Führer, of course, could have told him on the telephone. Instead, von Greim had flown in from Munich escorted by 50 fighters, and 40 of them had been shot down. He said patiently, "And how does this affect me?" "I spoke to the commandant of the Luftwaffe base at Rechlin. A pilot has volunteered to fly you out in a Storch. It has already arrived and is waiting in that huge garage at Goebbels' house. The heavy rain and steam from the fires will make it an ideal time to go." "But to do what, my Führer?" Hitler put out a shaking hand, and Sarah Hesse put the briefcase on the desk. "When the war is over, industry will collapse, and so will your family's company, Berger Steel. Eventually, though, things will start to improve, and especially for you. In here, you will find details of deposits in Switzerland, code words, passwords, which will give you access to millions. You'll build Berger back into a power." Von Berger was speechless. "That is not all." Hitler opened the briefcase and produced a book bound in dark blue. "I have kept a diary for the past 6 months, a time in which everyone has betrayed me. Goering, Himmler." He shook his head. "And no one tried more than me to be reasonable. I even sent Walter Schellenberg to Sweden to meet Roosevelt's representative. Did you know that? No, of course you didn't. I offered a negotiated peace to combat the Red Menace. Am I the enemy? No. It is that dog Stalin. Together, the US and Germany, we could have smashed him. But no, my offer was rejected. The Americans will reap the whirlwind, believe me. The Russians will not recognize what they have taken. The damage they will do to Berlin is beyond anyone's comprehension. Yet Roosevelt and Eisenhower have decided to hold back after the Elbe crossing. Patton and his tanks could be here in 24 hours, but they've been told to stay where they are in obedience to Stalin's wishes and allow the Reds to take Berlin. My God, von Berger said. Believe me, in the years to come, America and Britain will rue this as their greatest folly. And it is all in my diary. Every day I have dictated it to Fräulein Hesse. You may notice the trembling in my hand, an unfortunate ailment that has plagued me for some time, but I have signed each entry. So, what do I do with the diary, my Führer? There will come a time when it will be of use to advance our cause. I do not know when, but you will, Baron. You will be its keeper. It is a holy book, Baron. I want no copies. Your oath on that. Protected at all times. You may read it if you wish. You will find the account of my dealings with Roosevelt particularly interesting. He shook his head. I have every belief that you will achieve this for me. And Baron Max von Berger, a great soldier and a brave man, but who had always despised the Nazi Party, for some reason felt incredibly moved. The young woman put the diary and documents back into the briefcase and handed it to him. Hitler said, So, you will leave within the next hour because of the bad weather. May I take my sergeant with me? Von Berger asked. Of course. You can also take Fräulein Hesse. He glanced up at her. She said, No, my Führer, my place, my duty is with you. So be it. Hitler stood and held a shaking hand to von Berger. Strange. Not even a party member. And yet I chose you. Von Berger shook his hand strongly. I accept the task. It is a matter of honour. On your way. We shall not meet again. Sarah Hesse went and opened the door. Max von Berger, the briefcase in his hand, paused and turned, and the sight of Hitler, hunched at his desk, was to haunt him for his entire life. My Führer! He gave a military salute. Hitler gave a thin smile. Even now you cannot bring yourself to give me a party salute. You touch your cap like a British Guards officer. I am sorry, my Führer. Oh, go on. Just go. Hitler waved his hand, and Sarah Hesse closed the door on the Baron. He found his way back up the crowded passageways and through the garden bunker, where he found Hofer and the young SS soldier sitting under a concrete awning in the entrance, drinking the rest of the vodka while it rained relentlessly. Hofer stood up. Baron, we are getting out, Karl. Believe it or not, but we're going to get out. But how, sir? Von Berger took him to one side. I've been given a special mission by the Führer. There's a light plane waiting. I'm not saying more, but we're going home. We're going to Holstein. I can't believe it. Well, it's true. Give me my coat and get some weapons. He turned, and the boy said, You're going, Sturmbannführer? Von Berger smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. What's your name, boy? Paul Schneider. Then I'll tell you what, Paul Schneider. Instead of waiting to face death at the hands of the Russians, you can come with us. Fly to the west and surrender to the Americans. I can't believe it, the boy gasped. Sergeant Hofer just said that. He turned to Hofer. Get moving! Within 40 minutes, von Berger, Hofer, and young Schneider left the bunker, exiting into Hermann Göringstrasse. They were well armed with military packs containing extra ammunition and grenades. Each one had a Schmeisser machine pistol slung across his chest. There were people pouring along the Tiergarten in hordes now, a terrible panic having taken over, and the fog, made worse by the smoke, swirled across the city, not even the heavy rain managing to clear it. The rumble of artillery was constant. Women with children screamed, terrified. The three men moved along the Tiergarten on the edge of the crowd, cut across by the Brandenburg Gate to Goebbels' house. It showed evidence of damage, obviously from shell splinters, but the very large garage was intact. There was a Judas gate in the main door, and Hofer opened it gently. "Hold it!" a voice called, and a light was switched on. A small Fieseler Storch spotter plane appeared, a young Luftwaffe captain standing beside it in uniform and flying jacket. He held a Schmeisser at the ready. Von Berger moved past Hofer. "I am Sturmbannführer von Berger. Who are you?" "My name is Ritter. Hans Ritter, and thank God you're here. This is the 4th time I've done this run, and it wasn't fun. Could I ask where we're going?" "To the west, to Holstein Heath in Schwarzeplatz. There's a castle, Schloss Adler, above Neustadt." "Can we make it?" "Yes. It's a 300-mile flight and we'll have to refuel somewhere, but I'll tell you what, Sturmbannführer, I'd rather be there than here. So let's get the hell out of this place. Get your lads to open the doors." "A sound idea." Hofer and Schneider opened the sliding door, and Ritter climbed into the Storch and started the engine. The three men clambered in, and Hofer closed the door. Outside, the fleeing refugees turned in astonishment, then fled to either side as the Storch bumped over rubble and glass and turned towards the Victory Column. The rain was torrential. Ritter boosted power and roared down the avenue towards the Victory Column. People scattered, the Storch lifted, and at that moment Russian artillery opened up, shells exploding on each side. The plane banked to starboard, narrowly missing the Victory Column, and rose up through the fog. At 2,000 feet, Ritter levelled off. "We'll stay low until we're well away." When one looked down, there was only fire and artillery bursts and drifting smoke and fog. Hoffer said, "It looks like hell on earth. I can't believe we're out of it." Von Berger got 2 cigarettes from his silver case, lit them and passed one back to Hoffer. "So you were right after all, Karl. It's Stalingrad all over again." Speaking above the roar of the engine, Ritter cried, "As I said, it's 300 miles to Holstein Heath, and I'm very low on fuel. I'm going to make for the Luftwaffe base at Rechlin." "That's fine by me," von Berger told him, "if you think it wise." "It is. We have no idea what's going to be available to us along the way. Mind you, it all depends on the weather at Rechlin. We'll see." Some time later he descended through the torrential rain and fog and called in. "Rechlin Tower, this is Captain Ritter, out of Berlin. Must land to refuel." There was a crackle of static, and a voice said, "I suggest you try elsewhere, Captain. The fog's bad here. We're down to 400 meters. "I am dangerously short of fuel." "The visibility is getting worse all the time, believe me." Ritter turned to von Berger inquiringly. The Baron selected another cigarette, and Hoffer lit it for him. Von Berger blew out smoke and said to Ritter, "We got out of Stalingrad, and we've got out of Berlin. Everything else is a bonus. Let's do it." "At your orders, Sturmbannführer." The Storch descended very quickly, nothing but the fog surrounding them and the driving rain, a grey, impenetrable world. Von Berger had no fear. Too much had happened already. Some strange destiny was surely at work. Even at 400 meters there was nothing. He cried out to Ritter above the noise of the engine, "Go for it! What have we got to lose?" Ritter nodded, a strange fixed smile on his face, took the Storch down, and suddenly, at a suicidal level of 300 meters, the Luftwaffe base of Rechlin came into view. The buildings, the hangars, 2 runways. There was evidence of bombing, and 2 aircraft burned at the side of the runway, an old Dornier and a Ju-885 night fighter. A fire crew was in the middle of dousing the flames. Ritter made a perfect landing, and taxied past the astonished fire crew to the hangars and switched off. "Well, that was close." "You are a genius, Ritter." "No, sir. It's just that now and then one gets better, usually when it's needed." As they got out, a field car drove up, a Luftwaffe colonel at the wheel. He got out. "Good God, it's you, Ritter! Straight from Berlin! I can't believe you got out. How are things?" "You wouldn't want to know. This is Sturmbannführer Baron Max von Berger and his boys." He turned to von Berger. "Colonel Strasser is an old friend." "May I inquire about your purpose, Baron?" Strasser asked. Von Berger opened the briefcase and took out the Führer directive, which he passed across. Strasser read it and noted the signature. "Your credentials are impeccable, Baron. How may I assist?" "We need refueling for an onward flight to Holstein Heath." "I can handle that all right. We still got plenty of fuel, and you're welcome to our hospitality. But there's no way you're going anywhere for some time. Just look." He waved towards the runway, the fog rolling in at ground level. "I'll see that you're refueled and checked out, but there's no guarantee of departure. You can use the officer's mess, and in the unusual circumstances, your men may join you. I'll drive you all there." "I'll stay with the plane for the moment," Ritter said. "Make sure everything is okay." Strasser got behind the wheel of the field car. Von Berger and his 2 men got in, and they drove away. The mess was strangely desolate. An orderly at the bar, another acting as a waiter. He brought Hoffer and Schneider stew and bread and beer, and they sat by the window and ate. Schneider said, "I can't believe I'm out of Berlin. It's like a mad dream." "Where are you from?" Hoffer asked. "Hamburg." "Which isn't looking too good these days. You're better off with us." Behind them, in a corner by the bar, the waiter served von Berger with ham sandwiches and crusty bread and salad. Strasser came back from his office to join him. "Champagne," he told the waiter, and turned to von Berger with a smile. "We're lucky. We still got good booze and decent food. I don't think that will last." "Well, at least it's the Yanks and the Brits who are coming, not the Russians." "You can say that again." They sampled the champagne when it came and started on the sandwiches, and Ritter joined them. "Everything's been taken care of, but I can't see us getting off for a few hours. What's going to happen to you, Strasser?" The colonel poured him a glass of champagne. "Gentlemen, I don't know what your mission for the Fuhrer is, and I don't want to know. Personally, I await the arrival of the Americans with every fibre of my being." He toasted them. "To you, my friends, it's been a hard war." There were plenty of staff rooms at headquarters, and they all helped themselves to beds. Von Berger, dozing, was awakened by Strasser at 2:30 in the morning. "Time to go." Von Berger sat up. "How is the weather?" "The fog has cleared to a certain extent, but the rain is still bad. The word is that the Russians have totally encircled Berlin. That could pose a serious threat here. Let's hope the Yanks make it first." "Off we go, then." The Storch waited beside runway 1, Ritter with it, Hoffer and Schneider inside. Strasser got out of the field car and handed von Berger a bag. "Sandwiches, sausages, a couple of bottles of booze. Good luck, my friend." He shook von Berger's hand vigorously and suddenly embraced him. "What in the hell were we all playing at? How did we get in such a mess?" Von Berger was incredibly moved. "Keep the faith. Things will change. Our time will come. I'll seek you out." Strasser was astonished. "You mean that, Baron?" "Of course. I'll find you, believe me. I shall repay your help this night." He clambered into the plane after Ritter, closed everything, and outside, Strasser put his heels together and gave him a military salute. Von Berger returned it. The plane roared down the runway and lifted into the murk. Ritter had given von Berger earphones and a throat mic. He spoke to him now. "I take it very carefully. With our low speed and the weather, it could be 3.5 hours, maybe even 4 to Holstein Heath. Most of the time I'll fly 2,000 or 3,000, maybe higher if the weather continues bad." "That's fine." The flight was difficult, with the rain and the patchy fog, sometimes clear, and at others swirling relentlessly. 1 hour, 2, the whole trip became monotonous. Von Berger had passed the food bag to Hoffer, who opened it and handed the sandwiches and sausages around. The wine was cheap stuff with a screw cap, and he poured it into paper cups. Even Ritter had some, and held out his cup for a second helping. "Come on, it won't do me any harm." I need whatever help I can get in this weather. Von Berger finished his food, knocked back his wine, and lit a cigarette. Rain beat on the windows. It was the strangest of sensations, hammering through the bad early morning weather. What am I doing here? He thought. Is it a dream? I should be in Berlin. He shook his head. I should still be in Berlin. And then he thought, but I'm not. I'm on the way home to see Elsa and little Otto, and Karl will see his Lotte and the two girls. It's a miracle, and it's because of the Führer. There must be a meaning to it. Ritter said, It's still a bit thick down here. I think we'll be okay. I'm going up to 4,000. Fine. They came out through intermittent fog. It was clear up there, and clear to the horizon, a full moon touching the edge of the early morning clouds. Suddenly, there was a roaring, and the Stork was thrown to one side in the turbulence as a plane banked away to starboard, and returned to take up station on the starboard side. They could see the pilot in the cockpit, the red star on the fuselage. "What have we got?" Ritter asked. "Looks like a Yak fighter, the new model with cannon. That could damage us." "So, what do we do?" "Well, I'm really too slow for him, but that could also be an advantage. Planes that are too fast sometimes overshoot. I'll go down and hope he'll do something stupid." He banked, went down quickly to 3,000 metres, then banked again to port, went to 2. The Yak started to fire its cannon, but too soon, because of his excessive speed, and he overshot and banked away. He came in again, and this time punched a couple of holes in the starboard wing and splintered the window. Ritter cried out and reared back, and there was blood on his face. Ritter said, "I'm okay, it's just a splinter. It'll give me an interesting scar. I'm getting tired of this. I'm going down farther. I'll show this bastard how to fly." He went hard all the way, and levelled at 500 feet. The Yak came in again on his tail, and Ritter dropped his flaps. The Stork seemed to stand still, and the Yak had to bank steeply to avoid hitting them, and went down into the farmland. There was a mushroom of flame below, and they flew on. "I said you were a genius," von Berger told him. "Only some of the time." Von Berger turned to Hoffer. "Get the battle pack open. Find a dressing for his face. Give him a morphine ampoule, too." Ritter said, "Better not. I'll tell you what, however, open that other bottle, whatever it is." "I thought it was wine, but it's vodka," Hoffer told him. "Good. I'm always better flying on booze." It was perhaps 5 or 5:30 in the morning when they came in towards Holstein Heath, approaching at 2,000 feet, the dark, mysterious forest below, the Schwarzeplatz. Villages dotted here and there, and then Neustadt and Schloss Adler above it on the hill. Von Berger felt incredibly emotional as the plane banked, very low, Ritter searching for a suitable landing. "There," von Berger growled, "the meadow by the castle." "I see it." Ritter turned in, slowed, and made a perfect landing, rolling to a halt. In the quiet, it was Schneider who said, "I still can't believe it. We were in Berlin, and now we're here." Behind them, a few people were coming up hesitantly from the village as von Berger and the others got out of the plane. Von Berger stood holding Hitler's briefcase as a dozen men and a few women approached. The leader, an aging, white-headed man, almost recoiled. "My God, it's you, Baron!" "A surprise, Hartmann," von Berger said. "How are you?" "Baron, what can I say?" Hartmann removed his cap, took von Berger's hand and kissed it. "Such terrible times." He turned to Hoffer. "And you, Karl?" Von Berger said, "Here we are, safe by a miracle from Berlin. I'll explain later. But first I must see the Baroness, and Karl, his Lotte, and the girls." Hartmann actually broke into weeping. "God help me, Baron. The news is bad. They are in the chapel at the Schloss." Von Berger froze. "What do you mean?" "Your wife and son, Baron. Lotte and her daughters, and 15 villagers are in the church, awaiting burial." He turned to Hoffer. "I am so sorry." Hoffer was stunned, horror on his face. Von Berger said, "Who did this thing?" "SS." "I can't believe it." "Einsatzgruppen." Einsatzgruppen were not Waffen-SS, but extermination squads recruited from the jails of Germany, many of the men Ukrainians. Von Berger had heard stories that in the last few weeks they had thrown off all restraints, started looting and killing on their own, but he had hardly believed it to be true. He was moving in slow motion now. The dream was so bad it was unbelievable. He said to Hoffer, "You go and see to your family, and I'll see to mine." He turned to Ritter. "You'd better be off. My deepest thanks." "No," Ritter said. "I'll stand by you. I'll come with you if I may." "That's kind, my friend." They went up the steep path to the Schloss, Von Berger and Ritter, followed by old Hartmann, and came to the ancient chapel. Von Berger pushed the door. It creaked open, and he smelled the church smell, saw the memorials to his ancestors and the main family mausoleum, its doors standing wide. A coffin stood there, the lid half back, his wife inside, with his young son cradled in her left arm. He gazed down at her calm face, noticed the bruises. "What happened to her?" "Baron, what can I say?" Hartmann asked. "Tell me," Von Berger said. "Was she violated?" "Every woman in the village was, Baron. Then the Ukrainians got drunk. I started shooting, and the deaths happened." "How many of these bastards were there?" 21. They moved on to Plösen. 10 miles up the road through the forest. "So, we know where they are." Von Berger turned to Ritter. "You can still go. I appreciate more than you know what you've done. As I told Strasser, things will change for all of us, and I'll search you out." Ritter's face, with the dressing on the cheek, was haggard. "I've no intention of going." "Then go down to the village with Hartmann and make sure his truck is ready to leave. I have private business here." Ritter and Hartmann left. Von Berger stood by the mausoleum for a while, then went to the rear, where there were 2 statues of saints. His hand passed inside one. It groaned and creaked open. He slipped the Führer's briefcase inside, then closed the secret door. He leaned over, kissed his wife and son, and left. In the village, the tenants waited, and he passed amongst them, holding his hand out to be kissed, though not in arrogance. It was a tradition that had reigned in Holstein Heath for hundreds of years. These were his people, and the women who cried in despair did it because they looked to him for guidance. Hoffer came to him, his face bleak. "Your orders, Baron." "We are going to get these swine." Are you ready to leave, Hoffer? Before he could reply, young Schneider said, And me too, Baron. Excellent. And you can include me, Ritter said. I can shoot a Schmeisser with the best of them. As chance would have it, it was at that moment that the Americans arrived. Not that they were much of a force. It was a single jeep, and the young captain in the passenger seat wore a steel helmet and combat gear. His shoulder patch indicated an airborne ranger. A sergeant was at the wheel. They rolled to a halt and sat there, watchful. "Does anyone here speak English?" the captain asked. "Of course," the Baron said. "Good. I'll take your surrender. My unit is about 10 miles back. I'm Captain James Kelly on forward reconnaissance. This is Sergeant Hanson." "And what might you be doing here?" "Hey, buddy." The driver picked up a submachine gun. "Watch your mouth." Ritter and Hoffer and young Schneider raised their Schmeissers threateningly, and Kelly said to Hansen, "Can it?" He spoke to von Berger. "We have information that the castle would make a possible headquarters. Who are you, anyway?" "Sturmbannführer Baron Max von Berger, owner of Schloss Adler and Holstein Heath." Kelly shook his head. "Wait a minute. I've got a report that says von Berger's in the bunker with Hitler. One of his aides or something." "True as of yesterday," von Berger said. "If you will look behind you at the meadows, you will notice the Stork, in which Captain Hans Ritter here flew me and my 2 men out of Berlin." Kelly nodded. "Okay, we'll argue about it later. You can all surrender your weapons now." "This is a great coup for you, Captain, but if you don't mind, not just yet. We have urgent business to take care of first." "And what would that be?" Max von Berger told him. Kelly shook his head. "That's a terrible thing. But you 4 guys are going to take on 21 of these bastards? You could get killed, and I can't allow that to happen." "I see. I am too valuable to lose." Von Berger shook his head. "It's been a long war, Captain. From El Alamein to Stalingrad, I've seen hell on earth, and for me the war is over. I don't want to kill you, but I must kill these men. I could not live with myself otherwise. So we will leave in the old woodcutter's truck, drive 10 miles down to Plösen, and there we'll find the Ukrainians and get the business done." He turned to Hoffer. "You drive." Kelly started to say something, and then he stopped. "Ah, hell, Baron, I guess I'd do the same thing. But afterwards, you are an optimist, I see. All right, let's go." The road wound through dark, sombre forest all the way to Plösen. When they were close, they came across a crowd of women and older men moving along either side of the road. Hoffer pulled up and recognized the village mayor. "Hey, Frankel, what's happening?" "My God, it's you, Karl. These Ukrainians. We know what they did in Neustadt. Young Meyer escaped on his motorcycle, came and gave us warning. We all left in a hurry, faded into the forest. I hear they did terrible things." Von Berger got out and held out his hand. "Frankel." The old man's eyes widened. "Baron, this is unbelievable." He kissed the hand. "Meyer told me about the Baroness and your son." He turned to Hoffer. "And your Lotte?" Kelly and Hansen came round from the jeep, and Ritter and Schneider joined them. Kelly said, "What's happening?" "The mayor of Plösen is just about to tell us," von Berger said in English. Then in German, "Where are they, Frankel?" "I stayed close to observe. They came in 2 trucks and a Kugelwagen. They rampaged around the village and discovered 2 young women. Then they went to the inn, the White Stag. I could hear shouting, breaking glass. They're all drunk." "Any guards?" Hoffer asked. "Not that I could see." Von Berger patted his shoulder. "Take care of your people, and I'll take care of these animals." "But, Baron, there are 24 of them." "Really? I thought it was 21. He turned to Ritter, Schneider, and Hoffer. "So that's 6 for each of us. Can we manage that?" "Haven't we always, Baron?" Hoffer opened a battle pack, took out double ammunition clips taped together, and handed them to Ritter and Schneider. Von Berger opened his black leather coat, took the Luger from his holster, checked it, and put it in his right-hand pocket. "Have you a spare, Karl?" Hoffer produced a Mauser from the battle pack and handed it over. Von Berger put it in the left-hand pocket of his coat. 24 of these bastards, and 4 of you. That's odds of 6 to 1, Kelly said. Von Berger smiled grimly. "We are Waffen-SS. We're used to it." He clapped Schneider on the shoulder. "He's only a boy, but he knows how to do the job. 6 to 1. So what? Take your camouflage blouse off, Karl." Hoffer did so, and Kelly saw the medals, the paratrooper's badge, a single Knight's Cross at the throat. "You will also have observed that Captain Ritter has the Knight's Cross. It's been a long war, and it's had a bad ending. But you must understand one thing. We intend to kill these Ukrainians, all 24. Kill them." He turned to his men. "Is this not so?" Even Ritter got his heels together as they gave the answer. "Jawohl, Sturmbannführer!" He ignored Kelly completely now. "Let's go." And they scrambled into the truck and drove away. As the jeep followed, Hansen said, "That guy is crazy. They all are." Kelly nodded. "Absolutely." He took the Colt from his holster and started to reload it as they followed the truck. They paused in the trees and looked down at the White Stag. It was quite large and very ancient, with the village church and the graveyard behind. Kelly glanced through field glasses at the 2 trucks and the Kubelwagen. There was no sign of guards, but the noise of drunken laughter drifted up. He passed the field glasses to von Berger, who had a look. He handed them back. "I'll go in the front door, which will put them off balance. They are, after all, supposed to be under SS authority. I suggest the rest of you go by the graveyard." He said to Ritter, "Karl knows it well. The bar is very large. There are 2 rear entrances via the kitchen and side windows." He turned to Kelly. "One favour. I'll borrow your jeep to drive up to the door. You 2 can stay here, and my friends will approach on foot." Kelly shook his head. "No, I won't lend you the jeep, but I will drive it." He turned to Hansen. "Give me that Thompson. I'll see you later, maybe." "Go to hell," Hansen said. "With all due respect, sir. I've been fighting since D-Day. A walk through a graveyard with the SS sounds just about right." Kelly and von Berger waited to give them a chance to slip down through the edge of the forest and move behind the church into the graveyard. Von Berger watched for movement through the glasses. "Now," he said, and Kelly drove them down the hill and parked beside the other vehicles. Von Berger led the way up the steps, pulling on his leather gloves, and Kelly followed, holding the Thompson across his chest. Von Berger eased open the door and stepped in, followed by Kelly. The Ukrainians were scattered around the room, some sitting at tables, a number standing at the bar, a couple behind the bar serving drinks. The leader was a Hauptsturmführer, a brute of a man in a soiled uniform, his face dirty and unshaven. He had a young woman on each knee, their clothes torn, faces bruised, eyes swollen from weeping. One by one the men noticed von Berger and stopped talking. There was total silence. Von Berger stood there, his legs apart, his hands in the pockets of the black leather coat, holding it apart, displaying that magnificent uniform, the medals. "Your name?" "Gorsky," the Hauptsturmführer said, as a kind of reflex. "Ah, Ukrainian." It was the way von Berger said it that the Ukrainian didn't like. "And who the hell are you?" "Your superior officer, Sturmbannführer Baron Max von Berger. It was my wife, Baroness von Berger, and my son, along with 15 others, that you butchered at Schloss Adler and Neustadt." Men were already reaching for weapons. Kelly lifted his Thompson, and suddenly Gorsky pulled the two girls across his knees in front of him, so that only half his face showed. "So what are you going to do about it? Take them, boys!" he shouted. Von Berger's hand came out of his right pocket with the Luger, and he shot Gorsky twice in the left side of the skull, narrowly missing the girls, who dropped to the floor as Gorsky went backwards in the chair. The carnage began, Kelly spraying the bar area. A side window crashed open, and Ritter and Hansen fired through. Some of the Ukrainians turned to run and flung open the doors to the kitchen, only to find Hoffer and Schneider. There was an exchange of fire, but not for long. There were dead men everywhere, just a few still moving. Hansen had stopped a bullet in the shoulder, and Schneider in his left arm. Von Berger took the Mauser from his other pocket and tossed it to Hoffer. "Karl, finish them." "For God's sake," Kelly said. "It is his right." Hoffer found 5 men still alive, and shot each one in the head. The girls had run for it, screaming. Ritter had opened a battle pack and was putting a field dressing on Hansen, while Schneider waited. Kelly surveyed the bodies. "So, that's it?" "No. Now we go home and bury our dead. After that, we are yours to dispose of." Von Berger put a hand on Kelly's shoulder. "I am in your debt eternally. I will repay you." "Repay me?" Kelly was mystified. "A matter of honour." He was, of course, handled personally by top officers in both British and American intelligence, since he had been one of Hitler's aides in those last few months in the bunker. His account of events was fascinating and recorded in the smallest detail. But for Allied intelligence there was a problem with Max von Berger. On the one hand, he was unquestionably SS, and a commander. On the other, he was a brave and gallant soldier, who seemed never to have involved himself in the more unsavoury aspects of the Nazi regime. Never involved himself in anything remotely connected with the Jewish pogroms. In fact, it was soon established that he had had a dangerous secret all along. One of von Berger's great-grandmothers on the maternal side had been Jewish. He had also never been a member of the Nazi Party, though it was true that most of the German population had also not been members of the party. Which left only the question of the flight out of Berlin. Obviously, von Berger mentioned nothing to them of his interview with the Führer. Indeed, he had put together a reasonable story with Ritter while they were still together. The story was this: Ritter had been ordered to Berlin in the Storch as a backup plane in case there were problems with the Arado, assigned to fly out the new Luftwaffe commander von Greim. There had been no problems, however. Von Berger, as one of Hitler's aides, knowing that the plane was languishing in Goebbels' garage and that the end was only hours away, had seized the opportunity to get out, and had taken 2 of his men with him. It was a perfectly simple explanation. There was no reason not to accept it, and Ritter backed it to the hilt. And so in the end, that was that. As prisoners of war, they were disposed of in various ways. Many were sent to England for farm work. Amongst them was Max von Berger, who was posted to a camp in Hampshire. The regulations were minimal, and each day he was allocated to a local manor house and its home farm, along with several other prisoners. There was nothing unusual in this. Officers up to the level of general found themselves working in such a way. The truth was that the other prisoners deferred to him, called him Herr Baron with respect, and the owner of the estate, an aging lord, soon realized he had someone special on board, and not only that, a countryman by nature. Before long he was running things. The war was over, the villagers in Hawkley were decent people, and gradually the Germans were accepted, even for a pint in the pub. And then, at the end of 1947, German prisoners began to be returned home, and amongst them was Max von Berger. It was snowing when he arrived in Neustadt off the local bus. As it drove away, he went up the steps, a bag in his hand, and entered the inn, the Eagle. Local men were in there drinking beer, some eating, and he saw old Hartmann by the bar, and Karl Hoffer, and young Schneider at a table nearby eating stew. Someone turned and saw him. "My God, Baron!" Everyone turned. The entire room went still. Hoffer moved first, jumping up, running to meet him in an excessive emotion, embracing him. "Baron, we wondered where you were. I've been back 6 months and brought Schneider with me. His entire family were killed in the bombing in Hamburg." Von Berger put an arm around Schneider, who was actually sobbing. "Come on, boy, we got out of Berlin, didn't we? There's nothing to cry about." He called to the landlord, "The bill's on me, my friend. Let the beer flow." He turned to Hoffer. "I am so pleased to see you. Let's sit down." In a corner booth they talked, young Schneider listening. "We're getting by," Hoffer said. "It's mainly subsistence farming, but we're all in it together. Everyone is taken care of." "And you?" "Well, I act as bailiff. It gives me something to do." "You haven't, found someone?" "No, Baron." "What about the Schloss?" "We had the Americans for 2 years, so it's in good condition. The thing you don't know about is the situation with Holstein Heath." "And what would that be?" "When the border between the East and West was agreed on by the Allies, we should have been inside the Eastern Zone and communist." "I thought we were in the Western Zone." "Well, no, that's it. We aren't there either. The whole of the estate isn't in either of the zones. Someone made a mistake drafting the map." Max von Berger was astonished. "You mean we're a kind of independent state?" He laughed out loud. "Like Monaco?" Hoffer, an intelligent man, said, "Well, not exactly. The police are technically West German. However, they're all local boys, mostly ex-army or SS, so they see things our way." "Excellent." Von Berger drained his beer and stood up. "Show me the Schloss." Hoffer did, and he'd been right. It was run down, but the Americans hadn't kicked it to pieces. Finally they approached the chapel. It was dark in the early winter evening, but candles flickered close to the mausoleum. Von Berger stood and looked and noticed some winter roses. "Who are those from?" "Village women. They like to keep things right. It's the same at the church for the others. My wife, the girls." Von Berger said, "That day, Karl, those final killings. It wasn't that I was leaving it to you. I felt you had a greater right. I know that, Baron. Do you ever regret what we did? Never. Good. Now, pay attention. We were comrades then and comrades now, and I'm going to share my greatest secret with you. He went behind the mausoleum and pressed the hidden catch. The statue groaned and moved. Von Berger reached in and took out the briefcase. This is the true reason we left Berlin. He opened it and extracted the blue book. This is Hitler's diary, Karl. My God in heaven, Hoffer gasped. Can this be true? Yes. I'll tell you later what's in it, but right now we'll put it back. He pressed the catch, and the statue reversed into place. He fastened the briefcase and held it up. And in here is the solution to all our financial problems. I'll explain it to you as we go. The first thing we must do is visit Berger's Steel. We'll need decent suits and some sort of vehicle. I've still got the Kugelwagen from the war, Baron. Excellent. Stuttgart, then, but Geneva first. That's where the money is. Geneva was amazingly easy. At the bank, the passwords and codes from the material given to him by the Führer inspired immediate compliance. The rather ordinary-looking banker indicated how immense the resources were at his disposal, and he transferred 10 million into a liquid personal account, thus establishing his name and status. The bank, in effect, jumped to attention. His next move was to contact Berger Steel's lawyers in Munich, leading to a meeting on site at the Stuttgart factory. They toured it with the general manager, Heinz. It was working, of course, but in a low-key manner, a certain amount of steel-making, but not much more than that. As you can still see, we had bomb damage, but on the whole we were lucky, and we've an excellent workforce, Heinz told him. The lawyer, Henry Abel, said, Cash flow and investment, that's the trouble. We don't have enough of either. Not anymore. Von Berger turned to Heinz. I'm transferring 5 million into the company accounts tomorrow. Dear God, Baron, Heinz said. I'll guarantee you results with that kind of money. And so it proved. Over the years, the company contributed more than most to the miracle that became West Germany. As they developed into one of the most important steelworks, von Berger diversified into construction, hotels, the developing post-war leisure industry. Soon, his tentacles moved westward to the United States, his hotel interests burgeoning. And an ex-airborne ranger officer turned New York attorney named James Kelly proved more than useful, eventually becoming head of legal affairs for the American branch of Berger International. At an early stage, he sought out Colonel Strasser, as he had promised, and Strasser became an adept troubleshooter, eventually overseeing all personnel matters for Berger. Ritter had been a different case. As usual with many wartime pilots, Ritter had been unable to do without the adrenaline rush. So though Berger had kept him as a personal pilot, it was never enough. And one day in 1960, Ritter, performing at an air show in an Me-109, stalled for the last time and plunged into the ground. At the funeral, they stood together, the Baron, Schneider, Hoffer, Strasser, and Kelly, who had flown over from the States. 38 years old, and after all that he did, Strasser said. I'd say that's young. It frankly makes me uneasy. Schneider, always young Schneider to them, said, That Berlin flight was amazing. We shouldn't even be here now. Well, we are, and the work continues, the Baron said. As the Cold War extended, the position of the great estate of Holstein-Heath became more ambivalent. But von Berger's position as one of West Germany's leading industrialists gave him the right international contacts needed to block anything the East German regime could do. The estate had developed to prosperity beyond belief, with Karl Hofer as general manager and young Schneider as his assistant. Von Berger poured in money and totally refurbished the castle, using the apparently inexhaustible funds from Geneva. He even had a runway constructed in the meadow, big enough for small planes to land. Any overt support of Nazi ideals was not part of his agenda. It would have been counterproductive anyway. But gradually, over the years, there was a quiet coming together of others whose names were on the lists in Hitler's briefcase. Not the Kameradenwerk, the action for comrades that Hitler had mentioned, but a sort of secret brotherhood, almost like a Masonic order, with Max von Berger as a kind of godfather. Anyone with the right background, the right ideas, could turn to him and get a hearing, a handout, help. Always discreet, always reasonable, a legend to the former soldiers of the German army, there was nothing the authorities could complain of. The truth was that the brutal death of his wife and son had killed something inside him in a single devastating moment. He had taken his revenge, which had proved no revenge. It had, as he'd read in a poem, made of his heart a stone, left him curiously lacking in emotion. The years rolled on, and in 1970 that emotionally cold heart found release when, at 48 years of age, he formed an attachment for a young Italian woman named Maria Rossi. Attractive and clever, with a degree in accounting, she became a personal assistant, travelling the world with him, and the inevitable happened. Von Berger fought against his feelings for her, for it seemed a betrayal of his wife. But before he had to make any final decision, the situation resolved itself. She left him quite suddenly, leaving behind a brief apologetic letter telling him that family business had called her away to Palermo. He never heard from her again. Time went by, and people started to die on him. First, Schneider was killed in a stupid accident on the estate, when a tractor he was driving turned over, crushing him to death. Strasser went next with lung cancer 10 years later. Von Berger went to the funeral with Hofer. It was 1982, and he was 60. The Grim Reaper is spacing things out, Karl, have you noticed? It had occurred to me, Baron. Hofer had remarried in middle life, a cousin, a widow from the village. She had died of a heart attack only a year before. He was 2 years older than von Berger. So what do we do? Gird our loins. I've been thinking of going into the arms business, and there's always oil, especially with Russia opening up. May I ask why you need to do that, Baron? Hofer said patiently. You already have enormous wealth. My dear Karl, more than even you could imagine. But my life lacks purpose, Karl. There is an emptiness I cannot fill. Maria Rossi made me warm for a while and then went. This void in me, I must fill it, and work and enterprise are the only way. He clapped Hofer on the shoulder. Don't worry about me, Karl. I'll sort it out. The following day, back at the Schloss, he visited the chapel, opened the secret place, and leafed through the Hitler diary. He had read it so many times that he almost knew it by heart. There had never been any occasion to use it, and as he replaced it now, he wondered if there ever would be. He sat there for a while by the mausoleum, thinking of his wife and son, then took a deep breath and stood up. So, Russian oil fields and armaments. So be it. And he went out. By 1992 he was 70. His holdings in Russian oil extensive because of the temporary loss of the Kuwaiti oil fields in the Gulf War, and the embargoes placed on Iraqi oil. The money simply poured in, and the continuing threat in the Middle East and India and Pakistan made for more and more lucrative deals in the arms business. In both Britain and the United States there was unease at the highest level about his various dealings, but he didn't care. He was now head of a consortium so staggeringly wealthy that his power was immense. In 1997, James Kelly died in New York. But later in the same year, the Baron suffered his greatest blow of all, when Karl Hoffer passed away with a heart attack. The open coffin was on display in the chapel. Sitting beside it, alone, his hands on the silver handle of the cane he needed to get around these days, he thought of their years together in the war, and that last final flight from Berlin. So it would appear I am the last, old friend. My hip bothers me a great deal these days. You remember our old wartime motto? To the men of the SS, nothing is impossible. He sighed, then gathered himself together. So, back to work. He limped out, and the chapel door slammed behind him. It was quiet, lit only by the guttering candles. Little did he know that just around the corner a series of events were waiting that would change his life as surely as their flight from Berlin. London, the empty quarter, Iraq. Chapter 3. The following year was the first time he met Paul Rashid, the Earl of Lochdu. The legendary figure behind Rashid Investments, the Earl had had an English mother and an Omani general for a father, and had served in the SAS during the Gulf War. The Rashid wealth was well known, as was their grip on the oil fields of Hazar, and also in the Dhofar. For Paul Rashid was Bedou, and controlled the vast deserts of the empty quarter. Berger International had sought oil concessions in the Dhofar, but even the Americans hadn't been able to break the iron control of the Rashids. The Baron tried a different approach. He arranged an arms deal with Yemen, then asked Rashid Investments to broker it for him, reporting directly to him. In this way he hoped, of course, to get to meet Paul Rashid. And one day he received a message that the chairman would meet him in the piano bar at the Dorchester Hotel. He arrived in the early evening as stipulated, and ordered a whisky, an Irish. He'd always favoured that. He sat, hands on the handle of his cane, and noticed a supremely beautiful woman pause at the entrance. She wore a black jumpsuit, her black hair hanging to her shoulders and framing a face that could have belonged to the Queen of Sheba. And then she came down the steps and approached him. "Baron von Berger." "Why, yes." He started to rise. "No, don't get up." She pulled a chair forward. "I'm Lady Kate Rashid." He was totally thrown. "My dear young lady, I was expecting Lord Lochdu." "But you asked for a meeting with the chairman of Rashid Investments, and that's me. My brother prefers to stay in the shadows, so to speak." She laughed. "Don't look so surprised. I did manage to get an M.A. at Oxford. Now let's have a glass of champagne, and you can tell me how we can possibly help the great Baron Max von Berger to do something he can't do for himself." She called to Giuliano, the bar manager, and ordered house champagne. "Oh, don't worry. It's the best in the place. But then everything here is the best." "So, Baron?" "Well, as you may know, Berger International dabbles in the arms business. I wouldn't call it dabbling, Baron. It's not quite on a par with your oil interests." He smiled. "I have an order from the Yemeni government for assorted weaponry. £10 million worth. It's no big deal, but the shipment is Russian in origin, So I was hoping to bring it down from the Black Sea in a Greek-owned freighter to Aden. Let me guess. Suddenly there are difficulties with the port authorities in Aden. Greedy hands held out. You are a very perceptive young lady. A realist, Baron, who understands the Arab mentality. I do not regard myself as Arab, Baron, and not just because I'm half English. I am well aware of that. Your family is as great in England as my own is in Germany. I meant no slight. Of course you didn't. But, as I said, that's not what I meant. My other half is Bedou, and that is different from being Arab. We bow our heads to no one. The Bedou are the real power in Hazar and the Dhofar, but especially in the empty quarter. The Bedou control the empty quarter, and the Rashid control the Bedou. My brother is the undisputed leader. A remarkable man, the Earl, and the rise in Rashid investments has been equally remarkable. And yet he is not so often on the scene, as it were. As I told you, he prefers to stay in the shadows. I have two brothers, George and Michael, who are managing directors, and, as you know, I am chairman. And Paul? He prefers to spend time in Hazar with the Bedou. To them he is a great warrior. He roams the desert by camel, lives in the old Bedou way, guarded by men who would die for him, burned by the sun. He eats dates and dried meats. Would you eat dates and dried meats, Baron? Giuliano had materialized with the waiter and thumbed the cork off a bottle of Dorchester champagne. Max von Berger laughed out loud. To be frank, I'd rather enjoy the delights of the piano bar. Then taste the champagne for me. Only if you allow me one privilege. And what would that be? To call you Kate. It's a delightful name and suits you beyond measure. She smiled. My pleasure, Max. He laughed again and nodded to Giuliano, who smiled and poured. So, where are we, Kate? Regarding your arms shipment, it's no problem, but we can do better than the Greek freighter. I'll provide a Rashid ship with an Arab crew. I'll sort out the Aden end of things and provide security for the cargo, including its deployment up-country. And what will I have to pay for such munificence? 25%. There was a moment's pause, then von Berger smiled. What a remarkable young woman you are, Kate. I accept, of course. No contract? No handshake? My word. He raised his glass. To you, my dear, and to the future. They clinked glasses and drank. She nodded to Giuliano, who came forward to refill, and then she sat back, watching the Baron calmly. She knew everything about him, or at least thought she did. He intrigued her, everything about him, and she enchanted him. Not in some silly, superficial way, a 76-year-old man falling for a beautiful young woman. It was just that everything about her was so remarkable. To the future, you say? She smiled. So now we come to it. Your interests in the Russian oil fields are not enough. You seek oil concessions in the Dhofar. It was a statement. He said, Alas, to no purpose. The Russians have tried, the Americans, even a British consortium. So now, by coincidence, we have Max von Berger of Berger International coming to Rashid, hoping to meet my brother to broker a piffling little 10 million arms deal. Von Berger hadn't enjoyed himself so much in years. He laughed again. I surrender completely. I thought if I met your brother it might make a difference. Then why didn't you say so? You are interested in the Dhofar and development. So are we. You want to discuss this with Paul? I'll arrange it. We'll fly in a company Gulfstream to Hazar, say 10 tomorrow morning. We'll go up country by helicopter to Shabwa Oasis in the empty quarter, and my brother will see you there. Does any of this seem acceptable? Only that if I was 40 years younger, I'd have been at your feet. Oh, very nice, especially coming from the pick of the SS. So, it's a date. Now, as our business here is concluded, what about taking me somewhere nice for dinner? The Ivy would be acceptable. All those awful celebrities make it so interesting. And Max von Berger, filled with excitement, pushed himself up and clicked his heels. Lady Kate Rashid, the pleasure is all mine. The following day, the Rashid Gulfstream landed in Hazar at the military base, a relic of British imperialism. A Hawk helicopter was waiting, and Kate led the way to it, von Berger following. He hadn't felt so alive in years. So much of the time on the flight from Northolt had been spent in conversation about every subject under the sun. He was totally fascinated by her. The flight in the helicopter was noisy and uncomfortable, as it carved away through the great heat, bouncing in the thermals over the vastness, the desolation of the empty quarter. Evening was falling. The huge sand dunes stretched to infinity, or so it seemed, and von Berger loved it, all of it. Age seemed to have slipped away from him. And then, in the distance, in the gloom, there were fires, and finally the Hawk swept in over the vast Shabwa Oasis and hovered. It was a great pool surrounded by palm trees, herds of camels and goats, and an enormous encampment. Women, children and men, all Bedou, milling around. The helicopter landed, the engine stopped. The pilot opened the door and stood to one side. "Here we are then, Baron," Kate smiled. "If you would follow me." She was wearing a khaki bush shirt and trousers. Now she pulled on a headcloth and stepped out. The crowd had stepped back, and Rashid warriors ran forward with rifles, making a line. The silence was almost total, except for the snort of a camel and the plaintive bleating of the goats. Then down the lane came Paul Rashid, a dramatic figure in headcloth and black robes. He held out his arms. "Little sister." Kate ran to him for his embrace. The crowd erupted, the noise deafening. Paul Rashid turned to von Berger and held out his hand. "You must excuse their enthusiasm, Baron. My sister has a special place in their hearts." "I find that perfectly understandable." Rashid's grip tightened. Then he leaned forward and kissed von Berger on each cheek. "Excuse the familiarity, but witnessed by my people, this makes you special too. Inviolate, you might say. Word spreads easily in the empty quarter, better than on a computer. You will always be safe here." To von Berger it was so familiar. It was like Holstein Heath, the dark place, the special relationship with his people. He was very moved. "You make me proud, my lord." Rashid turned to the crowd. "This is Baron von Berger, my friend." The crowd raised their voices. The camels wheezed. Everything was in motion. Kate turned to von Berger. "Just go with the flow. And remember, from now on, you are the guest of every Bedou in the empty quarter." "So, a little hospitality would be in order," Paul Rashid said. "First, you must refresh yourself after the journey, then we eat." "And then comes business," Kate said. "Enough for now." Paul Rashid turned and led the way through the crowd. The Baron was taken to a richly furnished tent with carpets and hangings. A canvas bath was provided. 2 young men on hand who spoke English and attended his every need. Later he was taken to a larger tent, filled with people eating and sitting on cushions in the traditional way. Women bringing in food of many kinds from the cooking tent. Stews, roasted lambs, an absolute feast. Von Berger sat between Rashid and Kate. Rashid said, "I trust you understand. My people expect this. They have their traditions, Baron." "Max," von Berger told him. "Please, call me Max." He reached for a dish of some sort of lamb chops a woman offered, took one with his bare hand and tried it. "Delicious." He turned to Paul Rashid. "One old soldier to another. I was in the Winter War in Russia, and this is infinitely better." Paul Rashid smiled. "Then enjoy, my friend." Much later they sat, the three of them, by a blazing fire, guards sitting close by, drinking coffee, AK-47s across their knees. Rashid said, "So, this Yemeni arms affair, of course we'll broker it for you. No big deal. But let's be frank. What my sister said to you was true. This Yemeni thing is nothing to you, we know that. What you are interested in are oil concessions, in the empty quarter perhaps, and certainly in the Dhofar." "Absolutely. I know that the Russians are after it, the Brits, the Americans. But your influence with the Bedu confounds them all." "That's true." There was silence. The Baron said, "Would you happen to have a cigarette?" "Of course. I'll have one with you." He called in Arabic. A youth ran forward, and cigarettes were provided, and a lighter. "They got me through the Winter War, these things," the Baron said. "And me the Gulf War," Rashid replied. "We have much in common." Von Berger turned to Kate. "Listen to what I say. I would value your opinion." "Of course." "Right. If I try to obtain concessions in the Dhofar, the great powers will put in place as many roadblocks as they could. Even now, the Russian government isn't happy with my holdings in their country. Any extension of my power would displease them." "That would seem obvious," she said. "And the Americans have always distrusted me. The Hitler business never goes away." He turned to Rashid. "You, on the other hand, they are stuck with. That intrigues me. Why haven't you used those concessions in the Dhofar?" Rashid drank his coffee. "Tell him," he said to Kate. "Cash flow," she said. "Rashid Investments is worth billions, but it's all tied up. Capital investment, mainly. I don't need to tell you that oil exploration is an expensive business." "But if you had the resources, you could go ahead in the Dhofar. America and Russia could do nothing." She looked at him calmly. "We'd need a lot of money, and I wouldn't want it tied up by the banks." "What she means is we need something like $1 billion in cash, nice and fluid in our own account to get started," Paul Rashid said. Von Berger nodded. $2 billion would be better." They both stared at him. $2 billion, Kate said. "Yes. Let's see, today is Tuesday. I'll set the wheels in motion. You could have it by Friday." He smiled. "And then you would be developing oil in the Dhofar, not me. The White House, the Kremlin, Downing Street, they wouldn't know a thing." It was Kate who answered. "Oh, God, that would be beautiful." Her brother held up his hand. "This is not a joke. You're not that kind of man." "No, I'm not renowned for my sense of humour where money is concerned." "But the manipulations necessary to raise such a sum on the international finance scene would be very obvious. There is no way the Americans, the Russians, and the Brits would not be aware of it." "No, there you are wrong. There would be no need for anything unusual to happen. I have access to unlimited cash funds." Kate was astonished. "In that amount? But from where?" "Oh, Swiss banks. I am what is known as cash rich. There'll be no wheeler dealing on the stock exchanges, no haggling for loans or investments in the financial markets. Just healthy injections of cash into Rashid investments, as you choose." They looked at each other. Kate was excited and clutched at her brother's arm. "Paul, we'll never have such a chance again. We can confound them all." "I know, little sister." Rashid turned to von Berger. "And in return?" "In return, I would expect to be made a silent partner in Rashid Investments." "On what terms?" "Nothing onerous, nothing unreasonable. We can work it out together here, and I'll step back. In fact, we shouldn't even meet socially, not ever again." He turned to Kate. "Which will be a great deprivation." Paul Rashid sat brooding. After a while he said, "Those international oil cartels. They'd love to drill anywhere they damn well pleased in the Dhofar and walk all over the Bedou in the process. Rape the desert." "And you would do it differently." "It can be done differently, Max. No one knows that better than you. You're right, by the way. We can't be seen together in the future." "So, we have a deal?" "Subject to our agreement on the partnership, yes. I'll arrange all the necessary documentation, and you will arrange the funding." "By Friday." "We have an ancient Bedou custom, more binding than any contract." Rashid took a small razor-sharp knife from his belt. "Your thumb, Baron. The left hand." Von Berger held out the hand. Rashid touched the end of the thumb and drew a spot of blood. He did the same to his own, then touched it to von Berger's, their blood mingling. Kate held out her left hand. "Me too. It is my right. I brought him." He smiled. "And you did well, little sister." He pricked her thumb also, and she touched his and then von Berger's. Paul Rashid leaned forward and put an arm about both of them. "This bond that will last for life itself." "I swear it on my honour," von Berger said. Kate smiled, and something glowed in her eyes. "What a pity, Max, that we can't meet again. But Paul is right. No more piano bar." He spread his hands. "I am desolate." Little did he know, but some 2 years later he was to meet her again, and under the most dramatic of circumstances. January 2000, to be precise. Von Berger was approached through his Berlin offices by Iraqi government sources. They wanted exploratory talks regarding arms supplies. Von Berger wasn't surprised. Arms dealers all over the world had been approached. There wasn't much chance of keeping quiet about it with the Israeli Mossad so closely allied to American and British intelligence. He wasn't certain why he went to Iraq at all. He didn't approve of Saddam Hussein or his regime. The lift that Kate Rashid had given to his life had been only temporary. Since the meeting in Hazar, he had not had any overt contact with the Rashids. The business dealings in the Dhofar, in which he had invested so much, had prospered hugely. The truth was that he was 78 years old, and the only people he had cared about were dead and gone. He had accomplished so much, and there was nothing left that was worth doing. He was also bored, so he went to Baghdad. The city seemed immense, ancient and yet modern, hot and dusty, crowded with humanity. He flew into the airport in a Gulfstream and was received with extreme courtesy by a young intelligence major called Arun, immaculate in a khaki uniform that looked as if it had been tailored in London's Savile Row. Sporting medals and the wings of a paratrooper, he was handsome, intelligent, and spoke good English. He eased von Berger through the usual formalities and escorted him out to a limousine, a Lincoln, He joined him in the rear seat. "Do you smoke, Baron?" He offered his cigarette case. "Why, thank you." Von Berger accepted a light and leaned back, peering out at the crowded streets. "Fascinating. Yes, well, I think it will rain later." "Is that good?" "In this city, yes. The smell can be overpowering, and Baghdad was not created to fit in with the invention of the motor car. I'm taking you to the Al Bustan, Baron, a 5-star modern hotel." "And my meeting?" "He can't see you today. I'll let you know." "Of course." Already von Berger was wondering whether he should have come in the first place. Later that evening, he stood on the terrace of his suite, smoking a cigarette and drinking Irish whiskey. It was a strange thing to find in his suite, and he wondered who had known enough about him to supply it. There was a flash of lightning and a rumble of thunder, and rain started to pour down. He looked at the crowded streets, the slow-moving traffic, but already the air smelled fresher. It was as if a weight had been lifted. He finished his whiskey, and the mobile phone in his breast pocket, an international model, rang. "Who is this?" he inquired. "How about a drink in the piano bar?" said a woman's voice. "Oh, sorry, that's not possible. You're at the Al Bustan in downtown Baghdad." He was astonished. "Kate, it's you! Where are you?" "Never mind." "And how on earth did you know I was here?" "Oh, I know most things. That you're brokering some sort of arms deal with Saddam, for instance. When are you seeing him? Or are you?" "It was supposed to be today, but it's been delayed." "Who said so?" "The young man who received me at the airport, a Major Arun." "A major? They should be doing better than that for you. It all smells a little like old fish to me." "Well, dictators can be like that. I was raised on Hitler, remember." "All right, but listen, take care. I'll check back to see how you are. You'll be pleased to know we're making a fortune, partner." The line went dead, and he switched off. He languished for 3 days, and had decided to go back home when the hotel phone finally rang. It was Arun. "He'll see you tonight at 9:30. I'll pick you up at 9 and deliver you to the presidential palace." "How kind," von Berger said. "I was about to leave." "Please, Baron, his sense of humour is limited. In any case, you wouldn't have made the airport. I would suggest you be ready on time." Max von Berger laughed. "My dear boy, I wouldn't miss it for anything." When von Berger went down to the hotel foyer in response to Arun's phone call, he found the Major standing by a Mercedes sedan. He wasn't in uniform, and wore a black leather bomber jacket and jeans, as did the driver. Von Berger wore a black suit, white shirt, and dark tie. "I feel overdressed." "I was ordered to make this as low-key as possible. Get in." The Baron did, sitting in the rear. Arun in front beside the driver. As they drove away, the thunder rumbled again and rain erupted, deluging the slow-moving traffic. A scene of chaos. Horns honking, the sidewalks crowded with people, most of them seemingly oblivious to the rain. "This is the main thoroughfare through the old town, Al-Rashid Street. It's not too far to the palace." Al-Rashid Street. It made von Berger think of Kate. She hadn't rung back. The car braked behind a truck close to the curb, where several young men were sheltered under the awning of a cafe, smoking cigarettes and talking. As the Mercedes paused, they noticed it and stared, very much aware of von Berger's Western clothes. They began talking excitedly in Arabic, youths of a kind to be found in any great city in the world, and intent on mischief. Suddenly they approached the car, and someone wrenched open the rear door of the Mercedes. "American, hey? We don't like Americans." No, I am German. You lie! American! Hans reached in for him. Arun got out on the other side and pulled a pistol, but 3 men jumped on him from behind, wrestled him to the ground and started kicking him. His driver was dragged out and received the same treatment. Von Berger thought his last hour had come, as many hands grabbed at him, pulling him into the middle of the crowd. A tall, young, bearded man, incongruously in a baseball cap and T-shirt, seemed to be the leader. He brandished Arun's pistol and shouted to the crowd, then advanced on von Berger as they held him. "Americans, we kill," the man said. But just then came a squeal of brakes, as 2 Land Rovers skidded to a halt, the sound of a shot fired into the air, and a woman calling in Arabic. The men turned, pulling von Berger with them, and he saw Kate Rashid standing by one of the Land Rovers in headcloth, khaki bush shirt and slacks. She was holding a Browning high-power, and the 6 Bedu guards with her had AK-47s at the ready. "Let him go," she said in English to the man in the baseball cap. "He is American, and Americans we kill," he shouted. "And who are you, woman, to tell us what to do?" He grabbed von Berger by the hair and rammed the muzzle of his pistol against the Baron's skull. "I say he dies!" Her hand swung up and she fired, shooting him through the mouth, the back of his skull fragmenting, blood and bone spraying over the crowd. He dropped the pistol and fell, and the crowd scattered and ran. The Baron had fallen to the ground, and 2 of the Bedu picked him up. "Kate," he said, dumbfounded. She smiled and turned to Arun, who had picked himself up and leaned on the Mercedes. "Major Arun, I think you know who I am." "Yes, Lady Kate." "I don't know what's been going on here. No uniforms? No military escort?" "He said it had to be low profile." "Really? Well, you'd better see to the scum on the pavement, then clean yourself up, and I'll take the Baron to the presidential palace." She turned to von Berger. "Come on, get in and tidy yourself up. Your hair is all over the place." Sitting in the back of one of the Land Rovers as they drove away, he said, "Where in the hell did you spring from?" "Oh, I was in the region, and heard a whisper relating to your meeting with the great man. For various reasons I wasn't happy. Saddam can do strange things. He's a man of uncertainties. He sends a junior officer to greet you, leaves you kicking your heels for 3 days. A man as important as you? That means he's into another manic phase." "How do you know this?" "Because I know him well. He's a good friend of mine." "No, that's not quite right. He thinks he's a good friend of mine." "And you?" "Oh, I think he's a madman who'd be better off dead. Achieving that will be difficult, however." They paused at the gates of the presidential palace, were checked through instantly when the guards saw Kate, and drove inside, stopping at the bottom of the huge steps leading up to the entrance. Kate turned and said calmly, "Well, here we go, Max. This should be interesting." An army colonel, who had presumably been waiting to greet the Baron, rushed forward to kiss Kate's hand and spoke to her in English. "Lady Kate, I've heard what's happened. It shames us all. Are you all right?" It was so strange how English the Iraqi military sounded, the Baron thought. This was another one who'd probably gone to Sandhurst Military Academy. "The only problem is the man I had to leave on the pavement, Colonel." "He was a dog who deserved to die for his insult to you. Pavements, Lady Kate, are easily cleaned." "Is he aware of what happened?" "His rage was terrible. He has ordered instant police reprisals in Al-Rashid Street. Please, follow me." There was a sudden wailing of sirens outside, and the lights dimmed at once. The colonel waved a hand, and a soldier ran forward with a large hand lamp. "It's an air raid practice only," the colonel said. "Our American friends are not giving us much trouble at the moment. This way." They followed him along corridors of marbled splendour. It was an eerie feeling, The darkness closing in, statues on each side seemingly floating out of the gloom, the pool of light from the lamp, the echo of their feet on the marble. "Are you all right?" Kate whispered. Von Berger said, "I think you might say it's one of the more remarkable experiences I've ever had. And considering I'm the only man you know who was in the Führer bunker, that's quite a statement." She laughed. "Oh, I like you, Max. If only I was 50 years younger," he cut in. "But I'm not, so behave yourself." They halted at an ornate door, sentries on either side. The colonel opened it and went in. They waited, and a voice rumbled. The colonel was back in a moment. "He will see you now." Saddam Hussein was seated alone in uniform at a large desk, the only light a shaded lamp. He was signing documents, but looked up and put down his pen, got up and came round the desk to embrace her, kissed her on each cheek. She said in English, "Baron von Berger doesn't speak Arabic." Saddam never advertised the fact that he spoke English well, but he turned now. "Baron, I am outraged that you should be treated in such a fashion." "It was an unfortunate misunderstanding. They thought me an American. I think I was wearing the wrong clothes." Saddam roared with laughter. "I like that. I can understand that." It was strange how volatile he was, for just as suddenly he frowned and looked down at Kate. "But the insult to you, that is unforgivable. I've ordered reprisals. The military police will teach the scum on Rashid Street a lesson." "But I did teach them a lesson," Kate said. "I shot the leader of the mob." "Excellent! That was your lesson, and now I teach them mine. Come, sit." Which she did, and nodded to von Berger, who took the next chair. Saddam passed across to a window and opened the shutters to a terrace. An all clear sounded, and he looked across the city. Lights started to come on. "We had the Americans and the Brits in the Gulf War interfering, sticking their nose in Arab business. They fly over the so-called exclusion zones, bomb our installations. War, perhaps, will come again." He turned. "Which is why you are here, Baron." Max von Berger turned to Kate, and the look on her face said it all. He took a deep breath. "In what way can I help?" Kate cut in. "Baron von Berger has access to most armaments. What's she looking for? Stinger missiles?" He paced back into the room. "That kind of thing I can get from many sources. What I really need is plutonium." He turned to von Berger. "My nuclear program is well advanced, but we do need plutonium. Can you supply me?" Kate turned and nodded slightly. Von Berger said, "I am aware of sources." "Excellent." Saddam sat behind his desk again. "If the Americans come, at the end I must have a weapon, a special weapon to stop them dead in their tracks. People talk of biological weapons, but this is not enough. Only a nuclear device will suffice." Max von Berger could have pointed out the catastrophic results of American retaliation, cited the fate of Japan at the end of the Second World War, but didn't. There was no point. He now realized at first hand that Saddam Hussein was a madman. "So, what do you want from me?" he asked. "I told you! Plutonium, Baron! Plutonium!" Saddam stood up, and his head was shaking. "Don't waste my time! Go away and get me plutonium!" Von Berger was aware of Kate's hand on his arm and stood up. "I'll see what I can do." Saddam picked up his pen and started to sign more documents. Kate pulled von Berger away, and he had the good sense to go with her. In the Land Rover, he said, "He's a raving lunatic." Of course. But that's not what's important now. I had my other Land Rover retrieve your belongings from the Albustan. I've also arranged a departure slot for your plane. You should get out while you can. His manic moods are terrible. You never know what he'll do. I'll take your advice. Will you try to find him plutonium? And Max von Berger, a major in the SS, once Hitler's aide, said, "Not in 1,000 years." Good, she said. You're a lovely man, Max. So let's get you to the airport and out of this place. Germany. Chapter 4. It was the following year, and von Berger was in Brazil on business when he heard of the appalling tragedy that had befallen the Rashid family. The deaths of the brothers George and Michael and Paul. The news came too late for him to fly back for the funeral, and what would have been the point? Because of the particular nature of the peerage, Kate Rashid inherited, and was now Countess of Lochtu. But the rule still held. There was no public connection between the Baron and the Rashid Empire. At that stage, von Berger knew nothing of the reasons for the deaths, or of the Rashid feud with Western interests, or the cause for it. In time, he would hear of the failed assassination attempt on the life of President Jake Cazalet at his weekend retreat on Nantucket by Irish mercenaries, instigated by Paul Rashid. Then there was the successful assassination of the Sultan of Hazar himself, followed by the failed attempt on the lives of the entire Council of Elders in Hazar, again by Irish mercenaries. It was only later that von Berger realized how important in all this had been Blake Johnson, who ran the basement of the White House. And then there was General Charles Ferguson, who did the same thing for the British Prime Minister, seconded by his right-hand man, Sean Dillon. Dillon, who had personally killed Paul Rashid and his two brothers. But all this knowledge was in the future. For the present, Max von Berger had to be content to follow Kate Rashid's activities from afar. He was aware of the arrival in her life of Rupert Dauncey, an American cousin of some kind, once a major in the Marine Corps, and was also aware of a certain jealousy. But life went on, and he busied himself in business as usual, until that evening, staying for a few days at the Schloss, when, on a whim, he decided to have supper at the inn, the Eagle. It was crowded. A Friday night. Snow falling, winter beginning. When he went in, he received his usual welcome, and the innkeeper, Meyer, hurried to meet him. "Baron, are you dining with us tonight?" "I think so. I'll take your special hot pot with potatoes and dumplings. How could I do better?" "You honor us." He led the way to a booth in the far corner, and nodded to the two men sitting there, who jumped up and ducked their heads. "Thank you, my friends." The Baron took off his hat, and Meyer helped with a heavy coat and seated him. "It's a bad night, so I'll have champagne. It'll liven things up a little." Meyer departed, and the Baron took out his case, selected a cigarette and lit it, aware of the man standing at the bar drinking beer and scowling at him. This was one Hans Klein, a huge brute, a local farmer and drunkard. He was seriously in arrears with his rent, had failed to pay again and again. At the town appeals court the previous month, the Baron had given him 3 months until eviction. As Meyer brought the champagne in a bucket and a glass, Klein said loudly, "That's all right for the high and bloody mighty." He turned to the barmaid and slammed his hand on the bar. "Schnapps! And be quick about it, or do we all have to stand in line for him?" Conversation faltered, and Meyer, thumbing off the cork, looked agitated. "Baron, I am so sorry." "Just pour." It was at that moment the door opened. Snow whirled in, and the stranger appeared. He was wearing a hunting jacket with a fur collar and a tweed cap covered with snow, which he took off and beat against his thigh. Strangers were not usual in Neustadt, and he attracted immediate attention. He had black hair, not quite to his shoulders, but long enough, and a handsome wedge-shaped face with a broken nose, with the look of some medieval brave about him. He unbuttoned his coat. "Good evening," he said. "A bad night for it." His German was almost flawless, but as von Berger recognized, there was a hint of Italian there. Meyer said, "Welcome, mein Herr. You've come far?" "You could say that. All the way from Sicily." Klein turned to those nearest him. "Italian!" And there was contempt in his voice. The stranger ignored him and said to Meyer, "I need something to warm me up. You look as if you've got every drink in the world back there. Would you have grappa?" "As a matter of fact, I do." Meyer took a bottle down from the shelf and held it up. The stranger read the label aloud. "Grappa di Brunello de Montalcino." "Jesus, that stuff is firewater. Pour me one now." He took it straight down and coughed. "Wonderful! I'll hang on to it." He turned, saw a small table vacant, and in the same glance the Baron in his booth, amused. The stranger stopped smiling and almost stepped back, as if recoiling physically. He paused, then went to the vacant table, sat down, opened the bottle and poured another one. He glanced at the Baron again, then lowered his eyes. The Baron frowned, strangely uncomfortable. There was something familiar there. It was as if he knew him, but how could that be? Not that it mattered, for it was at that moment that Klein, drunker than ever, erupted. He reached over the bar, grabbed the bottle of schnapps, pulled the cork with his teeth and drank deeply. Then he slammed the bottle down and turned. "You think you're God Almighty, Baron, but I'll tell you what you are. You are a bastard." He was so drunk he didn't know what he was saying. "And I know how to treat bastards like you. Try to come onto my farm. I'll take my shotgun to you." There was total silence from everyone there. The Baron stayed quite calm, sat there, his hands folded over his cane. "Go home, Klein. You are not yourself." Klein lurched forward and swept the champagne from the Baron's table. "You old swine! I'll show you." "You'll show no one," the stranger said, and poured another glass of grappa. "And I suggest you apologize to a great man for insulting him so." The Baron glanced up at him, a slight frown on his face, and Klein turned, lurched across, and leaned on the table. "Italian pretty boy, eh? I'm going to break both your arms." "Really?" The stranger reversed his grip on the bottle and smacked it across the side of Klein's skull. The big man fell to one knee, and the stranger stood, picked up his chair, and smashed it across Klein's shoulders. He backed away, and Klein reached for the table and hauled himself up slowly. He turned, blood on his face, and the stranger said, "You are an animal, my friend. Someone should have taught you this a long time ago." Klein roared with anger and staggered forward, the great hands reaching to destroy. The stranger swayed to one side, tripped him expertly, then kicked him in the side of the head. Klein rolled over, groaned, and passed out. There was an excited murmur, and Meyer rushed from behind the bar. "Baron, all this is terrible. What can I say?" "Very little. Just get him to the police station. They can hold him in a cell overnight." Half a dozen men carried Klein out, while the crowd discussed the events excitedly. turning to look at the stranger, who watched as the barmaid brought a broom and cleared up. He poured another glass of grappa and drank it down in another single swallow. The girl went away. The Baron said, "You handle yourself well. Brutal and effective. I was raised in Palermo. You speak excellent German. My mother raised me too." "I see. You looked at me as if you knew me." "Your photo, yes. I would have searched you out of the Schloss tomorrow. This meeting is by chance." "And to what purpose?" "We could start with your name." "Rossi. Marco Rossi. My mother was Maria Rossi. She was once in your employ." Max von Berger was aware of a slight trembling, a faintness. "Sit down and give me some of that firewater." Rossi filled the glass again and gave it to him and sat. "Why are you here?" "She died after a long fight with cancer. I was a captain in the Italian Air Force until 6 months ago, a tornado pilot. I resigned so that I could be close to her. We lived with my uncle in Palermo, but he died a year ago, so she was alone." "But I don't understand. How can you be called Rossi?" "Because my mother never married. She made me swear to bring her ashes to you, so here I am." He took out a packet of cigarettes, and the Baron said, "I'll have one." His hand shook as he accepted the light. "That's better." He pulled himself together. "Why did she leave me? Do you know?" "Oh, yes. She loved you deeply, but realized how much the memory of your wife remained with you, and I know that terrible story. When she found herself pregnant, she didn't want you to feel beholden or trapped in any way, so she went home to Palermo to the protection of my uncle Tino Rossi. He was an important figure in the mafia." "There was something about you when you came in, something familiar. It was as if I knew you," the Baron said. "Now I know why, but I can hardly take it all in. It's not every day a man finds he has a son. The same for you, I think?" "Not exactly. I've known you and my father for the last 20 years. Rossi stood up. "I'll fix up a room here for tonight and bring the ashes in the morning, and then I'm going home to see if the Air Force will take me back." "No, there's only one place you stay tonight. Schloss Adler." "We must talk," the Baron said, and he led the way out. In the chapel at the Schloss, it was winter cold, and as always the candles guttered, and there was the smell of incense. The Baron had personally carried the casket with Maria Rossi's ashes, and now he placed it in front of the family mausoleum. "I will have her interred with my first wife, and—" He broke then and sobbed deeply. "Your brother." And Marco Rossi, the hard man, harder than even Max von Berger imagined at that time, was immensely moved, put an arm around him, held him close. "It's all right, Father. It's all right. Don't worry. I am here. For this moment, I am here. We mourn together. She loved you very much, believe me. She made a huge sacrifice for that love." Von Berger said, "Because of me. My attitudes, my pride, the stupid von Berger's 700-year-old pride." "Hey," Marco said, "that applies to me too, doesn't it?" Von Berger wiped a tear from his eye and smiled. "Quite true. Now, let's go and perhaps have some supper, a drink, but most of all a chat." Later, in the great hall in front of a blazing log fire, The butler served coffee brandy. "That's fine, Otto," von Berger told him. "We'll manage. You've made arrangements for Herr Rossi?" "Yes, Baron, the Imperial Suite." "Fine. Good night." The butler disappeared into the gloom of the hall, footsteps echoing. Rossi said, "Before anything else is said, I must tell you one thing." "And what is that?" "As I told you, my uncle, Tino Rossi, was mafia. But there's more to it than that. He was an important capo. You know what that means?" "Of course." "When he died, he left my mother hugely wealthy, and with her death, that all comes to me. I need nothing from you. That's not why I'm here. I am here for my mother, and out of respect for my father. I know all about you. You were a great soldier and a great man." Von Berger waved it off. "Tell me about yourself." "I spent my early years in Palermo, of course. Neither my mother nor my uncle wanted me in the mafia, which was difficult, because all my extended family, my cousins, were." "Judging by the way you demolished a brute like Klein, they failed in their wishes." "I spent too much time as a boy on the Palermo streets. You learn fast there. I had a fine education, the best. But I suppose the mafia was somehow in my blood. A kind of arrogance." His hand came out of his pocket, holding an ivory Madonna. He pressed a button, and a blade flashed. "And this? I keep it always. My uncle gave it to me for my 10th birthday." He folded it. Von Berger said, "So, what came with maturity?" "I was sent to Yale University at 17, studied economics, business. I did well enough, had a flair for computers. Then I went home and joined the Italian Air Force, and ended up getting shot down and on the run behind Serb lines in Bosnia." "That must have been difficult." "You could say that." "And you want to go back to it?" "Why not? Within 3 months of qualifying, I was in the Gulf War attacking Basra. Bosnia a few years later, Kosovo. It has a special feel, life on the edge. I don't have a girlfriend at the moment. A little action and passion wouldn't come amiss." "I can understand that. Pour me another brandy." Marco did so, lit a cigarette, and said calmly, "As I've said, I didn't come to seek any advantage from you. In your position, however, I'd be wanting a DNA test." "And that might be a good idea," the Baron said, "but only for one reason. To secure the line, to legitimize you. You are quite obviously my son. I have no dispute with it. In fact, I welcome it. I only dispute this nonsense of you returning to the Air Force. You've taken the pitcher to the well far too often. Enough is enough." "So, what do I do?" "You've got a first-class business background. You're a war hero, and it appears you're a rather ruthless young man if someone crosses you. A street fighter. What did my father do to the Ukrainians who butchered his wife and my half-brother? I come from a long line of warriors." "Exactly. Which is why I wish you to choose to stay with me. To be my right hand." The Baron shook his head. "Damn it, I'll be 80 next year, and to have my son beside me will be such a benison. I realize you are wealthy, and—" Marco Rossi, filled with an emotion he had only experienced with his mother, said, "No, please." He dropped to one knee, took the Baron's hand and kissed it. "You have no idea what this means, to be the son of a man like you." "Ah, but I do." Von Berger put a hand on Marco's head. "Because I am the father of a man like you." And Marco took to his new position in life like a duck to water. From then on, wherever the Baron went, so did he. it became common knowledge that he was, in fact, von Berger's son. And, in intimate moments, the Baron told him everything. About the Führer bunker, and the last interview with Hitler, and the source of his enormous wealth. He even told him of the Hitler diary, and showed him where he kept it. The secret compartment at the back of the mausoleum with the eternal flame burning in an open bowl. Yet he never let him read it. The secret of Hitler's overtures to Roosevelt to end the Second World War was von Berger's alone. He explained the special and secret relationship with Rashid Investments, how Kate Rashid had saved his life, his blood bond with her. All this Marco took on board and understood. And then came that dreadful morning in his suite at the Grand Hotel in Berlin, sitting down to breakfast, when Marco joined him and handed him the early copy of the Times. "I think you'd better read this." It was a front-page account of Kate Rashid's final tragic flight from Dauncey Place. Max von Berger had seldom felt such anguish. He slammed a hand on the table. "But what went wrong, for God's sake? She was a fine pilot." "No one knows. Engine failure, probably. I did some NATO training there with the RAF. I know that coast. Sussex, the marshes, the mudflats, and then that damned English weather. From the report, it was a dawn flight with mist and rain. And according to air traffic control, her plane was on the screen for a short while, then vanished. As you can see, they've begun searching off the coast." Marco went to the bar, poured a brandy and brought it to him. "Drink it down." The Baron did as he was told. "I owed her so much. My very life." Marco felt strangely detached, in a way almost jealous. He lit 2 cigarettes and passed one to his father. "She must have gone down close in. That means reasonably shallow water. They'll find her. And this cousin you told me about, Rupert Dauncey." "Yes, I suppose so." He held out his glass. "I'd better have another." Marco went and got it and brought it back. "What happens now?" Von Berger had not even thought of it until now. "The legal agreements with Paul Rashid passed to Kate, and now on her death they will come into force for me. I will assume control of the Rashid Empire." He took a deep breath, stunned. He had never actually considered it, not with 4 Rashids so vital and healthy. "We must alert our people in Geneva, here in Berlin, London. Everything must be put into motion. And they've still got to find her body. That will take time. Then there needs to be a pathologist's report, a coroner's inquest." The old man, strangely tranquil, said, "Yes, of course. But we must begin now. There will be no need for secrecy any longer. I'll speak to the chief executives of Rashid in New York and London, so they know what to expect. They'll come to heel. They will have no option." "And me, what do you want me to do?" "Ah, for you I have a special task. You will take over all of the security operations for Rashid worldwide. There was a lot going on there, particularly in Arabia and Hazar, and I want to know what it was. How did the 3 Rashid brothers come to die, and why? And now, Kate? It's a remarkable coincidence." "Whatever you say." "You're a genius with a computer, Marco, and you'll be able to access everything they have. You'll have the authority." "London first?" "I suppose so. I'll speak to the Rashid people there, then New York. By that time they'll have either found her or declared her dead." "Can I do anything for you?" "Arrange for the Gulfstream to London, Northolt." "I'll get on it." He went out, and Max von Berger sat there thinking. Life, he thought, was always so unexpected. One different journey after another. And this one, he told himself with a heavy heart, was to end in only one place. In the churchyard of the village of Dauncey. London, the present. Chapter 5. The church door opened, and the cortege appeared, the Baron and Marco close behind. The procession started through the graveyard to the family mausoleum. "Come on," Ferguson said. "I want to see this." The coffin was on a central dais, and people walked around it slowly, paying their respects. The lid was half open, the embalmed body of Kate Rashid revealed. The Baron reached it and paused. Then he took something from his pocket, leaned forward and placed it on her breast. He moved forward, paused to glance at Ferguson, then continued. Dillon whispered, "What in the hell was that about?" They took their turn by the coffin, gazing down at Kate Rashid's calm, dead face, remarkably lifelike thanks to the embalmer's art. Dillon felt no emotion, or told himself he didn't. What the Baron had left was a medal, scarlet and black, the German cross. They moved on. "How interesting," Ferguson observed. "He's awarded her his Knight's Cross with oak leaves and swords. There's far more here than even we know about." Everyone started to turn away through the rain. Dillon said, "Where's this leading, Charles?" "To the Dauncey Arms, Dillon. I understand there will be a champagne buffet there." "And Baron Max von Berger?" Blake asked. "Well, let's go and see," Ferguson told him, and led the way. The Dauncey Arms was already filling up as people filtered into the saloon bar. Like everything else in the village, it was ancient. Black beams on the ceiling, a log fire burning on the old granite fireplace. There were tables in oak booths. Blake managed to grab one and eased in with Ferguson. Dillon moved to the bar, where Betty Moody, the landlady, presided. She frowned. "I didn't know you'd become a Mr. Dillon. You're not welcome here." "I'm not welcome anywhere, Betty." Dillon took a glass of champagne from the row on the bar, swallowed it down, took 3 more, and went back to the booth. "There you go." He gave Ferguson and Blake a glass each and toasted them. Blake said, "Even you don't know this, General. But not more than 24 hours ago the Baron sought and received a meeting in the Oval Office with the President. I was there. He told him that he was now in control of Rashid Investments, and, most importantly, Rashid Oil, a third of all Middle East oil production. He wanted concessions, and the President pointed out that he wasn't comfortable with that." "Why?" Dillon said. "Because Berger has been dealing with Iraq on arms deals. We can't stop the oil production, the world market needs it, but the President made it clear that he was not welcome." "How sad," Ferguson said. "He's seeing the Prime Minister tomorrow morning." "And what'll happen there?" Dillon asked. "The same answer, I expect." "Has the PM spoken to you?" "Briefly, on the phone. He's asked me to attend the meeting." He shrugged. "It's a foregone conclusion." It was at that moment that the Baron and Marco Rossi entered the bar. The Baron glanced around, saw them, and came across. His voice was deep, quite pleasant, with only a hint of a German accent. "Ah, Mr. Johnson, nice to see you again." Blake didn't stand. "Baron?" "General Ferguson." Berger nodded. "We haven't met." "We will tomorrow at Downing Street." "Really?" Von Berger smiled. "I look forward to it. Your reputation precedes you." "It usually does." The Baron turned to Dillon. And you must be the great Sean Dillon, a remarkable man. Jesus, Baron, Dillon said, and what would you be after? Your head, of course. Kate Rashid was my dear friend. She even saved my life once. So, I'll settle for your head. Dillon replied in German, You can always try. There was a frozen moment, and Ferguson said, I really wouldn't bother with Downing Street tomorrow if I were you, Baron. I always travel hopefully, General. Good day to you, gentlemen. Rossi eyed Dillon, his face hard, watchful. Go on, son. Our day'll come. Rossi smiled, as if in satisfaction, turned and followed the Baron out. Ferguson said, So, what do you think? Cade Rashid was a dear friend. He even saved his life, and all he wants is my head. Dillon shrugged. We got trouble here, Charles, big trouble. I'm afraid you're right. He turned to Blake. What about you? The President has asked the Prime Minister to allow me to attend your meeting too. After that, I'll return to Washington. Excellent. We might as well get back to London. Ferguson turned to Dillon. You've got your final debriefing this evening. Debriefing my arse, Dillon said, and smiled at Blake. He's got me into psychoanalysis now, after my last little run-in with friend Rashid. Obviously has me down as some kind of psychotic. There was an edge to him which Blake sensed. Routine, Sean, routine. You went through a lot. Had to kill more than once. Really? Dillon said. I thought I killed everybody. Still, back to London and the Mother Superior. He started for the door. Blake said, Mother Superior? One of Dillon's bad jokes. The person he's seeing is a friend of mine, a lady called Hayden Taylor. She's not only a psychiatrist, but a professor and an ordained priest of the Church of England. She operates out of Harley Street, or St. Paul's Church around the corner if you can't afford to pay. I see. She's like that, is she? Very much so. Oh, well, Blake said as he followed him out. It takes all sorts, I suppose. In the rear of the Rolls-Royce, the Baron said to Rossi, It's nice to put a face to Ferguson and Dillon. Computer printouts lack charm. A hard one, the Irishman, Rossi said. What I've already seen on the Rashid computer is bad. There's no doubt he killed all 3 Rashid brothers. Yes, well, my impression is they asked for it. The Baron shook his head. That attempt on Cazalet's life on Nantucket was ill-advised. You only do a thing like that if you're certain you can succeed. Failure only brings disaster. The Irish mercenaries were well recommended, Rossi said, and well taken care of by Dillon and Company. Max von Berger shook his head. But we still don't know for absolute certainty if they were responsible for Kate's death. I want you to keep on scouring those security files at Rashid Investments for any kind of clue. There must be something there. Don't worry, I will. I have come across something, actually. The names of 2 guys who worked directly for Rashid Security under Rupert Dance's orders. They were ex-SAS named Newton and Cook. They were definitely involved in watching Dillon. Do you know where they are now? Working for a third-rate security firm. I'm meeting them later this afternoon. The Baron frowned. Be careful, Marco. Maybe you should take some muscle. Not for these 2. Rossi smiled coldly. I'm muscle enough. The old man paused. You mean a great deal to me. I know that. And this Dillon is bad news. Did you notice his eyes? Like water over a stone. No expression. Not surprising, given his background. All those years with the IRA, all the killings, and the Brits never managed to lay a hand on him. Marco smiled, until Ferguson shopped him to the Serbs, and then, in a manner of speaking, bought him back, blackmailed him into working for him. The old man said, "This rumour that he tried to blow up the Prime Minister and the War Cabinet in 91, you think it's true?" "Oh, yes, and it made him rich. He was paid a fortune by the Iraqis. Money means nothing to him. A warrior, a soldier, just like you, Marco. And you, Baron." "A long time ago." The old man smiled. "Now give me a cigarette, and don't tell me I shouldn't." The Grenadier was a first-class pub much frequented by Guards officers, an opulent Victorian sort of place with an impressive mahogany bar and booths where one could eat well on traditional English food. At that time in the afternoon, it was quiet when Marco walked in. He stood there looking around, his trench coat damp, a briefcase in one hand, then recognised Newton and Cook from their computer photos and approached. "I'm Rossi." They were what he'd expected. Big men in their mid-40s, once solid, now fleshing out, in bad suits. They looked at him, carefully showing nothing. "What can we do for you?" "Want a drink?" Cook asked. Rossi took off his coat and waved to the bar. "A large vodka martini and 2 large scotches." He sat down and didn't smile when he said, "Trust me, you're going to need them." Newton said, "What is this?" "Shut up! You used to work for Rupert Dauncey and Rashid, and now you work for a shit company. I can't even remember the name, so I ask the questions." Cook looked sullen, but said nothing. "Dauncey gave you orders to follow a guy named Sean Dillon. I'd like to know what those orders were." "Is Dillon in this?" Newton asked. "Would that matter?" Cook said, "He kills people, that bastard." "And it bothers you?" "It'd bother anyone with sense." Marco nodded. "All right, how's this for sense?" He pushed the briefcase over. "There's 5 grand in there. You were dogging Dillon just after he returned to London from Hazar. If you want what's in there, start talking." Newton said, "We heard the whispers. They were going to blow up a railway bridge in Hazar, the Rashids. Dillon fucked them up, along with a pal of his." "And who would that be?" "Billy Salter, a well-known gangster. His uncle, Harry, has been one of the most important governors in the East End for years. Gone legit now, supposedly. He's big in property development by the Thames. They're very thick with Dillon." "So it would seem. The thing is, the Rashids got their hands on Billy at the end of that business in Hazar. Kate Rashid went crazy. Shot Salter a few times, in the back, if you follow me." "And Dillon wasn't pleased?" "No, and neither was the Countess. Dauncey told us she wanted us to jump him in London, sling him in the back of the van and drive him down to Dauncey Place to take care of him proper." "And this was when?" "The night before she flew off in that plane." Marco nodded. "Let me guess. Dillon got the drop on you?" "That's right," Cook said. "Taunted us, really," Newton said. "Told us to tell Dauncey he'd be seeing him soon." "And did you?" "Yes, I did. And not because I had much time for Dauncey. It was just that I liked to think he might be able to sort Dillon out if he appeared." "So Dillon probably turned up in the early hours of the morning when she flew out?" "I'd say so." "It didn't occur to you to notify the police of any of this after you read about the crash?" "You've got to be joking," Newton said. "Whatever went on here wasn't the kind of thing we wanted to get involved with." "All right. Anything else?" "That's it." Marco pushed the briefcase a little closer. "Then this is yours." He stood and pulled on his trench coat. 9 o'clock Monday morning. Report to the Rashid Security Division. Ask for Taylor. I'll tell him to expect you. Newton looked at Cook, uncertain. I'm not so sure. I mean, Dillon... Leave Dillon to me. On the other hand, if you'd rather stay working as bouncers at some third-rate nightclub, feel free. Newton stood up and said hurriedly, No, we're with you, Mr. Rossi. Which bound them to him, and suited him perfectly. In fact, you could take the rest of the day off and do me a favour. Dillon has a cottage in a place called Stable Mews. Newton glanced at Cook. Yes, we know it. Hang around outside. See where he goes. Follow him. He took out a card. My mobile number is on that. If there's anything interesting, give me a call. Within 15 minutes of arriving at Stable Mews, Newton and Cook saw Dillon drive out of the garage in a Mini Cooper and followed him. 20 minutes later, they reached Harley Street and saw Dillon park, walk up steps to a door with a brass plate beside it, and go in. I'll have a look, Newton said. He checked the plate, frowned and came back to the car, then called Rossi on his mobile. It says Professor the Reverend Susan Hayden Taylor, clinical psychiatrist. And he's still in there? Yes. I'll come straight around. A moment later, Dillon emerged, but didn't return to his car. Instead, he went down the street, turned the corner and crossed the road to a church. Newton saw him go inside, paused, then crossed the road himself. He phoned Rossi, who was in his car. He's gone round the corner to a church called St. Paul's, and get this, the priest's name on the notice board is the same as the psychiatrist's. I'll be with you in a few minutes, Rossi told him, and switched off. Now what in the hell was Dillon up to? The church was Victorian, and smelled of damp, also of burning candles and incense. It was a dark and secret place, only the altar glowing in candlelight, a statue of the Virgin and Child to one side. It was old-fashioned Church of England, but it always took Dillon back to his Roman Catholic childhood and the Jesuits who'd had a hand in his education. Remember we, Sean, he said, one corruption is all corruption. By the small things shalt thou know them. And how many times had that helped him over the years? Of course, in the end, it meant you didn't trust anybody. The vestry door was closed. He listened to the murmur of voices, sighed and sat in one of the pews, thinking of Kate Rashid. 2 churches in one day, old son. This could get to be a habit. Behind him, Marco Rossi slipped in cautiously through the open door, saw him, faded into the darkness at the rear, and sank onto a rush-bottom chair behind a pillar in the corner. After a while, the vestry door opened, and a young girl emerged, crying a little. Professor Susan Hayden Taylor was with her, a calm, pleasant woman in a clerical collar and a cassock. She put an arm around the girl, who was carrying a bag. Off you go, Mary. They're expecting you. St. Paul's Hospice, Sloane Street. Stay as long as you like. We'll sort it out together. God bless. And God bless you, Reverend. The girl moved out. Professor Hayden Taylor didn't notice Dillon in the gloom of the other side of the aisle. Picked up a broom from somewhere, went to the altar, and started to sweep the floor. If there's not one thing, it's another with you, Dillon said. Comforting the weak, and then brushing the bloody floor. She paused, turned and saw him. 17, Sean, that's all, and with no one to help her. And she's not weak. She's just been diagnosed with breast cancer. God damn it, he exploded. Me and my big mouth. It's your nature, she said calmly. God, I feel rotten. Can I help? Can I give you a cheque? Easily done, Sean. After all, you're a rich man. All that money for a wicked deed, trying to see off the Prime Minister. She smiled like an angel. But I'll take the cheque. The hospice needs to have the central heating refurbished and some plumbing work in the kitchen. It's the hard woman you are, but it's a deal. Excellent. She sat in a pew 2 rows away, facing him. Not that it'll do your immortal soul much good, mark you. You can have a cigarette if you want. God won't mind. A decent old stick he is. Dillon lit up. So now what? A final debriefing, Ferguson said. I thought I'd covered everything. I just want you to cover it again. Why? It's called catharsis, Sean. A kind of mental outpouring which could be good for you. That's an unlocking of things you've been turning away from. Like all those years with the IRA. All the killing, you've got to be joking. All right. Your conflict with the Rashids. You killed all 3 brothers. Who were trying to kill me? You ruined Kate Rashid's plans, and she tried to kill Billy Salter. You came back to London angry, and she tried to have you kidnapped. You've heard all this? And I want to hear it again. Tell me everything. All right. I told the guys I jumped to tell Rupert Dauncey I'd be calling in at Dauncey Place in the early hours of the morning. How did you feel? Well, I armed myself to the teeth and drove down from London. Ferguson had nodded it. This was me. He lit another cigarette and drifted into the past. I liked Kate Rashid. Always did, but she was barking mad. Responsible for too much blood, and Billy was the last straw. In a way, he ignored her, thinking back. I always told myself that the IRA, all the killing, was because my father was killed in the crossfire of a firefight between Provos and Brit paratroopers in Belfast. But driving down that morning in the darkness and rain, I remember one of my favourite philosophers, Heidegger. For authentic living, he said, what is necessary is the resolute confrontation of death. So what if, for me, it's been a mad game, constantly seeking death? Any psychiatrist worth their salt could have come up with that one. Did you believe it? He smiled. Not really. Only as a motivation. So what happened at the house? I already told you. I let Rupert get the drop on me. Why? Because I think I was a little mad too that morning. A death wish. I was on the edge and she'd gone way over the edge. She had the Black Eagle on her private landing strip. Sir Rupert tied my hands. We got on board and took off. She made it clear he was going to throw me out at 3,000 feet. I had a knife in my boot and cut myself free. And? Rupert dropped the air-stair door. I had a small Colt in an ankle holster, full of surprises, me. I shot him in the head and pushed him out. And she? Went right over. Said we'd go to hell together. The Black Eagle has an ignition key. She switched off and threw the key out. I took over the control and made an engineless water landing. Unfortunately, she had a gun in her purse and tried to shoot me. I managed to jump out with the dinghy, and she went down with the plane. He shrugged. But you know all this. Do you feel any different now? Absolutely not. What would you say was the worst moment? He frowned. 2, I suppose. Being swept in on the Sussex Bore at such speed in the dinghy, and then finding Rupert Dauncey's body alongside, all the way into the estuary marsh. We grounded at the old abandoned pier at Marsham. Which was when you called Ferguson. I had my mobile with me. I filled him in. And what did he do? Came down with the disposal team from London. I sat under the pier for 3 hours in the rain and waited. The disposal team? From the crematorium we use in North London. Rupert Dauncey became 8 pounds of grey ash very quickly. Did that bother you? Not really. He was responsible for many things, but the death of the young daughter of a friend particularly damned him. And Kate Rashid? I'd seen the GPS as we went down in the sea, so I knew where she was. Ferguson gave the job to the Royal Marine Special Boat Squadron. We went in an old fishing boat. You chose to go. That's right. Found her in the cabin at 90 feet. You saw her. I pulled her out. Went up with her on the line. You have to do that slowly from 90 feet. It must have been quite an experience. You could say that. He lit another cigarette. Going through it all again, has it helped? I don't feel particularly cathartic. What's that make me? Psychotic? She said calmly, There's a quotation. There are men of a rough persuasion who are willing to take care of the kinds of situations that ordinary people can't. They're called soldiers. I know that one, and you couldn't have paid me a greater compliment. If that's all, I'll be on my way. Thanks, love. Take care, Dillon. He turned away, paused, and turned back. Look, sometimes I get this dream. I'm going down to the plane, and I reach it, and hang on, and look inside, and she isn't there. Does that make any kind of sense? Perfectly. She shook her head. My poor Dillon. Such a good man in spite of everything, and yet you are what you are. You're a great comfort. Watch your back, my friend. Isn't that what they say in Belfast? He left, and she turned, went up to the altar, and knelt in prayer. Behind her, Marco Rossi tiptoed out. The Baron was using the Rashid house in South Audley Street, not far from Park Lane. He sat by the fire in the Georgian living room and listened intently. When Marco was finished, the old man took a deep breath. Get me a brandy, Marco. We always suspected this, but it's still a shock. Marco went and got the drink, gave it to him, and offered a cigarette from a silver case. So, what do you want me to do? Nothing yet. We'll see what the Prime Minister has to say tomorrow. And then? Marco, you didn't meet Kate Rashid. It was just before you came into my life, and our business dealings, of their very nature, had to be private. But one thing is a fact. I am only sitting here now because of her. I can only pay her back in one way. What she failed to achieve, I will achieve for her. Marco looked taken aback. What, you don't mean Casale? Oh, I have something in mind for the President, all right, but we'll take it slowly. Ferguson and Dillon come first. Yes, first we'll deal with them. I'm sure you'll be up for that, Marco, won't you? At Downing Street the following morning, the Baron and Marco Rossi were admitted and shown to the cabinet room, where they found Ferguson and Blake Johnson waiting, standing on either side of the Prime Minister, who sat in his usual centre chair. Baron, he said, please be seated. This won't take long. The Baron sat, and Rossi stood behind him. I appreciate your frankness. What is the problem, Prime Minister? Berger International was already giving us problems. Your dealings with Iraq, for example, are not acceptable. It's a free market. Not when it comes to arms dealing. Now we hear of your connection with Rashid and your control over the oil market. It won't do. Not in the context of terrorism and the Middle East and Southern Arabia. To be frank, my government will place every obstacle we can think of in your way. Excellent. The Baron stood up. So now we know where we stand. Good morning, Prime Minister. And he walked out, followed by Rossi. The Prime Minister turned to Ferguson. Keep an eye on him, General. I don't trust that man one bit. Outside number 10, the Baron was still sitting in his Rolls-Royce, the door open, Rossi standing beside it, as Ferguson approached. Was there something else, Baron? Don't bother with your disposal team, General. I'm not Rupert Dauncey. Oh, dear, I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Ferguson said. Don't bother. I know everything. So what does that mean? It means that I am declaring jihad on you in memory of my dear friend Kate Rashid. Tell that to Dillon and the rest of your friends. Rossi joined him, closed the door, and they drove away. Well, to quote our hostile friend, at least now we know where we stand, Charles. Blake shook hands. I'll see you. Ferguson went to his Daimler, the chauffeur standing beside it. Dillon was waiting in the rear, and Ferguson joined him. He punched a number on his mobile. It was answered instantly. Who is this? Roper, this is Ferguson. Get yourself down to the Dark Man, and bring the file you prepared on von Berger. We've got problems. Will Sean be with you? Yes. On my way. As they drove off, Dillon said, Well? Oh, the Prime Minister put the boot in hard. No kind of government cooperation. They'll place all sorts of obstacles in the Baron's way. And how did he take it? He's just declared jihad on all of us, in memory of Kate Rashid. And he told me he wasn't a candidate for the disposal team. That's interesting. He knows, Dillon. God knows how. So I think it's time we had a council of war. Well, that makes sense. Dillon lit a cigarette. Quite like old times. As they progressed through the usual bad London traffic, Dillon thought about Berger and what he would entail. The Daimler turned along a narrow lane between warehouse developments and came out on a wharf beside the Thames. They parked outside the Dark Man, Salter's pub, its painted sign showing a sinister individual in a dark cloak. The main bar was very Victorian, mirrors, mahogany bars behind, porcelain beer pumps. Dora, the barmaid, sat on a stool reading the Evening Standard. The afternoon trade was light, except for 4 men in the corner booth and a 5th alongside. Harry Salter, his nephew Billy, his minders Joe Baxter and Sam Hall, and Major Roper in his wheelchair. Harry Salter looked up, saw Dillon first. You little Irish bastard! And you, General! What's going on? Oh, a great deal, Harry. Ferguson squeezed in. We've got trouble, and it affects all of us. How are you, Roper? The man in the state-of-the-art wheelchair smiled. He wore a reefer coat, his hair down to his shoulders, and his face was a taut mass of the scar tissue associated with burns. A Royal Engineers bomb disposal expert, decorated with the George Cross, his extraordinary career had been terminated by what he called a silly little bomb in a family car in Belfast. He'd survived and discovered a whole new career in computers. Now, if you wanted to find out anything in cyberspace, it was Roper you called. I'm fine, General. And you have the file? Yes. Good. Excellent. Yeah, what goes on? Harry Salter asked. Ferguson said, You see to the drinks, Dillon, and I'll fill them in. Afterwards, Harry Salter said, So we're back with Kate Rashid. She was going to knock us all off, and now this geezer's taken over. Dillon, standing at the bar, was joined by Billy, who said, What do you think, Dillon? I think he's serious business, Billy. Well, we've handled serious business before. Yes, and it got you a bullet through your neck, 18 stitches in your face and 2 bullets through the pelvis. Dillon, I'm fit now. I work with a personal trainer every day. Billy, you jumped out of an aeroplane for me at 400 feet twice. It's over, that kind of thing. So, I'm still good on the street. We'll see, younger brother. Behind them, Ferguson had finished. Harry Salter said, "A right bastard, this one. Just as bad as her." "So it would appear. What do you think, Roper?" "Well, the coming together of Rashid and Berger does make them one of the most powerful corporations in the world. It's the apotheosis of capitalism, if that doesn't sound too Marxist." Ferguson nodded. "It's like a bad novel, the whole thing." He turned to Harry Salter. "I've had a trying morning, Harry. Could I have your famous shepherd's pie and an indifferent red wine? I'm in need of comfort." Chapter 6. At the Rashid house in South Audley Street, the Baron sat in the drawing-room with Marco. "So, what's our game plan?" Marco asked. "Let's start by taking some action against the small fry, these gangsters, the Salters. I'll work something out. I have Newton and Cook keeping Dillon's place under surveillance." "Any particular reason?" "Just to keep an eye on him, see where he goes, what contacts he makes. I've given Newton the addresses of those involved on a regular basis with him. Also computer photos." "Where did you get those?" "From the computer right here in the study. There's a mass of information there. Details of various schemes and operations Kate Rashid had put into play." "Business?" "Of a sort." "I'll leave it all to you for the moment, Marco. With the merger of the two companies, I have enough on my hands. Just keep me informed." "Of course, Father," Marco said, and went out. The next morning, the Council of War had moved to Roper's apartment in Regency Square. It was on the ground floor, with its own entrance and a slope to aid wheelchair users. Roper insisted on looking after himself, and had had the apartment, from bathroom to kitchen, specially designed to take care of his problems. His sitting room had been turned into a state-of-the-art computer laboratory, including some highly classified equipment, which was there mainly because it suited Charles Ferguson. Over the years since his disaster in Belfast, Roper had become a legend in the world of computers. He had broken every kind of system from Moscow to Washington, and he had proved his worth to Ferguson and the Prime Minister on more than one occasion. On that morning, Sean Dillon arrived first in his Mini Cooper, parked and pressed the doorbell. The voice box crackled, and Roper said, "Who is it?" "Sean, you idiot. Let me in." The door swung open, and he went through into the sitting room and found Roper in his wheelchair at the bank of computers. He crossed to a sideboard, found a bottle of Irish whiskey, and poured one. "Paddy? OK, well, it's not Bushmills, but you're improving. I'm on a pension, Dillon. The Ministry of Defence being as parsimonious as it is, I have to watch my pennies. You could always sell your medals. The Military Cross would do OK, but the George Cross would make a fortune." "You're always so amusing." Roper tried a smile, always difficult with that ravaged, burnt face. "Don't start feeling sorry for yourself. Ferguson said you'd found something?" "Yes, but let's wait for them." The front doorbell went, and he pressed the remote control. Here they are. A moment later, Ferguson appeared, and with him a woman in her late 30s, with red hair, wearing an Armani trouser suit. She looked like some high-level business executive, but she was Ferguson's assistant, Detective Superintendent Hannah Bernstein, on loan to him from Special Branch. She had an M.A. in psychology from Oxford, but she had killed more than once in the line of duty. "Ah, Dillon," the General said. "We can get straight on with it. What have you got for us, Major?" "You wanted me to have a look at von Berger in general, the way he's been able to take over Rashid. Well, I discovered something interesting. A couple of years ago, he hiked $2 billion into Rashid for their oil exploration in Hazar and the Empty Quarter." There was silence. Hannah said, "Where on earth would he get that sort of money?" "Swiss banks, and it made me smell a rather large rat." It was Dillon who said, "Let me guess. We're into Nazi gold." "And not only that," said Roper. "I got this story from an Israeli intelligence source. Von Berger was in Baghdad to see Saddam on some arms deal, and he was attacked by a mob in the old city. They were going to lynch him when Rashid came on the scene with a few Bedouins, pistol in hand, and saved his life." "I can see it now," Dillon said. "Not being able to sleep at 2:30 in the morning, as often happens," Roper went on, "I decided to go back even farther on von Berger. You know that story that he left Berlin in a Storch that happened to be there as a backup in case von Grimm-Zarado had problems? He told American and British intelligence that it was simply opportunistic. He knew it was waiting in Goebbels' garage and commandeered it." "Only you don't buy it," Dillon put in. "Not for a moment. It was all too convenient. So I decided to access the Führer bunker on my computer. I worked through the records office, the accounts of his interrogations. Then I got into the University of Berlin stuff on the bunker, all the people there, those who died, those who faded away, those who rushed into the night in a mostly vain attempt to escape the Russians. Von Berger's escape was obviously logged." "Where is this getting us?" Hannah asked. "They've kept their records updated. Would you like to know how many people who were in the Führer bunker in 1945 are still in the land of the living now?" Ferguson said, "Other than 80-year-old Max von Berger?" "Yes. How would you like Sarah Hesse, an SS auxiliary who was used by the Führer as a relief secretary for his last 6 months in the bunker? She was 22 years old in April 1945. That makes her 79 now." "Jesus," Dillon said. Ferguson said, "You're obviously leading up to something." "Yes, you could say that. In the final debacle, when everyone fled the bunker, by some miracle, she was one of those who got through the underground tunnels and finally reached the West. She was in the hands of British intelligence in Munich, interrogated and released. In 1945, she met a British captain called George Grant, who was serving in the Army of Occupation. He married her 2 years later." "And what happened?" Hannah demanded. "She came to England. He was a lawyer. They never had children. According to her interrogation reports, she'd been gang-raped by Russian soldiers." "Oh, my God," Hannah said. "And now?" "Her husband died of cancer 5 years ago. She lives at 23 Brickfield Lane. That's in Wapping by the Thames. You can extract anything from these things." He tapped the computer. "It's a 3-storied terrace house that she and her husband owned for 45 years. The way London property has gone these days, it's worth 900,000. "I think that deserves another drink." Dillon went to the paddy bottle. Ferguson said, "You're telling us that we have a woman who was a secretary to Hitler in the last few months of the war?" "Oh, yes. Marrying an English officer and all that, she just got lost, I suppose." "And she would have known von Berger. Must have known him," said Dillon. "I should imagine so." Hannah said, "But what would she have to say?" "God knows," said Ferguson. "But I think it's worth paying a visit, don't you?" The Daimler left first, with Hannah and Ferguson inside, and Dillon followed in the Mini Cooper. Newton said to Cook, "Follow them." "Which one?" "We'll see where it leads." He phoned Marco Rossi on his mobile. Dillon went to Roper's house in Regency Square. Then Ferguson turned up with Bernstein. "They've all come out again, and we're following." "Good. Stay with it. The minute they arrive at any kind of destination, phone me." Brickfield Lane ran down to the Thames, a row of 19th-century houses on one side, mainly renovated. The front doors opened to the street, which was the only place to park. A church was on the other side, St. Mary's, and a graveyard. By the river, a path ran beside a low wall, leading to a jetty at the far end that stuck out into the water, a relic of the old days when barge traffic called in on a regular basis. There was a shop at the end of the street called Patel's, the kind that had prospered under Indian ownership, a general store. At that time of the day, there was plenty of parking available, and certainly in front of number 23. The Daimler turned in, and Dillon pulled up behind. Dillon was first out, and went to the door. There was a bell push, and beneath it a brass plate. "George and Sarah Grant," he said, as Ferguson joined him. Dillon pressed the bell and heard a dog barking. There was the sound of footsteps approaching. A bolt being withdrawn, the door opened on a chain. "Be quiet, Benny," a voice said. A face peered out, worn and lined, very grey hair pulled back from it, above faded blue eyes, and when she spoke it was almost a whisper. "What is it?" Hannah took over. "Mrs. Grant?" "Yes." "I'm Detective Superintendent Bernstein." She held up her warrant card. "Special Branch, Scotland Yard. This is General Charles Ferguson." "We'd like a word, my dear," Ferguson told her. There was immediate alarm on her face. "The police? Oh, what have I done?" It was Dillon who interjected in excellent German. "Don't worry, Liebling, we're not the Gestapo. Information's what we seek." About what?" Every instinct told him to be honest. "About the Führerbunker. About those last few months. And particularly about what happened to Sturmbannführer Max von Berger on the 30th of April, 1945. "Oh, my God," she said in German. "You've come for me after all these years." But she pulled the chain and opened the door. There was a little Scotty dog running around her ankles, yapping. Dillon picked him up and fondled him, and the dog stopped barking and tried to lick his face. The old lady said, "I don't understand. He never takes to strangers." "Oh, I have a way with dogs, ever since childhood. Benny, is it?" He handed the Scotty to her. "All we want is a few words. There's nothing bad intended, I give you my word." She held the dog, looked at Dillon, and touched his face with her other hand for a moment, and when she spoke it was in English. "What's your name?" "Dillon, ma'am." Her eyes became vacant for a moment. "Yes, I believe you. You're a good man, Mr. Dillon, in spite of yourself." Dillon almost choked and took a deep breath. "Trust me. No harm will come to you on this earth, I swear it." "Then come in." And she turned and led the way along the hall. Newton and Cook pulled in further down Brickfield Lane, close to the shop. "You stay here and I'll take a look," Newton said, and walked back to the house. Ferguson's chauffeur was on the other side of the road, smoking a cigarette and walking to the river. Newton quickly checked the brass plate, then returned to the car. "Sarah and George Grant. I'll have words in the shop." A middle-aged Indian was leaning on the counter, reading the Evening Standard. He glanced up, the shop for the moment quiet. "I seem to be wasting my time, as usual," Newton said. "Can you help me? I'm a debt collector, and I was given an Anthony Smith has been behind in payments on a car. I kind of checked the address I was given, 23 Brickfield Lane, only it's Sarah and George Grant." "You've been had," Patel said. "A false address. The Grants have been there forever. Mr. Grant died 5 years ago. Mrs. Grant lives there on her own. Nice old lady, German, actually." "Is that so?" "And she doesn't own a car." "Really? And German, you say?" "Definitely. She told me her name once. Hesse. Sarah Hesse. Lived there more than 40 years. Another wasted journey, but thanks anyway." Newton went back to the car, rang Marco Rossi on his mobile, and explained what was going on. Rossi said, "Stay there, and I'll be in touch." In the sitting room at South Audley Street, the Baron was going through some papers when Marco entered. "When you told me of your final interview with the Führer, you mentioned a secretary. An SS auxiliary called Sarah Hesse? Is this important? It is if she's still in the land of the living and resides at 23 Brickfield Lane, Wapping. You are certain of this? Absolutely. He told the Baron of the sequence of events. The fact that they've gone straight to this woman's house speaks for itself. Thank God this Indian shopkeeper knows her well, or we'd have been totally in the dark. What do we do? Nothing, the Baron said. If the woman tells what she knows to Ferguson, he will come and see me. What do you mean? The Baron gave him a look. It's time I told you something, Marco. You know of the Hitler diary, but only what I've told you. You've never read it. Yes, and I've often wondered why. Because there's a secret in it. In 1945, the Führer entered into negotiations with President Roosevelt in an effort to promote a negotiated peace. The idea was for the Germans and Americans to turn on the Russians, to defeat a common enemy. Roosevelt didn't buy it, but he did discuss it. Hitler sent General Walter Schellenberg of the SS to Sweden, and Roosevelt sent an American multimillionaire and senator named Jake Cazalet. There was a moment's silence. Then Marco said, But that's the name of the President of the United States. And of Jake Cazalet's father. He was a member of Roosevelt's kitchen cabinet. Has it occurred to you how that would look? That Roosevelt, with Cazalet as his agent, actually had such dealings with Hitler? True, it didn't come to anything. But what capital America's enemies around the world would make of it? Cazalet would be finished. He smiled. I've held this secret for years, always certain it would eventually be of great importance. It's unbelievable. So we wait for Ferguson. The Baron smiled again. But that doesn't mean we can't have a drink on it. The sitting room was crowded, not only with furniture but with the bric-a-brac accumulated over a long life. An old grand piano stood in a corner, the top crowded with photos, some in silver frames, the largest of a handsome young man in the uniform of an army captain. Ferguson picked it up. Your husband? Yes, that's George. He was a military policeman. I was an interpreter. That's how we met. She sat down, clutching Benny on her lap. I was interrogated, you know, by the intelligence people about being on the staff in the bunker. Ferguson nodded to Hannah, who said, Tell us about that, Mrs. Grant. There's nothing really to tell. I was an SS auxiliary, a secretary, a typist. I was 22 years old. I was transferred from SD headquarters in Berlin. SD meant SS intelligence, but I was, like I've told you, just a young office girl. So you were there for 6 months, until April 45 and the final catastrophe? Hannah asked. That's right. I was a relief secretary, the most junior of all. I made the coffee, that sort of thing. Dillon was filled with an enormous compassion for this woman. Already old, and more than that, old beyond her years, a woman who had been at the sharp edge of history, but also a woman who was lying. So you knew the Führer? Hannah asked. Of course, but the others were far more important than me, the other secretaries, I mean. Hannah nodded. And Sturmbannführer Baron von Berger? You knew him? Oh, yes. The old lady stroked Benny's head. He was in the bunker for the last 3 months. Wounded in Russia. He came to be decorated, and the Führer took a fancy to him, made him an aide. I see. Was there anything special about him? No, the old lady said. The last couple of days were terrible. Everything was confused. Then the Führer and his wife committed suicide, and we all scattered. Ran for it. A lot of us went through the underground tunnels. Some of us made it. I reached the West and the Americans a couple of weeks later. She shook her head, as if looking back into a past that she didn't want to see. But I went through all this with the British intelligence people all those years ago. Ferguson interrupted. So you didn't see anything of von Berger at the end? She shrugged. He was there, and then he wasn't. But that was true of so many people. Hannah carried on, and yet we know that von Berger escaped from Berlin in a Storch aircraft. He was a prisoner of war for a couple of years, then became a hugely successful businessman. I know nothing of that. Please believe me. I was just a relief secretary, nobody of any importance. She said, almost vacantly, I made the coffee. And because she was old and tired, and her guard was down, she added, The Führer liked it black and not too strong. The second cup he liked with brown sugar. Of course, at the end he had the palsy. His hands shook very much, and I had to pour for him. He had to lift the cup with both hands. It was very awkward when he was dictating. In the astonished silence which followed, Hannah said, The Führer dictated to you? But you told us you were a nobody. The old woman looked at her, dazed, put her hand to her face, and Dillon, in one of the cruelest acts of his life, shouted at her in German, Fräulein Hesse! You've been less than honest. You will speak. Hannah started to protest. Oh, for God's sake, Sean. But he pushed her aside and towered over the old lady. You took dictation from the Führer, didn't you? Yes. She was terrified. What kind of dictation? Explain. Her head shook from side to side frantically. No, I dare not. I swore a holy oath to serve the Führer. Already hating himself, Dillon raised his voice and thundered at her. What was so special? You will tell me. She broke then, and answered him in German. Each day for 6 months he dictated his diary to me. Hannah spoke excellent German, and Ferguson spoke enough to understand. Dear God in heaven! Hitler's bloody diary, he said. Dillon knelt down and kissed Sarah Hesse on the forehead. I'm sorry I frightened you. It's all right now. He hugged her. Just one more thing. What you said about Max von Berger, it wasn't true, was it? Her eyes had filled with tears. No. He was there in the Führer's study on the 30th. I was there too. The Führer had a mission for him to fly out of Berlin in a plane hidden in Goebbels' garage. To do what? Hannah asked. Why, to save the diary. A holy book, the Führer called it. He said it must never be copied. Ferguson said, The diary was completely up to date, then? Oh, yes, up to that very day. I covered the last 6 months of the war, all the traitors, all those who let him down, accounts of everything. His attempts to negotiate a peace with President Roosevelt, the secret meetings in Sweden. The silence was breathtaking. His what? Charles Ferguson whispered. Oh, yes, she said. I wrote down every word, General, and in spite of the years, I remember everything. Which was exactly what she proceeded to tell them. They left half an hour later and paused by the Daimler. God, you are a bastard back there, Hannah said to Dillon. He certainly was, Ferguson said. But it worked. It was all those years ago. But the SS training never goes away, Dillon said. The shouted command, the harsh voice, and the response is a reflex. "Anyway, now we know where Max von Berger's millions came from," Ferguson said. "And can't do a thing about it," Hannah said. "We're also in possession of the uncomfortable fact that in 1945 Hitler made a peace overture to Roosevelt, and Roosevelt took it seriously enough to send Jake Cazalet's father to Sweden to discuss it with Hitler's representative," Ferguson said. "But, sir, if nothing came of it, does it matter?" Hannah said. "Oh, yes, my dear, it most certainly does. And the involvement of the president's father makes it worse. The media would have a field day. Roosevelt, Cazalet, and Hitler." He shook his head. "It could do the president great harm." "And at the worst, finish him," Dillon said. "Yes. Come on. Let's go see von Berger." "I'm your man," said Dillon, and hurried to his car. As the Daimler drove away, Hannah said to Ferguson, "I hope the old lady will be all right, sir." "Yes, I'm sorry about that, but it had to be done." "What do you intend to say to the Baron?" Ferguson smiled. "I haven't the slightest idea, Superintendent." Newton and Cook let them leave and then followed. 20 minutes later, Newton called, "We're just passing the Dorchester. They're turning into South Audley Street." "Fine. Hang around in case I need you." Rossi switched off his phone and turned. "It would seem they intend to pay us a visit." Max von Berger smiled. "Well, that should be interesting." At the Rashid house, a maid in a black dress and white apron opened the door. Hannah said, "Is Baron von Berger at home? General Ferguson would like a word." "Yes, miss, but you're expected. Please follow me." She led the way upstairs from the hall and opened the door to the drawing-room, where the Baron sat by the fire, Marco standing by the window. "General, what a surprise! What can I do for you?" Ferguson turned to Hannah. "Tell him, Superintendent." Afterwards the Baron shook his head. "An amazing story. Ridiculous, of course, but then what would one expect from an old lady who obviously went through traumatic times in the war? She obviously suffers from some delusion, some fantasy that she knew the Führer. I was an aide in the bunker for 3 months and certainly knew the staff. I can't recall a Sarah Hesse." "Well, you would say that, old son, wouldn't you?" Dillon told him. "Mind you, I am intrigued by the whole idea," the Baron said. "Perhaps the Superintendent could give me the view from Scotland Yard. If, for example, I were in control of deposits in private accounts in Switzerland, would that constitute a crime in the UK?" Hannah glanced at Ferguson. "No, sir, it would not." "And if someone gave you their diary for safekeeping, would that be illegal?" "Of course not, but—" "Oh, for God's sake, let's cut the nonsense and get down to facts," Ferguson said. "We now know the truth about how you got out of Berlin and why. We also know the source of your money, the money that got you started again after the war. And then there's the diary. A holy book, Sarah Hesse said. A most fanciful idea, especially when it records meetings in Sweden between Hitler's go-between and President Cazalet's father. As I said, a fanciful idea." The Baron smiled. "Though it certainly wouldn't help Jake Cazalet's political future much, would it?" He smiled again. "But all this is nonsense. Stories of the Führer's diary have abounded for years. Charlatans and forgers have tried to produce such items repeatedly. Now we have the fantasy of some old lady. No, it won't do." "Even if both British and German records indicate that she was indeed there in the bunker." "Oh, really? Well, there you are then. I'm afraid there's no more I can add, General. Though, if all of this were true, the prospect of it being revealed would be very unpleasant for the President, I should think. You take my meaning?" "I certainly do." Ferguson nodded to Hannah and Dillon. "Let's go," and he led the way out. Marco poured an Irish whiskey and took it to his father. "Bravo! You deserve it. He never knew what hit him." "Ferguson is a very astute man, Marco. He won't let it go. And this thing could easily leak." "But wouldn't that accomplish your aim, to hurt the President?" "But I don't want it to happen yet. I want it to be on my terms and at a time to suit me." He sipped his whiskey. "But the game is in motion now. The ball, as the English say, is in Ferguson's court." He sighed. "Hitler offered her a seat in my plane. It would have got her out, and she refused. Said it was her duty to stay with him." He shook his head. "She should have died with the others." Marco lit a cigarette and walked to the window, staring out into South Audley Street. "Yes, it really would have been better when you think of it." Chapter 7. March weather. Dusk falling early. Rain drifting in across the Thames, and in the darkness of the porch of the church in Brickfield Lane, Marco Rossi waited in a black trench coat and rain hat. Rossi wasn't sure what he intended to do, and had certainly not mentioned to the Baron what he was up to. And yet there was a certain inevitability to things. He hadn't driven in his own car, and had taken a taxi to Wapping High Street and walked the rest of the way, which perhaps meant something. He'd been there an hour, watching the house, not sure what he was waiting for. And then a light went on over the door. It creaked open, and the old lady appeared with the Scotty on a lead. She was wearing a headscarf and a raincoat, and put up an umbrella. "Good boy, Benny," she said, and set off down the pavement for the corner shop, whose lights were still on. Rossi hurried along the other side of the churchyard and paused at the end by the wall opposite the shop, where the old jetty jutted out into the river. There was no rail, just a single lamp giving a subdued glow. The old lady turned onto the jetty and walked to the end with Benny. Rossi, seizing his opportunity, darted up behind her as she gazed out at the bright lights of a riverboat passing by, put both hands on her back, and pushed her over into the water. She had released her grip on the lead, and the dog barked and ran to the edge of the jetty. Rossi looked down, saw her flounder and go under. He dashed away as quickly as he had come to the shelter of the churchyard, and from there made his way back to Wapping High Street. It was perhaps 20 minutes later that Mr. Patel, distracted by Benny's constant barking, went outside and found the little dog, still with his lead on him, at the end of the jetty. "What is it, Benny?" Patel demanded, as he retrieved his lead. Then he looked over and saw her frail body, half in the water below. The following morning, Charles Ferguson was having breakfast when his phone rang. "Sir, it's Bernstein." "Isn't this a bit early, even for you, Superintendent?" "Just listen, sir. I put Mrs. Sarah Grant on the Special Branch Priority 1 list, just to keep an eye on her." "And?" "She was found in the Thames last night, just off that jetty at the end of Brickfield Lane. The Indian gentleman, Mr. Patel, who owns the store, heard the dog barking and went to investigate. He found it at the end of the jetty with its lead still on, and she was in the water." "Oh, dear God," Ferguson said. "Where is she now?" "Wapping Mortuary." "Oh, we're such idiots, Superintendent. Look, we'll have to fast-track the post-mortem. I'll telephone Professor George Langley and ask him to do it this morning." "That is fast, sir. He'll do it for me. You will use your authority to take over the case from the Wapping police. It's a Code 1 matter from now on. I'll sign the warrant. Brook no interference from anyone. And notify Dillon. Dillon was on his morning run from Stable Mews, the hood of his tracksuit up against a light drizzle, when his mobile sounded, and Hannah said, "It's me, Sean." "At this time in the morning? Jesus, girl, am I finally getting through to you?" "Shut up, Sean. It's bad news." And she told him. Dillon stopped in a doorway, stunned. "Are you still there, Sean?" "Yes, I'm here." "What do you think?" "It stinks. That's what I think." The rage was in his voice. She said, "Sean, don't do anything stupid. We have to be sure. George Langley will do the post-mortem later this morning. He's the best there is. He's put more murderers behind bars than even you can imagine. If there's the smallest thing wrong, he'll find it." "He'd better," Dillon said. "By God, he'd better." She rang off, and Dillon stayed there for a while in the doorway, then walked away. He went home and changed, then drove to Roper's place and found him in the sitting room at the computers. The Major said, "You're early. That means something's up." Dillon told him, then went and found the bottle of Paddy whiskey and poured a glass. "It's early even for me, but I need it." He swallowed it down. "What do you think?" "She was certainly a mine of information." "Which Farnberger immediately denied as the fantasy of an old woman." "Who promptly has some sort of accident and ends up in the Thames. Very useful, that happening," Roper said. "Yes. It's all true, everything she told us. Farnberger's mission from Hitler, his final flight out of Berlin, the diary. All true." "And now the source of that information is dead," Roper said. Dillon's face was drawn. "I told her to trust me. I swore no harm would come to her. You know what she said to me? 'You're a good man, Mr. Dillon, in spite of yourself.'" "I'm sorry, Sean. I know somebody who'll be a damn sight sorry when I finish with him." "Wait for the post-mortem." "Of course I will." Dillon looked like the devil himself as he left. It was the middle of the afternoon when Ferguson, Hannah and Dillon arrived at Wapping Mortuary, in response to Professor Langley's call. The reception area was pleasant enough, and Hannah went to the desk and spoke to a young woman, who picked up a phone. "I'm sorry, Professor Langley's just cleaning up. He'll be with you shortly." Ferguson and Hannah sat down. Dillon lit a cigarette and stood looking out of the window. Ferguson said, "You seem restless, Dillon." "No. Angry." "Calm yourself. We'll have the result soon." "We have that now. The only result was her death, and don't tell me it could have been a coincidence. Neither you nor I believe in them very much. Not in our business." Before Ferguson could reply, a small, grey-haired, energetic man entered. "Hello, Charles." Ferguson shook hands. "Thanks for rushing this through, George. Detective Superintendent Bernstein here is the case officer. Sean Dillon is a colleague." "Sorry about the delay. Would you care to see the body?" It was Dillon who cut in. "Yes, very much." Ferguson nodded, and Langley said, "This way, then." The room he led them to was lined with white tiles. The fluorescent lighting was strangely harsh, and several steel operating tables stood in a line. There was a body on the first one, covered with a white sheet. "Mrs. Sarah Grant. Do you know this woman personally, Charles?" "We all do." "I'll just show you her face, then. The rest is rather unpleasant. Autopsies usually are." She looked surprisingly calm, even the lines on her face seemingly smoothed, at peace in a way. "Not a mark on her," Ferguson said. "Nor anywhere," Langley said. "There was no fight here, no blows or wounds. The only reason for death was drowning." Dillon said. "You're certain of that?" "Absolutely. I noticed in the police report that the local shopkeeper who found her regularly saw her at night walking her dog along the jetty. She liked to stand at the end and watch the boats. I've visited the spot myself. There's no handrail and a 30-foot drop into the river." "You're sure there were no marks at all, Professor?" Hannah said. "No indication of any kind of a struggle?" "Not even bruising from the fall into the water. Of course, she was wearing a trouser suit and a heavy overcoat." "Is there anything else you can tell us?" "Only that she had lung cancer. Wouldn't have lasted more than a few months anyway. Death by drowning, Charles. That's the best I can do." "Damn it," Dillon said. "There has to be more." "No, Mr. Dillon. She fell from the end of the jetty and drowned. Now, as to whether she had any help, which I know is what you're wondering about, I couldn't possibly comment on that. All I can say is that there are no signs of bruising, which, on a woman as old and frail as she was, means no violence of even the mildest kind." He turned to Ferguson. "Charles, I realise that this is probably some sort of intelligence matter, and no doubt classified. I'm happy not to know any more." "Many thanks, George." Ferguson shook hands. Dillon said, "That's it, then. Nothing." "Sorry, Mr. Dillon." Langley walked to the door with them. "Oh, wait a minute, there was something else." "And what would that be?" Ferguson demanded. "I've done thousands of post-mortems over the years, and this was a first for me. The number, tattooed in her left armpit. Not on the arm, like in the concentration camps, but in the armpit. It means she served in the SS." He smiled. "But then, you would know more about that than me, Charles." In the back of the Daimler, Dillon pulled the glass screen across, cutting off the chauffeur. "They did it, General. The bastards took her out." "But how?" Hannah said. "We never mentioned any address." "Oh, come on, Hannah. Once they knew she existed, how long do you think it took Rossi to trace her?" "But—" "That's enough," said Ferguson. "Squabbling won't bring her back. Superintendent, get von Berger on the line for me." It was Marco who answered the phone and passed it to his father. "General," the Baron said. "What now?" "Fräulein Sarah Hesse has turned up in the Thames. It's time for us to talk. Now." "Why?" "Would you prefer me to present a warrant and make it official?" "There's no need for the crudities, General. I'll tell you what, let's make it civilized. The piano bar at the Dorchester, let's say 7. "All right, and bring your thug with you." He hung up. The Baron handed the phone back to Rossi. "He doesn't seem to like you much. Marco, Sarah Hesse was discovered in the Thames today." "My God!" Rossi managed to sound horrified. "Do you know anything about this?" "Father, on my life, I swear to you." The Baron raised a hand. "Well, Ferguson obviously thinks we do. It should be an interesting evening. And just to make sure, remember this. Newton and Cook don't exist, and we've never heard of Brickfield Lane." Only half a dozen people were in the piano bar when Ferguson arrived with Dillon and Hannah. Dillon wandered over to the piano, as he often did, and began to play A Foggy Day in London Town. Hannah came and leaned on the piano. "I've never understood this, Sean. The piano. You seem to be good at so many things." "You mean like killing people?" He smiled. "Don't be deceived, Hannah. Good barroom piano's all." "You're angry. That always worries me." "Yes, good and angry. I'm a bad man, Hannah. I've walked over plenty of corpses. But there's something about Sarah Hesse's death that grinds at me. She deserved better." The waiter was pouring champagne when Max von Berger and Rossi appeared at the top of the steps by the bar. The Baron sat opposite Ferguson and Hannah. Rossi and Dillon stood, in a way confronting each other. "So, what is this about, General?" "Tell him, Superintendent." When she was finished, the Baron sighed. "So, this poor lady falls off the jetty, and your Professor Langley confirms she died of drowning, with no suspicious circumstances. So, what does this have to do with me?" "The fact that she died at all is a suspicious circumstance," Dillon said. Marco Rossi said, "You don't have a leg to stand on, Dillon. This meeting is not only futile, it's offensive." "Enough," Ferguson said. "We're not talking legalities, we're talking truth. We may not be able to arrest you, but you know and we know what happened." "I know no such thing," said the Baron. "Really, Marco is right. This is most offensive." The Baron stood. Dillon said to Rossi, "What did you do? Push her over?" Rossi took a step towards him, and Hannah grabbed Sean's arm. "Let it go." The Baron's face was grim. "I think we'll leave now," and he walked out, followed by his son. In the car outside, he said quietly, "You had nothing to do with this. Swear it to me." "On my life. She was an old woman who had a tragic accident, that's all. But, as Ferguson puts it, most fortunate for us." That his son was lying naturally occurred to him, but he pushed the thought away and leaned back. In his own car, Ferguson clicked off his phone and immediately dialed again, his direct Codex 4 line to the basement office of the White House. Johnson, at his desk, answered at once. "Yes?" "Ferguson." "Charles, how goes it?" "Rather badly. I've just talked to the Prime Minister. He wants me to go to Washington immediately and speak to the President personally. I'll bring Dillon with me." "Sorry, Charles, but the President's gone to his house on Nantucket for the weekend. Can I do anything?" "It's a very grave matter that affects him personally." There was a pause. "All right, go straight to Andrews Air Force Base. They'll take you there by helicopter and make a beach landing. I'll arrange it." He hesitated. "This is a bad one, Charles." "Very much so." "Then I'll get down there myself." "I think that would be wise, old boy. You'll be going to war again, I assure you." He hung up. Johnson sat there at his desk, frowning, then picked up the phone and rang the President on his direct line. Nantucket. Chapter 8. The Daimler arrived at Farley Field, was passed through by RAF police, and drove to where the Citation 10 waited, the air stair door down. Squadron Leader Lacey and Flight Lieutenant Parry stood waiting. Both held the Air Force Cross, an acknowledgment of many hazardous missions on Ferguson's behalf. On more than one occasion they dropped Sean Dillon by parachute into uncertain landings. They were essential parts of Ferguson's tightly knit, highly secret group. Both were in RAF uniform. "I see you've dressed appropriately for once," Ferguson said. "Some of our closest friends are at Andrews Air Force Base, sir." "You're right." An RAF sergeant, a small, energetic woman, came down the steps. "June Walters, General. I'll be looking after you. Follow me, please." She led the way as Ferguson obeyed. "Hello, boys," Dillon said. "Here we go again." Lacey said, "Is this serious business, Sean?" "Well, I wouldn't book any out-of-season holidays for the next few weeks." "Terrific," Parry said. "It's always so interesting when you appear." "Nice plane," Dillon said. "Yes, brand new. Do you like it?" "Fastest commercial plane in the world, next to the Concorde," Lacey told him. "That's impressive." "Let's get on with it, then." And Dillon went up into the aircraft. They took off shortly afterwards, fast-tracked by air traffic control as a Priority 1 flight, climbed steadily west, and had lifted to 50,000 feet as they reached the Atlantic. Sergeant Walters appeared. "I've got minestrone soup, melon, steak, New potatoes and vegetables. She turned to Dillon. I understand you like plain food, sir. There's an item called an Irish potato pie. Lamb, onion and dumplings. Dillon said, Jesus, woman, that's what you call plain food. She smiled. Apparently. A drink, gentlemen? Bring me a Bushmills whiskey, and open a bottle of a halfway decent champagne, and we'll share it. She restrained laughter, glanced at Ferguson, who nodded, and she went away. Dillon lit a cigarette. So, what are you going to say to Cazalet? The truth about this whole affair as we know it. And what will he say? God knows. He's an admirable and decent man, and he's suffered many blows in his personal life. His wife died of leukemia. His father, the elder Jake Cazalet, who figures so prominently in the diary, was killed in a car accident years ago. The kidnapping of his daughter, no one knows better than you. It was you and Blake who saved her. Dillon held out his hand, took the whiskey Sergeant Walters offered, and swallowed it. But if this Varnberger thing leaks, the great American public won't give a stuff about what's gone before, will it? Sergeant Walters handed them a glass of champagne each. You're a cynic, Sean, Ferguson said. A realist? But there you go, calling me by my first name again. Which means? That you want me to handle it the hard way? He raised his glass. Cheers, Charlie. Cheers, Sean. You're always so dependable. On the beach at the old family house at Nantucket, the President walked with his favourite Secret Service man, an enormous black ex-Marine named Clancy Smith, and Blake Johnson. The President's dog, Murchison, a flat-coat retriever, ran in and out of the surf. The sea was rough, the wind keen. Cazalet spoke to Clancy and asked for a cigarette, and Clancy lit a Marlborough inside his coat and passed it. Blake said, I've told you before, sir, there are voters who would hold that against you. We're all entitled to weakness, Blake, and these things got you and me through the Vietnam War. Murchison jumped up and he patted him. Now, if I should beat this wonderful dog, that would lose me votes by the thousands. Blake lit a cigarette for himself inside his storm coat. I give in, Mr. President. So Ferguson gave you no idea of what all this is about? Only that it's a bad one. Then that's bad enough. There was a roaring in the distance, and they turned and saw the helicopter landing on the beach beside the house. God, the sound of those things. It always takes me back to the war, Cazalet said. Let's go and greet our guests and see what's gone wrong. Cazalet had always cherished his quiet weekends at Nantucket. He preferred to have only the housekeeper-cum-cook, Mrs. Boulder, organise things, and bring in whoever she needed to clean or run the place when he wasn't there. So when they sat down in the large drawing-room, it was only Cazalet, Blake and Smith, with Ferguson and Dillon sitting opposite. Ferguson covered the entire story. There was silence. The President said, Obviously, Blake informed me of the events at Kate Rashid's funeral, but this? I never expected anything like this. There was another pause. Blake said, Is it really that bad, Mr. President? It's not as if anything actually happened. Dillon said, May I speak, sir? Of course. Your father, Senator Jake Cazalet, his position in all this is clear. He acted under orders and in good faith as President Roosevelt's man in a most delicate and secret situation. That is true. In a strange way, Hitler's emissary, General Walter Schellenberg of the SS, was in a similar situation. He was not a Nazi Party member. In fact, after the war, he was tried and found guilty only being a member of an illegal organization, the SS. So, I could be found guilty of being a member of the IRA for more years than I care to remember, but that wouldn't change what Schellenberg personally felt. He was simply the Führer's mouthpiece, And your father was Roosevelt's mouthpiece? Dillon, watch yourself, Ferguson said. No, Cazalet put his hand up. He's right. Dillon nodded. But you need to explore deeper than that, because as sure as hell the press will. What do you mean? Blake asked. Well, many experts would say that Roosevelt perhaps did show an interest, because Hitler's overtures included the idea of halting the Red Menace seeping into Western Europe. So, let's say Roosevelt toyed with the idea. Or why bother sending Cazalet in the first place? It was Cazalet who said, Go on. But he considers all the facts and changes his mind. That change of mind would be what all the experts and the press would seize on. What the hell are you talking about, Dillon? Ferguson asked. That close to the end of things, the American army crossed the Elbe. General George Patton's tanks could have roared up the Autobahn and reached Berlin in 24 hours. Only they didn't. They were ordered to stay where they were by Eisenhower because Roosevelt had decided, after word from Stalin, that the Russians were entitled to seize Berlin. And so began 45 years of Cold War, not to mention 100,000 German women raped. There was a heavy silence, and it was Jake Cazalet who said, You're right. Everything you say is right. Everything I say is what the world will seize on. Because the President sent him there, your father will be part of it. And because he was your father, you, sir, will be part of it. In my opinion, that is what Baron Max von Berger has already worked out. Everyone stirred uneasily. It was Blake who said, Then how on earth can one combat him? Do we try preempting the whole thing, spilling the story first? It was Ferguson who said, It's the story that's the trouble. I agree, the President said. And the trouble is, gentlemen, I'm engaged in world affairs of great moment. To be arguing with the United Nations over Iraq, with the threat of a scandal like this hanging over us, it will be a disaster. My opponents at home would rip me to pieces. Our enemies abroad would immediately take advantage. So that means, Ferguson said, looking directly at the President. Cazalet smiled, but there was no humour in it. Mr. Dillon, he said, if we had that diary... Dillon nodded. I'll see what we can do, sir. He looked at Johnson. You up for it, Blake? Blake grinned. I'm your man, Sean. London, Scotland, Ireland. Chapter 9. Meanwhile, Marco Rossi, trawling the security files at Rashid Investments, had discovered the scale of Kate Rashid's involvement, not only in southern Arabia, but nearer to home in Ireland. In fact, she'd had very active arms deals brewing with both dissident IRA and Protestant loyalist groups. Kate had been very even-handed. There was one name in particular he knew, a man once big with the Ulster Defence Association, who, after a very public row, had moved to the Red Hand of Ulster, probably the most extremist loyalist organisation of all. The sums of money involved were quite staggering. No sense letting that all go to waste, he thought. This explained why he was walking through Kilburn, the most Irish area of London, on a dark evening, in a black bomber jacket, a Walter PPK snug against his back, to meet one Patrick Murphy. Mr. Murphy was the landlord of a public house called the Orange George, its outside wall painted in a way reminiscent of a Protestant area in Belfast. Marco listened to the Irish music, then went in. The pub was full, and an Irish band was playing. He stood at one end, and a good-looking middle-aged woman came up. Patrick Murphy is expecting me. Is that so? She looked him over and smiled. You're not having me on? He reached over and stroked her cheek. I'd love to, and maybe later, but Pat Murphy is expecting me. Just say Marco. What's your name? Janet. Well, who knows, Janet? She flushed and went into the back, more excited than she'd been in a long time. Murphy was sitting in the back room, a late middle-aged man with a belly on him, an account book open on the table, when Janet showed Marco in. Mr. Rossi, you better sit down. He nodded to Janet, who went out. He reached for a whiskey bottle and a couple of glasses and poured. Good health. He drank his whiskey. Marco ignored his and lit a cigarette. So, where are we? Murphy said, I was quite thrown to get your phone call. I mean, Derek Gibson. How would I be known a desperate character like that? Marco saw him for what he was, a small man, a go-between, useful in his way, probably in love with the idea that he was some kind of rebel. You'd know him because you had dealings with Kate Rashid a year ago, and brokered a meeting for her with Derek Gibson, who had money from the drug trade and wanted to buy arms. 2 cargoes offloaded in County Down earlier this year, and a third was arranged just before Kate Rashid's unfortunate death. A £2 million deal was supposed to take place in a week. I don't know, Derek Gibson. Then I'm wasting my time here. I'll have to find another buyer for those AK-47s and Stinger missiles. Maybe the IRA. Marco picked up the glass, swallowed the whiskey, and stood up. The rear door creaked open, and a hard, tough-looking man of around 45 walked in, with blonde hair, wearing a jacket in Donegal tweed and an open-necked black shirt. His voice had the distinctive Ulster accent. In a strange way, it reminded Marco of Dillon's. Just hold it right there. I'm Derek Gibson. Why, what a surprise, Marco said, and me thinking you were a dromgool on the down coast. Well, I was until this idiot phoned me yesterday. So you might say I've flown here in a hurry. What's going on? It's simple. You used to deal with Kate Rashid. Now she's dead, and my father, Baron Max von Berger, has taken over the firm. I'm Marco Rossi, as I'm sure you know, and I'm in charge of all security matters for Rashid and Berger. Is that so? Yes, and some other affairs as well, though, to be frank, with all her money I wonder why Kate bothered with little deals like this. 2 million. She was a romantic, I suppose. And the strange thing was, Gibson's face changed. Damn you, don't you put her down. She was a great lady. One hand went inside his jacket, and Marco said, Tell you what, let's both put our cards on the table, and everything else. He reached behind him, found the Walter, and set it down in front of him. Derek Gibson hesitated, then took a Walter of his own from his right pocket and laid it on the table as well. You've got good taste in guns. Let's talk. I've got a Spanish deep-sea trawler, the Mona Lisa. That should do the trick, Rossi said. Italian registration. European fishery regulations allow it to be there. It can drop off at Dromgool on the night indicated. No problem. Marco smiled. I'm not going to say hold out the cash as soon as we beach, because I know you know how to play the game. You'll want to make more deals. And you, Mr. Rossi? I wonder why you're doing this. You've got money too, I understand. Yes, but it keeps things interesting. I like the action, Gibson. Always did. In fact, when the Mona Lisa turns up in Dromgool, I'll be on board. I'll go out from the Isle of Man by another boat and join her. All right. We'll have a whiskey on it. Gibson picked up the bottle. Marco said, No, there's more. I require a favour here in London. Would you happen to know a gangster called Harry Salter and his nephew Billy? It was Murphy, standing by the back door, who exploded. Rare villains, those two. Harry Salter was one of the top governors in the East End, big as the Crays. He's gone legit in the last few years, supposedly. Mind you, the whisper is he's into cigarette smuggling in a big way from Holland. The profit is enormous. It pays better than heroin, Gibson said. You would know. I might. What have you got against Salter? Marco said, Have you ever heard of a fellow countryman of yours? Once a big man with the IRA called Sean Dillon. Gibson said, Everyone in our business knows Dillon, that bloody Fenian bastard. Works for the Brits now. You know about that? Of course, Charles bloody Ferguson. He's been the scourge of the IRA for years, but he doesn't do the Loyalist side any favours, old Charles. And with Sean as his good right hand, he's a difficult man to deal with. You sound like you know Dillon personally. We've exchanged shots. We were once in the same sewer in Derry after a riot. The British Army always had difficulty in telling the difference between the IRA and the prods. It was Dillon who got me out to the river. He said, Keep running, only don't run back to me or I'll kill you. He poured another whiskey. He kills everyone. That's what they say about him. He stared into his glass. But he got me out of the sewer, and I was the enemy. I've always wondered why he did that. Well, don't ask me. I'm not into philosophy. The thing is, Charles Ferguson and the Rashid family had a huge feud. You may have heard of how the three brothers came to a bad end. Dillon killed all of them. And Kate Rashid? Oh, he had something to do with that too. And so did Ferguson and the Salters. Let's put it this way. I'd like to cause them a lot of grief. You mean of the permanent variety? Not yet. First, a bit of mischief. I hear that Salter runs riverboats, amongst other things. That's right, up and down the Thames, Murphy said. Westminster, Charing Cross Piers, better than the boss. Including a boat called the River Queen. That's his pride and joy. Originally built in the 30s, he spent a fortune refurbishing her, Murphy said. Lovely boat. Excellent. Marco turned to Gibson. Sink her for me. Do that, and the deal arranged with Kate Rashid for your arms shipment goes through. Delivery at Drumgool on the 10th. Derry looked astonished. That's only 4 days away. The Mona Lisa's already left Spain. I assumed you'd be a sensible man. Gibson laughed. Oh, it's a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Rossi. As for this business with the Salters, that'll be a pleasure too. It was past midnight when Gibson and Murphy drove down to Wapping in a Land Rover, past the Dark Man and along Cable Wharf where the River Queen was berthed. It was an area still undeveloped, mainly decaying warehouses. It was dark, a few lights on the other side, but no traffic on the river because of the hour. No one was around, or so it seemed. Unfortunately, life being as uncertain as usual, there was a movement from one of a stack of packing cases where an old drunk, a tramp named Wally Brown, habitually kipped with his few wretched possessions. Disturbed by the noise, he crept out and listened. Jesus, Derry, I don't like it. Murphy, it's as simple as hell. I go down through the engine-room hatch and open the seacocks. Water pours in and the boat sinks. Now do as you're told and we'll be out of here before you know it. Fuck me up and you'll end up in the river too. There's no need for that, Derry. Yes, well, this arms deal with Rossi means a lot to me. With that final arms shipment, I'll be ready to take on the IRA for real. It'll be just like the old days, the great days. I'm your man, Derry. I won't let you down. Then let's get on with it. They went up the gangplank to the River Queen, and Wally Brown, having heard everything, crept back and cowered inside his packing case. Murphy stayed on deck to stand guard. Gibson slid back the engine-room hatch, only switching on his light when he descended the steel ladder. The engines were beautiful. Everything was beautiful, and as an Irish boy raised in a fishing port, he felt genuine regret. What a beauty, he said softly. Still, He knew there would be at least 4 seacocks, and checked them out, sturdy circular wheels in bronze. The first one turned very smoothly, then clicked to a halt. He hurriedly moved to the second. By the time he was working on the 4th, water was already sloshing along the floor of the engine room, and he was ankle-deep. He came out and joined Murphy. "You cast off forward, and I'll see to the stern line. Quick now! Then get ashore." They did that, then pulled up the gangplank and stood back from the edge of the wharf and watched the River Queen drift out a little and settle. "A sad sight," Gibson said, as water poured across the deck. "But we've done our worst. It's the early morning flight to Belfast for me. If I need you, I'll be in touch." "I know one thing," Murphy said, as he got into the Land Rover. "Harry Salter won't be pleased." He wasn't. Dillon, on his morning run, answered his mobile and heard Harry say, "Some damn bastard sunk the River Queen at her moorings." "What do you mean?" Dillon asked. "Well, the bleeding boat didn't just sink on her own. Billy's got his scuba diving gear out. He's going down to take a look." "Oh, Harry, you shouldn't be doing that. Not after having been shot to hell in Hussar only a few months ago. I'll come straight down." He switched off, thought about it, and then rang Ferguson at Cavendish Place. At the end of Cable Wharf, he found Harry, Joe Baxter and Sam Hall looking across at the part of the River Queen that was sticking out of the water. Billy's showgun was parked nearby. The rear door opened to reveal various items of diving equipment and a couple of air bottles. "Where's Billy?" Dillon said, as he got out of the Mini. "He's been in the water for 15 minutes. Damn it, Harry, you shouldn't have gone down there. Leave it to the salvage experts." Then 2 things happened. Ferguson and Hannah arrived, and Billy surfaced. He slipped off his air bottle, and Dillon reached for it. Billy started up the ladder to the wharf, and Baxter and Hall pulled him up. Billy took off his mask, his face blue with cold. "You bloody idiot," Dillon said. "Well, I learned it all from you. Here was the seacocks. All 4 of them were wide open. I've closed them. It was hard going." Dillon said, "The salvage people will need to pump her out. She'll float again." "Which leaves us with a problem of who did this." There was a pause, and then a quavery old drink-sodden voice said, I know, Mr. Salter. I saw them. I heard them." It was Joe Baxter who said, "Wally Brown. He dossed us down in the packing cases." "And you heard them?" Harry demanded. "Yes. One of them was called Murphy, but the one in charge was called Derry. That's what the other kept calling him, and they spoke funny. Irish, but not Irish." He pointed to Dillon. "Come to think of it, they talk like him." Ferguson said, "Derry, and talks like you, Dillon. Northern Irish." Hannah said, "Could that be Derry Gibson, the Red Hand of Ulster?" "Back to haunt me?" "But why?" Dillon said. "The Derry guy mentioned someone called Rossi," old Wally put in. The silence was astonishing. "I'll kill him," Harry said. "I'll kill the bleeder." "No, you won't, Harry, or not yet," Ferguson said. "We'll go back to the Dark Man. Thank you, Mr. Brown. That's been most helpful. Did you hear anything else?" They all sat in the corner booth. Dora, the barmaid, provided tea and coffee. Harry and Billy Salter, Ferguson, Hannah and Dillon sat at the table. Baxter and Sam Hall leaned against the wall. "They've declared open warfare," Harry said. "True," Dillon nodded. "But if you'll excuse me, Harry, the most important thing is that Ross has struck a deal to deliver arms to Derry Gibson." Wally Brown was devouring bacon and eggs at a corner table. "So, according to Wally, Murphy was unhappy about sinking the boat and Derry threatened him. He said the deal with Rossi, the final arms shipment, would be the one he could use to take on the IRA again. "So what do you suggest?" Ferguson said. "I wouldn't bother with the Baron or Rossi again. I'm going to have words with Pat Murphy." "You talk to that bastard. I'm going with you," Harry Salter said. Ferguson nodded. "Try not to leave him floating in the Thames, Dillon." "Don't be silly, Charles. If he's been fronting in London for Derry Gibson and the Red Hand, he'll be far too valuable to waste." At South Audley Street, Marco sat with his father and told him what had happened. The Baron found it rather amusing. "Oh, the great Harry Salter will not be pleased at all. But this other business, the Mona Lisa, the arms shipment, is this wise?" And Marco said exactly the right thing. "It was one of the last things Kate Rashid organised, father. She'd worked with Derry Gibson before." He pressed his point. "He was, and still is, an admirer. He thought her a great lady. He told me so. Really. He has taste, at least. This Spanish trawler, the Mona Lisa, how many in the crew?" "The captain, a man called Juan Martino, and 5 crew members, all villains, of course." "And what will be your part in this?" "On their way to Dromgool, which is on the down coast of Northern Ireland. They'll come close to the west coast of the Isle of Man. I've arranged with our contacts there to provide a motorboat to take me out to join her." "Is this strictly necessary, Marco?" "No, but it gets me away from the office." The old man laughed. "Go on, you rogue, but come back safe. I need you." The bar at the Orange George opened at 9 in the morning, because it provided a full Irish breakfast. It was quiet enough when Dillon went in, Janet, the barmaid, reading a newspaper. Dillon said, "Tell Patrick I'd like a word." At that moment the door at the end of the bar opened and Murphy appeared. He saw Dillon, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Dillon went round the bar. "Patrick, my old son, it's me, Sean Dillon." He pushed him through to the hall. "Do as you're told. Go on, unlock the back door." Which Murphy, terrified, did, and Harry and Billy crowded in. They shoved Murphy into the back parlour and closed the door. Salter pushed him down into a chair at the table and slapped his face. "You sodding bastard! You sank my boat!" "Not me, Mr. Salter, I swear." Billy pulled his uncle away. "Let me get at him." But Dillon intervened. "No, leave it to me." He took a Valter out of his pocket, then produced a Carswell silencer from the other and screwed it in place. "This is much better. Hardly makes a sound. I'll start with his left elbow, then vary it. The right knee, perhaps. That'll put him on sticks for 6 months." "Dear God, no!" Murphy really was terrified. "What do you want?" "Derry Gibson," Dillon said. "Well, forget about you sinking Mr. Salter's River Queen for the moment. Tell me about Derry's deal with Rossi. The arms shipment." "Jesus, he'll kill me. He's a sadist, that one." "Now that's me," Billy Salter said, and punched him twice in the stomach. "Now speak up and tell Mr. Dillon what he wants to know, or you'll end up in concrete in the new extension to the North Circular Road." And Murphy, aware that he was in truly bad company, talked. At Ferguson's apartment, Murphy stayed outside in the car with Baxter and Hall, while Harry and Billy sat with Dillon and Ferguson, Hannah hanging around at the back. "This could be a disaster," Ferguson said. "We all know the peace process has become a total shambles. The activities of IRA dissident groups prove that. But with this cargo of weapons, the Loyalists will be on a roll." Hannah said, "We must put it into the hands of the Northern Ireland Police, sir." "We can't afford to. If they make any kind of a move in the Dromgool area," Dillon said, "Derry Gibson will know. It's not only his turf. His supporters have relatives in the police." "So, what would you suggest?" "Any stranger in the area will be a source of suspicion." "So, what do we do?" Send in the SAS? Nothing so official. The last time we did anything like this, we used a motor cruiser from Oban. From the RAF Air Sea Rescue Base there. There's no reason we can't do it again. Book the boat, give me the right diving gear and enough Semtex, and I'll take it over by night and blow the Mona Lisa to hell. On your own? Ferguson asked. Why not? A totally black operation. I don't like it, Dillon, Hannah said. It's just not legal. What about me, Dillon? Billy said. Last time you played a gig like that, I went too. And so did the superintendent. The superintendent's not up for it because it offends her conscience. And you're not up for it because some months ago you had a bullet through the neck and two in the pelvis. As the Germans used to say when they took someone to prison camp, for you the war is over. Stuff you, Dillon. Dillon turned to Ferguson. Do you want it done or not? There's an added benefit, you know. This could be just the thing we've been looking for to stir up Von Berger. Get him to make a mistake. We sink this boat. Maybe something will happen that'll give us a lead on that damned diary. Ferguson said, You're right, on both counts. Let's do it. He turned to Hannah. Lock Murphy up at the St. John's Wood safe house. See he phones the Orange George and gives a reasonable excuse for his absence. If that's how you want it, sir. Dillon will give you a list of the weaponry and explosives he needs. The quartermaster will see to that. Book the Gulf Stream with Squadron Leader Lacey. What do you think, Dillon? 1 o'clock tomorrow? Fine by me, Charles. Excellent. I'll see you there. I'm coming with you. Dillon said, What? You must be crazy. Not as crazy as a man who thinks he can make a run from Oban to the Down coast on his own, in what is usually a very rough sea. Haven't you ever heard of sleeping? I am something of a yachtsman, you know. I can actually navigate. I surrender. Dillon held up his hands. At Farley Field the following day, Dillon reported to the quartermaster, a retired guard sergeant-major. He and Dillon had dealt together many times. Here you go, Mr. Dillon. 3 Walters, 3 Uzi machine pistols, stun grenades, and the Semtex you wanted. 10-minute timing pencils, 30 minutes, and 1 hour. Excellent. What about diving equipment? You'll find that on the boat at Oban, the Highlander. You've used it before. A couple of standard suits and fins, the usual extras. Why 2? Always good to have backup, sir. Yes, I suppose so. At that moment the Daimler arrived and Ferguson got out. His chauffeur took out a bag and delivered it to Parry, who took it up the steps and handed it to Sergeant Walters. Dillon said, You look quite sporty, Charles. Corduroy is the sweater. Nice. Very amusing, Ferguson said. Then a Shogun drove up. Harry Salter at the wheel, Billy beside him. They got out, Billy in a black bomber jacket, a bag in one hand. Oh, now what in the hell is this? Dillon asked. I'm coming along for the ride, that's what it is, Dillon said. You 2 are older guys. You could need some help. He grinned. Dillon looked at Ferguson, who shrugged. He was most insistent. I thought, why not? He can go to hell in his own way. Harry said, Just bring him back in one piece, Dillon. Because if you don't... I get the picture, Harry. Dillon turned to Billy, shaking his head. Old guy, eh? All right. Up you go, then. He let Ferguson follow, then went up himself. Chapter 10. At the RAF Air Sea Rescue Base at Oban, the commanding officer himself met them, in view of Ferguson's rank. They were delivered in an unmarked car by 2 RAF sergeants named Smith and Bryan. I think we met once before, Dillon said. Bryan said, Not according to any office record, sir. He grinned as they pulled in at the quay. You may recognise the Highlander. 200 yards out. I can't say I'm impressed, Ferguson said. You're not supposed to be, Dillon told him. but it's got twin screws, a depth sounder, radar, automatic steering, and it does 25 knots. Sergeant Bryan said, "We've got a whaleboat to take your gear out." It took 40 minutes, and when it was all stowed, Bryan said, "I don't know what you're up to, but good luck. You've got a first-class inflatable with an outboard motor. It should serve you well. We'll be getting back now." "Thanks," Ferguson said. The whaleboat departed, and Dillon turned to Ferguson. "Billy's been on board before. Let him show you around. I'll contact Roper. See what his input is." Roper sat at his computer bank, examining the results of his latest hacking job into the Rashid computers. Dillon said, "What's the story on the Mona Lisa?" "Operates from a small fishing port in northern Spain called San Miguel. The port's a hotbed for illegal transactions, but it's a bona fide Spanish deep-sea trawler with a European license to fish off Cornwall and Wales and in the Irish Sea." "What's its course?" "According to its logged passage with the Coast Guard, she'll be close to the western coast of the Isle of Man tomorrow, then drift and fish towards the down coast." "Very convenient. Anything else?" "Well, not really. I'm sure, for instance, that you haven't the slightest interest in a Berger International flight into the Isle of Man, carrying one Marco Rossi." Dillon laughed. "Well, imagine that. If it's a sea voyage he's planning, he's in for a rough ride. Tomorrow and tomorrow night there'll be rain squalls and high seas. You'll know you're out there. Should be interesting." "Do you have a game plan, Sean?" "Yeah. The game plan's to blow the hell out of the Mona Lisa and deposit 2 million quid's worth of arms on the floor of the Irish Sea." "What about the crew?" "I've got a Captain Martino listed here and 5 others. Gomez, Fabio, Arturo somebody, and Enrico Sancho." "You're going to kill them all, Sean?" "Why not? They're a reasonable facsimile of scum. They've run everything from heroin to human beings, I'm told, and now arms. They shouldn't have joined if they didn't want the risk." "Fine by me. I'll stay in touch. Speak to you tomorrow." "Good, but stay on the Berger case. I'm convinced Rossi was responsible for Sarah Hess's death." "I'll see what I can do." Oban was enveloped in mist and rain. Beyond Carrera, the waters looked disturbed in the Firth of Lorne, and clouds draped across the mountain-tops. "I've said it before," Billy moaned. "What a bloody awful place. I mean, it rains all the bleeding time." "No, Billy, it rains 6 days a week." Dillon turned to Ferguson. "Am I right, General?" "You usually are, Dillon." "Good. Please join me in the wheelhouse." There was a flap to one side of the instrument panel, and he pressed a button. Inside was a fuse box and some clips screwed into place. He opened one of the weapons bags, took out a Browning with a 20-round magazine protruding from its butt. He clipped it into place and added a Walter in the other clips. "Ace in the hole." He closed the flap. "My goodness, you do mean business," Ferguson said. "I always did, Charles. Now let's go ashore and eat." The early darkness of the far north was against them, and he turned on the deck lights. Then they coasted to the front at Oban in the inflatable and tied up. A pub close by offered food, and they went in. There was a meat and potato pie on the menu, which they all ordered. "I'll have a large Scotch, Dillon. Billy, what about you?" "Billy doesn't drink," Dillon told Ferguson. "I hate the taste of booze," Billy said. "It's all in the Bible. Wine as a mocker, strong drink raging," Dillon said. "Well, you still do it." "True." Dillon swallowed his Bushmills. "What's more, I'll have another." "I despair of you, Dillon," Ferguson said. And then the pies arrived and killed conversation for a while. Later, back on the Highlander, they sat on the stern deck under the canvas awning, rain bouncing off. Ferguson said, "So, What's the plan?" "Roper tells me the Mona Lisa's due off the west coast of the Isle of Man tomorrow. And guess who's flying up there in a Berger International plane? Marco Rossi." "You didn't tell me," Ferguson said. "I've been saving it up for you. I think it means he fancies a passage by night to Drumgool." "That could very well be. When we get there, what do you intend?" "I told Roper I'll blow the damn boat up. And don't ask me what about the crew. They're all what the Italians would call animali. With any luck, Rossi could even be on board." "You really are yourself alone, Dillon. I wonder about Derry Gibson." "Wonder what?" "He could give us a lot of trouble. This Red Hand of Ulster, where do they get their absurd names from?" "It's their simple Irish minds, Charles. I'd have thought you'd recognise that, your sainted mother being a Cork woman." "All right, I take your point. But this Derry Gibson thing, it could lead to greater civil war than ever, Catholics and Protestants." "What'd you like me to do? Shoot Gibson?" "It wouldn't be a bad idea." "That's good," Billy said. "He's wired up, I'm Doc Holliday, and you'd like Derry Gibson and Rossi standing up in coffins in the undertaker's window, like in Dodge City, hands folded, eyes closed." "You know something, Billy? I couldn't have put it better myself." Ferguson got up. "It's me for an early night. I'll see you in the morning. I just have one question. Getting in close to the Drumgool area, won't the locals wonder who we are?" "Not if we take out the nets that are in the hold and drape them round the deck. There are lots of fishing boats off the down coast." "Good enough," Ferguson said, and went below. Billy said, "He's such a gent, but you know what? I reckon he's harder than Harry, and that's saying something." "He's the kind of man who got us the Empire in the first place," Dillon said. "Mind you, he's right about Derry Gibson. I'll give it some thought." "You mean you'd consider knocking him off?" "Why not? I've killed for worse reasons. I once saved his life, you know. We were in a sewer in Londonderry being hunted by Brit paratroopers, even though we're on different sides. I told him then to keep running and not come back, or I'd kill him. And now? Looks like he's come back. Come on, let's go to bed." And Dillon led the way below. The following morning, with rain drifting in, Ferguson went up on deck and discovered Dillon swimming in the sea, sporting with 2 seals. Billy leaning on the rail, watching. "He's mad," Billy said. "Yes, I've been aware of that for some years." "I mean, talk about freeze your balls off." Dillon swam to the ladder and hauled himself up. "Oh, the grand appetite it gives you, Charles." The ship-to-shore radio crackled in the wheelhouse. "Take that, Charles. It could be Roper. I'll get dressed." It was Roper. "Ah, it's you, General. Just updating you. Ross's plane lands at Ronaldsway on the Isle of Man at 11 this morning. The Mona Lisa is 5 miles out and scheduled to move to the down coastal area later this afternoon. The weather isn't good, so I'd say it wouldn't be in the Drumgool area until tonight. I don't know. The weather makes it uncertain." "Right. Thanks, Roper." He turned as Dillon entered the wheelhouse and filled him in. Dillon had a look at the chart. "I've done this kind of run before, so I know what I'm doing. But the weather stinks. Look at it, Charles." The whole of Oban was draped in mist. "Bleeding awful," Billy said. "All right," Dillon nodded. "Let's allow for him landing at 11, being driven across the island, and then some sort of boat running him 5 miles out to the Mona Lisa. It's 2 o'clock at the earliest before he boards and she turns for Ulster. But with that weather—" He shook his head. "What do you think, Charles? 3 o'clock at the earliest?" "All right. We'll leave at 2 then. For the moment, let's get back ashore for a full Scots breakfast. And by the look of it, seasick pills for Billy." The flights from London to Ronaldsway had been bad enough. Rossi, the ex-Tornado pilot, always liked to take over the controls for a while. But it was rough, and the crosswinds of the airport had been treacherous, although he'd managed the landing himself. A local Rashid employee met him with a car and took him across the island to a small village where a motor cruiser waited. It had a crew of 2 and set out to sea immediately, pushing out from the shelter of a small pier into the rough waves, obscured by fog. It took them an hour to find the Mona Lisa. They pulled alongside the Spanish trawler, its nets draped high over the stern. The 2 ships collided twice, and men leaned over with grappling lines. Rossi took his chance and jumped over to the other boat. He turned and waved to the motor cruiser. The captain waved back, and then he motored away. 3 or 4 men at the rail eyed Rossi up and down. He ignored them and went towards the wheelhouse. The door opened, and a man emerged in a reefer coat and seaman's cap, heavily unshaven, an unlit cigarette in the corner of his mouth. By any estimate, he would have been termed a nasty piece of work. He looked Rossi over with a kind of contempt. "I'm Martino, the captain." "And I'm Marco Rossi, your boss." A couple of the men laughed, and Martino lit his cigarette. "Should I be impressed?" Rossi reached, grabbed his left ear, his thumb well inside, and produced his Walter and rammed it hard under the chin. "Now, you have the option of continuing to be employed by Rashid and make a lot of money. Or I blow your brains out now, up through the mouth and into the brain. Explodes the back of the skull. Very messy." Martino tried to smile. Senor, there's a mistake here." "Not mine, yours. Screw with me and you're finished. Do we understand each other?" "Perfectly, senor." "Good. Then let's get on with it." He walked into the wheelhouse, and the crew looked at Martino, who nodded. So they went about their tasks. Around the middle of the afternoon, the Highlander was ploughing through a turbulent sea, down from Oban, a couple of miles off the Isle of Man into the Irish Sea. Dillon was at the wheel, Billy at the chart table, and Ferguson below. The mist was so heavy, the driving rain so intense, that it was more like evening, a kind of early darkness. And Dillon could see one of the Irish ferries, red and green navigational lights already visible. Ferguson came into the wheelhouse with 3 mugs of tea on a tray. He put the tray down on the table and looked at the chart, then switched the ship-to-shore radio to weather and listened. "It's going to get worse before it gets better. Better let me have the wheel, Dillon." Dillon didn't even argue. Ferguson altered course a couple of points, then increased his speed, racing the heavy weather that threatened from the east. The waves grew rougher. "Jesus," Billy said. "I'm scared to death." "No need, Billy. He knows what he's doing. I'll go down to the galley and make some bacon sandwiches." "Oh, not for me. I could throw up now." "Take another couple of pills," Dillon said, and went below. He came back half an hour later with sandwiches on a plate and found Ferguson alone. "What happened to the boy Wanda?" "Took a couple of pills and retired to lie down. I say, those smell good." "Help yourself." Ferguson put the steering on automatic and took a bacon sandwich. Dillon splashed whiskey into 2 plastic cups, and they ate together in companionable silence. It was getting really dark now, far earlier than normal, only a slight phosphorescence shining from the sea. "You seem at home," Dillon said. "I always liked the sea, from boyhood. The West Sussex coast, down to the Isle of Wight, the Solent. Loved it." He drank the whiskey. "I'll have the other half." He helped himself to another sandwich. "That Browning with the 20-shot magazine you put in the flap there, it took me back." "Really?" "Yes. In 1973, I took extended leave. I was an acting major then, Done rather well for my age. I did the Atlantic run single-handed, Portsmouth to Long Island. It had to be Long Island because I had an old uncle living there. He was a general, too. The American connection in my family. A remarkable achievement, Dillon said. Therapy, Dillon, therapy. He finished the last sandwich and took the wheel again. What for? Well, I'd been shot in the shoulder, but it was more than that. It was psychological. Coming to terms with what I was capable of. Dillon poured 2 more whiskies. And what was that? I was never SAS, Dillon. What you've never known was that I served with Code 9 intelligence. He'd just named one of the most infamous army units involved in the underground fight with the IRA. Jesus, Dillon said. It was a hell of a way to earn a living in Londonderry in 1973, but there I was. 30 years old, Oxford, Sandhurst, Malaya, communist rebels in the Yemen, Eoka in Cyprus, and then along came Ireland. I couldn't wait to switch from the Grenadier Guards to counterinsurgency work. You wanted the smell of powder again? Of war, Dillon. I'd been engaged for 3 years. Lovely girl called Mary. From an army family, only she could never see the point. Mind you, she hung in there until Cork Street. He was talking as if he was alone, taking some kind of solitary journey into the past. Cork Street, Dillon said. What was that? That was where I earned the Military Cross, Dillon. One of those they handed out in Northern Ireland for unspecified reasons. Dillon said softly, And what would that be, Charles? Well, I was link man between 2 safe houses run by the SAS. One night I was doing a run quite late. As we discovered later, my cover had been blown. Going through Cork Street down by the docks, I had a car on my tail. Then another came out of a side street and turned to block me. Just a minute, Dillon said. July 73, Derry. The Cork Street Massacre, that's what they called it. The SAS took out 5 provos. A hell of a thing. No, they didn't. I took out 5 provos. It was only then that Dillon was aware of a slight noise. He turned and found the door half open and Billy standing there. Ferguson glanced over his shoulder. "Come in, Billy." "Yes, Dillon. The second car blocked me, and the one in the rear was right at my backside. There were 3 provos in front, 2 at my back. They just shouted, 'Out, out, you Brit bastard!' It always seemed ironic, being half Irish. It's the posh voice, you see." "So what did you do?" "I had what you've got in there, a Browning with a 20-round magazine, on the left-hand seat. One man wrenched open the driver's door, so I shot him between the eyes, then shot his 2 friends through the door. I was using hollow-point cartridges. Devastating." "And?" "The 2 men in the rear car scrambled to get out. One of them fired wildly and was lucky, hit me in the left shoulder. I riddled the car, a kind of reflex. Killed him and the driver. Then I drove away and made it to one of the safe houses, where the SAS patched me up and got me out the following morning." "Jesus," Billy said. "You killed 5. "All gone to that great IRA heaven in the sky, Billy. And the doctors put me together again, and my masters gave me the Military Cross. Had to, really. The loss of 5 members of the Londonderry Brigade was so mortifying that the provos put it about as another SAS atrocity. And in the mythology of Irish republicanism, that's where it remains." It was Dillon who sensed more. "So what happened afterwards?" "Oh, I got a call to pick up the medal from Her Majesty at Buckingham Palace, and I asked Mary to go with me. She'd visited me in the hospital and naturally wanted to know how I'd come to be there. So I told her." "And what happened?" "She sent the engagement ring back. and a letter explaining that she couldn't possibly marry a man who'd killed 5 people. "Well, damn her eyes," Billy said. "That's one point of view. So I went to the palace on my own. A nasty, wet day it was, too. The regiment was proud of me. Gave me leave." "Which you used to sail to Long Island. You thought a hard sea voyage would blow the cobwebs away," Dillon said. "Something like that." "But in the end, you were still the man who shot 5 men dead, right?" "That's right." "General, they asked for it, and they got it," Billy said. "True, Billy. I did my duty, and it cost me Mary." He said to Dillon, "God knows why I bothered to tell you after all these years. I think I'm getting maudlin in my old age. Take the wheel, and I'll go and have a rest." And he went out. Billy said, "My God, I said he was harder than Harry, but I never dreamed he was capable of a thing like that." "Oh, he probably killed before in all those rotten little wars, Billy. Cork Street was his spectacular." He lit a cigarette. "Remember what I told you before about the people who take care of the bad things that ordinary folk find impossible to handle? The soldiers. I am a soldier, whether people approve of me or not, and so are you. And then we get Charles Ferguson, a decent, honourable man who could have been a banker or a lawyer. Instead, he spent his life saving his country." Behind them, Ferguson said from the doorway, "That's nice of you, Dillon, but don't let's overdo it. And as far as the steering goes, I'd say a couple of points west." In Drumgool, in the back room of the pub, Derry Gibson ate bacon and eggs, served by the local publican. One Keith Adair, his right-hand man in the little port. "Is there anything else I can get you?" Adair asked. "No, this is grand. It's the weather I don't like. It's bad out there and getting worse. I'd hoped the Mona Lisa could come into the jetty by the old stone quarry. If it gets worse, the skipper will have to drop his hook out in the bay." "That'll make it more difficult to unload, Derry. Mind you, plenty of local fishermen have signed up for that." "Well, they would, wouldn't they? What about the local peelers?" "They've closed the police station down, Derry. Some trouble up in Castleton, so they've gone up there to help out." "Excellent. They know which side their bread's buttered on." At that moment the phone sounded, and Adair passed it to him. "Mr. Gibson, it's Janet from the Orange George." "I know who you are, Janet. What's the problem?" "Well, I was wondering if you knew where Patrick is. It's been a couple of days. He phoned once and said his Uncle Arthur had died unexpectedly, and I was to carry on running the pub, only we got cut off, and I've got bills coming in, and I can't write the cheques, so I thought I'd speak to you, knowing you're the real owner." "Just a minute," Derry told her. "He doesn't have an Uncle Arthur." "Well, that's what he said." And years of bad living made Derry Gibson sit up very straight. He nodded to Adair and switched the phone to speaker. "When did you last see him, Janet?" "Later in the morning, when you went off for the plane to Belfast. I was doing breakfasts. This small man came in, black bomber jacket, jeans, that funny kind of fair hair, almost white. He asked for Patrick, and at that moment Patrick came in by the rear door." "And what happened?" "Well, the little guy said, 'Patrick, my old son, it's me, Sean Dillon.' He had one of those Belfast accents like yours, Mr. Gibson." Derry Gibson went cold. "And what happened?" "Well, that was it. Nothing until the phone call, and then today I was talking to that old Kelly guy who sells the newspapers outside, and he said he was surprised to see Patrick getting in a Shogun with 3 guys, because he knew 2 of them well. Harry Salter and his nephew Billy. Big gangsters." It was enough. Derry Gibson said, "There's a lot going on here you don't know about, Janet. Just keep things going. If you look in the right-hand top drawer of Patrick's desk, you'll find a company credit card. Use it to pay bills. I'll be in touch." He switched off and turned to Adair. "Sean Dillon and those Salter guys. That means Ferguson." "Jesus, they'll have squeezed Murphy dry," Adair said. "We're up the creek." "No, not the way Ferguson and Dillon work." Gibson's face was hard. "Every job's a black operation to them. No police, no SAS, just Dillon and whatever he comes up with. It's always been the way he plays the game." "Which means?" Gibson laughed, and it was as if he was enjoying it. "He's at sea already, homing on the Mona Lisa." "So what do we do?" "Give him a welcome. His last on this earth. I'll phone Rossi and let him know what to expect." On the bridge of the Mona Lisa, Martino was at the wheel, Rossi at one side, the boat pounding through heavy weather as darkness descended. The ship to shore sounded, and Martino answered. He turned to Rossi. "It's for you." Rossi took it and listened to what Gibson had to say. "In Sean Dillon's hands, Murphy'll spill his guts." Rossi felt strangely calm, not in the least put out. "Dillon really is a piece of work." "So, what do we do?" "Well, it's up to the captain in this weather. If he can come in and make the jetty, fine," Gibson said. "If it's too rough, drop the anchor in the bay. I'll have suitable backup here in Drumgool. But you break out your weapons on board and keep a weather eye out for any likely craft." "You really think Dillon is actually at sea?" "I wouldn't be surprised. He and Ferguson will see the Mona Lisa as a prime target, and they'll do it their way. Look, all this rubbish about Northern Ireland and peace initiatives, it's crap, because the IRA and Sinn Féin have abused the system, and the British government's let them do it. I'm a good orange prod, and I know it, because someone like Ferguson classes me with the IRA. "So, what are you saying?" "That Ferguson doesn't play by the rules, because he knows the justice system doesn't work. That's why he has Sean Dillon. He'll come in the hard way." He hung up. Rossi stood there thinking, and turned to Martino. "Break out the weapons and tell everyone to keep watch. Any other boat we approach with caution." "Why, signor?" Rossi smiled grimly. "We're about to have company, Captain." Chapter 11. Dillon spoke to Roper as the Highlander ploughed through heavy seas towards the Northern Irish coast. "It's rough," Dillon said, "and getting rougher. If the Mona Lisa's off Drumgool, try and make it to the entrance to the bay by the jetty to the old quarry. There's a trough. 400 feet. "Thanks. That's helpful. And please watch it. Things are really moving out there. Don't, for God's sake, consider only the great Sean Dillon and his mission to save the world." The voice crackled over the ship-to-shore radio, and Dillon turned to Ferguson and Billy, who were listening. He said, "Message received and understood, Roper. We who are about to die salute you. Only I don't plan to die just yet. This weather might be just what we need. Over and out." Dillon took a bottle of Lamb's Navy rum out of the flare drawer, pulled the cork and swallowed deep. He passed the bottle to Ferguson. "You're going to need it, Charles." Ferguson didn't hesitate. He drank, wiped the neck and offered the bottle to Billy, who said, "No, I'll manage. I'm so bleeding scared I don't feel seasick any more." Ferguson was at the wheel, which responded surprisingly well. "What happens now?" he demanded. Dillon leaned over the chart table. "I don't know. If the Mona Lisa ties up at that jetty, fine. If it puts its anchor down in the bay, I'll go in underwater with Semtex and timer pencils. An in-and-out job. Blow the bottom out of her, and down she goes." "It won't be too deep if she's at the jetty. We'll have to see. The bay'd be better. There'll be a hell of a lot of confusion there. God help all the small harbour craft, the fishing boats. So that's it, then, Ferguson said. That's exactly it, Charles, Dillon smiled. We're totally in the hands of the weather. I'll go below and get into my wetsuit. Me too, Billy said. Not in a million years. You can run the inflatable. Take me close, but that's it. Open the weapons bag and arm up, Billy. I won't be long. And he went below. In Drumgoole Harbour, the scene was total confusion, the wind coming in off the Irish Sea and gusting to storm force. Smaller craft were already being torn from their moorings and smashed against the harbour walls. Other craft were breaking free and being sucked out into the bay on the other side of the jetty. In the midst of all this, the Mona Lisa emerged, her decklights on, a kind of ghost ship, very old-fashioned, her superstructure high, Martino and Rossi way up on the bridge. Derry Gibson's voice came over the ship to shore. Don't come in. You'll smash up against the old jetty. Drop your hook. And if you're lucky, you'll find it about 60 or 70 feet. But there's a trough of 400 feet. I can't help you there. Rossi said, No news of our friends. Jesus, Marco, if they're out there, they'll be as much in harm's way as the rest of us. I'll join you. We've got an RNLI inshore inflatable lifeboat here. They can handle most things. I'll see you. Way out in the bay, the Highlander hove to, and Ferguson tossed out a sea anchor. Dillon, in his wetsuit, looked out towards the distant Mona Lisa through night binoculars. Billy was using another pair. Dillon, there are boats floating out of the harbour, bouncing off the Mona Lisa's hull like rubber balls. Only they're splintering, Billy. I've counted at least 3 in a sinking condition. But the Mona Lisa's got an anchor chain down. Dillon put the weapons bag on the chart table, took out an arm holster, a Browning with the same 20-round magazine in it as the hidden one, put it on, then crossed a weapon bag over his shoulder, took out 3 Semtex blocks and inserted 10-minute pencil timers. He slipped an inflatable belt around his waist. Nothing bulletproof, Ferguson said. A titanium waistcoat under my wetsuit, Charles. The best I can afford. What do you want me to do? Cross astern. We'll drift in like the other boats. I'll go over and climb the anchor line. With luck? Oh, we all need that, Charles. And me? Billy asked. When I hopefully survive long enough to jump over the rail, you may need to bring the inflatable in and pick me up. Turn it on and the engine goes to 40 knots. I'll send a flare up. Not in this weather, Ferguson said. A huge crosswind turned them half over, and they all staggered and grabbed. Billy said, You can't, Dillon, it's madness. Dillon put an arm around him. You're a great guy, Billy, but I don't care anymore. I'm going to blow the hell out of that boat and everybody on it, whether that's Gibson, Rossi, or even me. And he said it with great deliberation. The Mona Lisa bucked on its anchor as one craft after another crashed against it. There was total confusion on deck. The crew, who had previously been at the ready with their AK-47s, now panicked as the boat rolled from side to side. The Highlander eased forward, and Dillon slipped over the side as they passed the stern of the Mona Lisa. The waves sucked him in, tossed him over, and he grabbed the anchor line. He hung there, his rubber gloves giving him a grip as the Highlander sped away. He started to haul himself up, waves washing over him, and then reached the hole at the top and slid in through to the stern. There were 2 of the crew there, Fabio and Gomez, utterly confused by the waves breaking over the rails, clutching their AK-47s. They saw Dillon get to his knees, and then he pulled out the Browning and shot both of them in the head. High up on the bridge, it was Derry Gibson who recognised the sound for what it was. He's here! The bastard's here! Who is? Martino asked. "Dillon, you miserable idiot!" Gibson went out, looked down and saw Fabio and Gomez rolling in the scuppers. "There you are!" Martino at his side was horrified. "I can't believe it!" At that moment, Arturo and Enrico came round the central area on the port side, grabbing for the rail in the heavy sea, and Dillon, crouched in the stern, shot them both. He moved forward on the port side, heavy seas breaking over him, reached the prow of the boat, heaved the hatch back on the engine room, took out the 3 blocks of Semtex with the timer pencils, and dropped them in. Bullets ripped up the decks beside him. He turned and found the man Sancho standing there, firing an AK-47, and up high on the wheelhouse deck, Martino, Rossi, and Gibson at the rail. He seemed to be facing an inevitable death. And then bullets cut across the decks. Martino was hurled back, and Sancho went down. Gibson ducked and ran away. Dillon looked over and saw Billy at the wheel of the inflatable, Ferguson standing up and spraying the Mona Lisa with the Browning from the wheelhouse. Dillon ran and vaulted over the rail, and as the inflatable went by, grabbed a line and was hauled away. "Out! Out! Out!" Gibson called to Rossi. He went down the side ladder, ended up in the bouncing inflatable, and had the engine revving as Rossi joined him. A moment only, and they sped away through the heavy sea. A moment later, the Highlanders' inflatable appeared out of the gloom, Ferguson standing up with the Browning, Dillon trailing behind. Ferguson had no chance to fire. They were away. Rossi said, "Ferguson, young Salter." "And Dillon," Gibson said. Behind them, the 3 Semtex blocks Dillon had dropped into the engine room exploded one after the other. The Mona Lisa simply blew apart. Parts of her superstructure flew up and then rained down into the storm below. The boat tilted, the stern rose, the Mona Lisa slid over the edge of the trough and went all the way down. There was another muffled explosion, an enormous convulsion to the already disturbed sea surface, boats thrown all over the place, and then a strange calm. The wind dropped just then. Only the rain continued, hard and forceful. The inflatable reached the Highlander and drifted against the side. Dillon pulled himself up the ladder, paused and turned. "You must have been fantastic when you were young, Charles, because you're indescribable now." "Oh, don't forget Billy. And don't try to butter me up, Dillon. Just get on board and let's turn for Oban. We've done what we came here for. Except that Marco Rossi and Derry Gibson are left standing. We'll sort them another day." Rossi phoned his father. "I'll be back tomorrow. I want out of this damned country." "Why? What happened?" Rossi explained, and his father actually found it funny. "Ferguson, at his age, you must admit, Marco, it's rather admirable. Well, I've got a boat with £2 million of weaponry sent down to the bottom by your admirable Ferguson. Come home, and we'll discuss it." Afterwards, the Baron sat, smoking a cigarette and sipping a large brandy, and he was actually smiling. The Highlander ploughed on, Ferguson at the wheel. Billy appeared with the bacon sandwiches. "I'll tell you what, you old bastard, you were great back there. Harry won't believe it when I tell him." "Well, you didn't do badly yourself, Billy." Dillon came in, now changed, in jeans and a shirt. Ferguson said, "I'll say it now, you were totally mad. Frankly, Dillon, you've got a death wish." "You're right, General. But I got the job done." "I think you should visit Professor Susan Hayden-Taylor again." "No, she's washed her hands of me, and so's God. For the moment, we've succeeded in what we set out to achieve. Fewer arms for the conflict in Northern Ireland, and I'll be willing to bet we've stirred up a hornet's nest with Rossi and von Berger. Now we wait and see where it leads. With luck, to the diary. By the way, I phoned Harry, told him his nephew is still in the land of the living. Thanks very much, Dillon, Billy said. That's all right, Billy. He worries about you. Now, will it be all right if I had a bacon sandwich? Chapter 12. In Drumgool there was a certain amount of chaos, but Northern Ireland had been used to chaos for almost 35 years. Nevertheless, Derry Gibson was in the market to move on. "We'll have the peelers all over the place for a while," he said to Rossi in the pub after the Mona Lisa went down. "I'll lie low." He was having a whisky and shook his head as he drank it down. Sean Dillon, what a bastard he is. And Ferguson. Yes, you should never underestimate your opponent. I'll be out of this pest hole first thing in the morning. As far as I'm concerned, you can give Northern Ireland back to the Indians. I think you're being a bit rough. I could be a damn sight rougher. I could point out, for instance, that you haven't paid anything on the Mona Lisa contract. She's gone down, and Rashid doesn't get a penny. What happened, Rossi. You were screwed, and I was screwed. By Dillon and Ferguson. Yes, I've been thinking about that. It's time we did something about Dillon and Ferguson. Can I help? Well, it would be a way of writing off your debt. He thought for a moment. Where do you think Murphy is? Ferguson's got him in some safe house, said Gibson. The only reason those bastards were here was because Murphy talked. Yes. Tell you what, Gibson. Don't go back to the Orange George. Call that woman Janet and tell her she's in charge for a little while more. And where do I stay? In one of our staff flats on South Audley Street. Until when? Until I've worked out how I'm going to do it. Do what? Something with Dillon? Eventually, but not yet. First, I think it'll be Ferguson, the great man himself. Gibson was delighted. What in the hell are you up to? You'll have to wait, Derry. I'll let you know in good time. He lit a cigarette. Derry said, You're enjoying all this? You should have been crushed by the loss of the Mona Lisa. Instead, you don't give a stuff. 2 million. It's only money, Derry. And money is only a medium of exchange. No, the game's the thing. That sounds like Shakespeare. Close. But it's what you and me are all about, as well as Dillon, Ferguson, even the Salters. It's the game that makes you feel alive. It's worth everything. As soon as he got back to London, Ferguson requested a meeting with the Prime Minister on a one-to-one basis, no other security people present, not even Scotland Yard. When he was ushered into the Prime Minister's study, he found him signing various documents for the Foreign Secretary, who had never approved of Ferguson. "I've heard a rumour you've been up to some kind of nonsense again, General," he said. "Me, Foreign Secretary? Can't imagine what. I've been up to my neck in things at the Ministry of Defence for the past few days." "Really?" the Foreign Secretary said dryly. The Prime Minister passed across the documents. "There you go. No feuding, you two. You're both far too important." "Pax," Ferguson said. The Foreign Secretary smiled reluctantly and departed. The Prime Minister said, "Right, General. You'd better sit down and tell me the worst." Afterwards he said, "That's the deepest black operation I've ever heard of. No wonder you didn't want anyone else present. There are rumours, of course, already. God help us if this kind of thing ever reached the ears of the public." "It's too fantastic. No one would believe it." The Prime Minister nodded. "When I won my election, I was presented with knowledge of your department. A secret passed from one PM to another about an organisation responding only to the PM's will. It made me feel uneasy. And yet, on so many occasions, you, Dillon and company, have saved the day. The peace process in Northern Ireland is in tatters, but we're still trying. If the Red Hand of Ulster had got hold of the Mona Lisa's weaponry, it could have been civil war. Exactly, sir. So, a good job well done. There's only one thing that bothers me. Dillon and young Salter I can understand, but you, Charles? Exchanging shot for shot at your age is not only undignified, it's also damn dangerous. You've got your medals, Charles. No more sorties going into harm's way, all right? I promise, Prime Minister. Yes, well, I think I'm going to make sure. You know about the Omega program, don't you, Charles? Yes, sir. It's an implant containing a computer chip that tracks a person's whereabouts. Exactly. I've got it, so do the cabinet ministers. And I've decided you should have it too. Must I, Prime Minister? Yes, Charles. You're too valuable to lose. He picked up a card and handed it over. Professor Henry Merriman, Harley Street. Be there at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It only takes half an hour or so. Doesn't hurt. Would Dillon be a candidate? No, it's only for very senior political figures. And, frankly, Charles, I don't think I want to know where Dillon is all the time. 2 American presidents owe him their lives. I'm aware of that. And yet Dillon has no medals at all. Yes, life can be a bitch, General. Ferguson was silent. Yes, well, I will, of course, present myself at the Harley Street Clinic, as you wish, Prime Minister. He moved to the door, and the Prime Minister said, And von Berger, Charles? Don't forget von Berger. Ferguson turned and said, Sir? Can't have him threatening the President and me, it won't do. Bring him down, Charles. Any way it takes. Of course, sir. Ferguson brushed past the aide, went downstairs and out to the Daimler, where Dillon and Hannah waited. Dillon moved to one of the jump seats and closed the glass partition. How did it go? Ferguson told them, and Hannah said, I think Omega is a good idea, and you are important. A damn sight more important than most of the half-baked cabinet ministers around at the moment, Dillon said. Why, thank you, Dillon. It's a fact of life. I won't remind you of how many years you've been around in the intelligence game. But I can't think of anyone else in the Western world with your experience. You should be my press agent. Glad to. So, von Berger, did he come up? The PM was explicit. Bring him down. Easier said than done. Unless you'd like me to shoot him for you. Hannah said, For God's sake, Dillon. He opened the side window and lit a cigarette. As I've said before, the Almighty's got little to do with it. I could take out Rossi quite cheerfully. Would that be okay? You're being stupid. Ferguson said, Cut it out, you two. What about Rossi's movement, Superintendent? He left Belfast this morning. Ferguson turned to Dillon. Call Roper. See if he's got anything. Roper had, of course. Landed at Gatwick, 1 pilot, 2 passengers. You need 2 pilots for those things, it's the law. Of course, but Marco Rossi's fully rated, he was the other one. Who was the passenger? One Charles Mackenzie, carrying a UK passport issued in Northern Ireland, an accountant, apparently. Apparently? I went into the new visual system they have at check-in now and had a look at him. Derry Gibson. I might have known. You don't know anything, Sean. What he's doing here, for instance. Neither of them have any reason to be pleased with you. So I should be looking over my shoulder. He is Red Hand of Ulster, old son. I'm frightened to death, Roper, Dillon said. Goodbye. "And what was all that about?" Ferguson asked. Dillon told him. Ferguson said. "You know, I've been thinking. Blowing up that ship was good, but why should we wait for them to make the next move? Why not stay on the offensive? We should know more about von Berger's setup in Germany. Schloss Adler, Neustadt, the dark place, whatever the hell they call it." He turned to Hannah. "Have a word with Roper. Ask him to do a quick computer analysis of the area. See if we've got any intelligence sources there. Tell him to meet us at that restaurant of Salter's, Harry's place. We'll have a meal and listen to what he has to say. We'll call it the Dark Man first." 2 car lengths back, Newton and Cook followed. It was early evening. The Dark Man quiet. Salter and Billy, as usual, in the corner booth. Joe Baxter and Sam Hall hanging around, when Ferguson and the others walked in. Harry said, "This is a nice surprise, General. Sit down, all of you." He said to Dillon, "And you listen to me. Brought Billy back in one piece." "After covering himself with glory." "No, that was the General," Billy said. Harry turned to Dillon. "And you, of course, did the usual." "More or less." "So, what gives?" "Rossi flew in from Belfast this morning with a passenger named Charles Mackenzie on his passport." "But, in fact, Derry Gibson, according to Roper," Hannah put in. Harry said, "And what would that bastard be doing here?" "Yes, that's the thing," Ferguson said. "Well, I'd say it's bleeding obvious," Billy put in. "Is that for you, Dillon?" Dillon lit a cigarette. "It could be out for any one of us." "Well, just let him try," Harry said. "He sank my boat. I'll have him for that." "The important thing is to find out what the Baron and Rossi plan to do next," said Ferguson. "I've got Roper doing one of his searches on von Berger's place in Germany. I suggested he meet us at your restaurant, Harry, if that suits you." "Absolutely." Newton phoned Rossi again. "We followed them to this restaurant in Wapping, Harry's place. They've gone in, and Roper's turned up in his wheelchair." "Stay there." Rossi turned to the Baron. "Interesting," von Berger said. And then, with a twinkle in his eye, "I'll tell you what, Marco. Let's go meet them. Oh, and go and get Mr. Gibson. We'll all go together. We'll stir the pot. Won't that be amusing?" "Infinitely," Marco said. Harry's place was another of Salter's warehouse conversions on Hangman's Wharf. The whole place had been revitalized, its brickwork cleaned, new windows in mahogany. There was always a queue, mainly of young people trying to get into the bar, which had become a smart place to be seen. Steps had been added to make the entrance more imposing, and there was a ramp beside it, which Roper used when his black cab arrived. Joe Baxter and Sam Hall were on the entrance in black tie, controlling the line. They came down and helped Roper out of his cab. "Great to see you, Major," Joe said, and pushed him up the ramp. There was a young punk in a silk bomber jacket, standing with 2 girls at the front of the line. "You got to be a bloody cripple to get service here." Sam Hall, almost casually, slapped him backhanded across the face, then grabbed him by the front of the jacket. "That man is probably the biggest hero you ever set eyes on, Sunshine. So you get to go to the back of the line. Alternatively, you could just sod off." The youth put his hands up. "Okay." Then he pulled the girls away, and he went. Joe Baxter said, "Sorry about that, Major." "Sticks and stones, Joe. I couldn't care less. I'm lucky to be here." They went inside, and the head waiter, a dark, energetic Portuguese named Fernando, came forward. "Major Roper, a pleasure. I'll lead the way." With Baxter at the helm, they followed Fernando into the restaurant, which was beautifully designed in Art Deco. There was a small dance floor, a four-piece band and cocktail bar straight out of the 30s. The waiters wore cruise ship monkey jackets. The Salters, Ferguson and his people were all in the largest booth. Harry got up and ruffled Roper's shoulder-length hair. "You still go around like a bloody hippie." "I express my individuality, Harry." Salter looked down into that burned, ravaged face and gave him a hug. "You're a real piece of work, Roper." "Now, don't take pity on me, Harry. If that gets out in the East End, you'll be finished." He turned to Ferguson. "OK, most of this you know, some you don't. The whole thing with Holstein Heath, of course, is that due to an error, it was never East German or West. If anything, it was neo-Nazi, even though von Berger never belonged to the party. He's kept the flame alight. For years after the war, all the police there were former SS, and so on." He took a drink of whisky. "Von Berger frequently visits Schloss Adler, often with Rossi. They come in by helicopter at a landing area close to the Schloss. But it's a huge meadow, and they can actually land a plane on it, too." "Do we have any kind of connection there?" Ferguson asked. "It's a tight-knit community. As a matter of interest, though, about 40 kilometres from Neustadt, on the edge of the Schwarze Platz, is a small village called Arnheim. There's a handful of houses, but also an old Luftwaffe base from the Second World War. It's dilapidated, but it has a landing strip that can take most things. And it's used by a man called Max Kubel." He turned to Ferguson. "He's been on your list out there for a number of years. A smuggler of most things, including people to the west. Flies an old Storch plane on special jobs. His father was Luftwaffe in the war. He knows Neustadt very well. I've spoken to him." "Yes, well, knowing's one thing, and being able to access the place is something else," Dillon said. "He does a lot of cigarette smuggling. Uses people. He has one guy named Hans Klein in Neustadt who was forced off his farm by the Baron and hates him. He could be a useful source of information." At that moment, Fernando appeared and said to Salter, "I am so sorry. Baron von Berger and the Signor Rossi are at the entrance to see you." Salter looked at Ferguson, and Ferguson nodded. Fernando went off, and Ferguson said, "Everyone, just go with the flow." The Baron came down the steps, followed by Rossi and Derry Gibson. "Why, what a surprise, General," he said to Ferguson. "I doubt it," Ferguson said. Dillon grinned up at Gibson. "Derry, you were lucky not to get wet." Gibson smiled reluctantly. "Damn you, Sean." "Oh, that's already taken care of." Salter said, "Would you like a table, Baron? I think we can manage that." "Thank you, but Art Deco has never appealed. I just wanted to say hello." He smiled. "And that I'm thinking of you all." He turned to Rossi and Gibson. "We can go." He looked back at Ferguson and Dillon. "Take care now. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you." They walked out. Harry said, "I don't know what that was all about." He shook his head at Dillon. "Let the old bastard do his worst." "That was the point, Harry. He's daring us to do our worst." Outside, the three of them drove away, and Rossi leaned forward and closed the divider. The Baron said, "So you've made a decision?" "Yes. It's Ferguson first. I'm going to kidnap him." "I love it," Gibson said. "What is the point of that?" the Baron asked Marco. "I'm going to take him to Schloss Adler and explore the market, shall we say. With all Ferguson's experience, I'm sure everyone would love to have a piece of him. The Russians, the Arabs, you name it." "Come on, Marco, you can't fool me. The only reason you want to get your hands on Ferguson in this way would be to pull in Dillon, because you know very well that Dillon would come to his rescue." Marco smiled happily. "Let him try." I think you underestimate Dillon, Marco. You've underestimated him from the beginning. Never play with a tiger. Finish him off before he turns on you. But it's your play. If you want to do this, I won't give you my blessing, but I won't stand in your way. Thank you, Father. Give me a cigarette. Rossi did, and the Baron sat back to smoke it, thinking of his son. His handsome son, Yale University, the war hero with the medals, and yet, in the end, so stupid. Germany. London. Germany. Chapter 13. Max Kubel had been sitting in a bar in Berlin, the Taboo, when he had taken Roper's call on his mobile. Born in 1957, he was the only son of one of the great Luftwaffe night fighter aces of the Second World War, also named Max Kubel, and a Knight's Cross holder. He'd been another example of a man who couldn't let go after the war, and had made a living out of flying in and out of East Germany in the Cold War days, once too often as it happened, when a Russian MiG fighter downed him one night in 1973. Because of his father's record, Max had been allowed into a government-sponsored scheme to train as a pilot with the German Luftwaffe. That was both good and bad. He had a flair for it, like his father, but a restless temperament, not much suited to discipline. The years had rolled by rather boringly, the German government's reluctance to commit to combat situations leaving little room for his father's kind of war, and Max had worshipped his father's exploits, his life. In his case, there was no combat, just flying into countries in Africa or the Middle East on behalf of the United Nations. Cargo planes, humanitarian work, and he hated it. And then, out of Saudi and skirting Iraq, flying 3 UN peace officials, he'd been bounced by an Iraqi MiG and fired on. He'd pulled his father's old Luftwaffe trick, gone down low and used full flaps at the last moment, and the MiG had gone headfirst into the desert to avoid him. The 3 UN officials had been delighted at still being in the land of the living. One of them, an Irish woman, had said he deserved a medal. Instead, the Luftwaffe had thrown him out for flouting their no-combat rules. Since then, he discovered the lucrative delights of various kinds of smuggling, using an old Storch from the Second World War, doing night runs, sometimes as far as Poland. He had fair hair and insolent blue eyes, and wore his father's old black leather Luftwaffe flying jacket, his personal talisman. And he sat there, thinking about the phone call. Roper had been impressive, had even managed fluent German. The mention of Ferguson was enough. Roper had said he only wanted information on the Baron's movements at Neustadt, but there had to be more than that. It was quite exciting, really. He was aware of the Baron's background, knew of the whispers about who Rossi was, had a professional's respect for his flying record. No, the prospect intrigued, and he did have that drunken oaf Hans Klein to call on, who helped him occasionally on cigarette runs. A bar girl approached him. He waved her away and dialed Klein's number. After a while there was an answer. The words were slurred. He'd been drinking. "Who is this?" "Max Kubel. Where are you living now?" "Not much better than a pigsty. The cottage at the back of the church. You know, the Baron robbed me of my farm, and that son of his beat the shit out of you. I'll have my day. What do you want? Are you doing another run?" "Soon, Hans. But I need to know what's going on in Neustadt. The Baron's movements and Rossi's, are they in or out?" "Why?" "Because I'll pay you well, you stupid bastard, and you'll do it anyway because you hate them. You've got my mobile number, so get on with it." He switched off, feeling suddenly incredibly cheerful. and the bar girl came back and stroked his hair. "A drink, Max?" He ran a hand up her leg. "Very definitely. Whiskey, Liebling, malt whiskey. We'll both have one." "And then? Can I come back?" "We'll see, Elsa. We'll see." At Harry's place, they reached the end of their meal and split up. On the pavement, as they all started for their cars, Dillon said, "I'll hang on with Roper and share his cab." "If you like," Ferguson said. They departed. The cab drove up, the driver got out and put the ramp down, and Dillon pushed Roper inside. "Stable Mews," he called to the driver when he got in, and turned to Roper. "On your way." "What you up to?" "Me, nothing. I'm restless, that's all." "That's when I worry about you." "No need." "I don't believe that for a moment." "He murdered Sarah Hesse." Dillon lit a cigarette. "I've never been so certain of anything in my life. I should shoot him, but Ferguson says no, even though we've taken out people as bad as Rossi before. Maybe Ferguson is intent on handling this differently. And maybe Marco Rossi has his own ideas about handling. Maybe he's a lot like me." The cab drew up in Stable Mews, and Dillon got out. Roper said, "Sean, whatever it is, don't." "You're a great guy, Roper. One of the few people in this rotten old world I truly admire. But, as we say in Belfast, good night to you." He let himself into the cottage, went upstairs, changed into jeans and a bomber jacket, went down, opened the secret drawer under the stairs, selected a Walter, and slipped it into the back of his jeans. He left a few moments later in his Mini Cooper. After the meeting at Harry's place, Rossi had phoned Newton and Cook and told them to report to South Audley Street. "You stay on Ferguson. First thing tomorrow you find out every single place he goes." "But why?" Newton said. "What's the purpose of this?" "The purpose, you stupid oaf, is that we're going to lift him at the right moment." There was consternation on both faces. "Now, look here," Cook said. "We're not into that." Marco Rossi said, "You're into what I say you are, or I'll see you never work again. Do what you're told and don't fuck with me." There was a moment of hesitation. Then Newton said, "As you say, Mr. Rossi." "Right, get on with it. And don't use your car. Get a white van, something anonymous, right?" They went out, and Gibson, who'd been in the room watching, said, "They used to be SAS. No wonder the Provost did so well." "What happens now?" "There's an old airbase at Fotley. It's got a decaying runway, but it's usable. I'll have one of our planes left there. When we lift Ferguson, I'll fly it myself." "To where?" "Schloss Adler. The game starts there. The game, Derry, that will bring in Sean Dillon." "Well, that'll suit me fine." In South Audley Street, Dillon left the Mini and walked through light rain to the side street where the Rashid house stood. He stood in the shadows and watched, and suddenly the door opened, and Newton and Cook emerged. He recognized them at once and drew back into the shadows. They crossed to their car and got in. It was only then that Dillon hurried across the street, opened the door, and put the muzzle of his Walter to Newton's temple. "Hello, guys. Am I your worst nightmare or not?" Newton said, "Christ, it's you, Dillon." "As ever was." "What's going on with Rossi?" "Oh, for God's sake, we just work for Rashid on security. He's our new boss. That's all, I swear." He was genuinely fearful, and Dillon sensed it. "OK, piss off. But come up against me and I'll kill you. Both of you." They drove away. Dillon turned to walk, and the door opened, and Rossi emerged in a blue tracksuit, a towel at his throat. He started to run. Dillon called, "Hey, you bastard!" Rossi paused, turned and saw him. "Dillon, is that you? What are you going to do, shoot me?" "I'd love to, but you've been put off limits for the moment." Dillon shook out a cigarette and lit it. "Killing the old woman? A big war hero like you? It couldn't have given you much of a kick." "Fuck you, Dillon," Rossi said. "You've got it wrong. Right time, right place. I'll kill you, Marco. She was a nice old lady. You shouldn't have done it." He turned and walked away. Marco Rossi took a deep breath and started to run again. Behind him, the front door of the house gently closed. The Baron had followed him, had wanted a word, and instead had heard everything. He turned, and with a heavy heart mounted the stairs. The Daimler picked Ferguson up the following morning at Cavendish Place, where Newton and Cook were parked in a British Telecom van, wearing appropriate yellow anoraks. They followed at a discreet distance to Harley Street, watched the Daimler park, and waited, Cook opening the rear door of the van, taking out a large toolbox and looking busy. Newton strolled up the street, glancing at the brass nameplate on the door as he passed, and returned to Cook. He leaned against the van and lit a cigarette. "Some surgeon. Name of Merriman." Professor Henry Merriman was a large, avuncular man who greeted Ferguson warmly. A young nurse stood at a side table, various medical items laid out beside her. "A pleasure, General. We'll get straight on with it. It's a very quick procedure. Just strip to the waist, and Emily here will take care of your things." He went to the table. Ferguson took off his jacket, tie, and shirt. "I hope it doesn't hurt," he said cheerfully. "Nothing a little local anaesthetic can't handle." He turned, a small plastic ampoule in his hand. "Sit down, please, and raise your left arm. It's instant." A slight prick, and his skin was numb. "Excellent," Ferguson said. Emily was standing with what looked like a small aluminium pistol in one hand. Merriman took it from her. "I call it my stun gun, but that's a joke." He placed the muzzle against Ferguson's armpit, pulled the trigger. There was the slightest of clicks. He smiled. "You can get dressed." He handed the gun to the girl. Ferguson picked up his shirt. "That's it. What happens now?" "Nothing. Your implant is already code-indexed into the Omega program's computer. Where you go, it goes. Any corner of the world." Ferguson finished dressing. It made him feel rather gloomy. "What about the toilet? Will it locate me there?" The young nurse found this very funny and laughed. Merriman smiled. "A possibility." Ferguson said, "Good morning, Professor. It's been a sincere treat." Dillon called in at Roper's and found him, as usual, at the computer banks. He paused from what he was doing. "Did you do something stupid?" "I suppose so." Dillon told him what had happened. "Damn you, Sean, for an idiot. You're baiting. Stirring the pot." "It's Rossi. I want to see him in—" "I know. Hell." "Have you told Ferguson?" "No, he wouldn't be pleased. Anyway, he was doing the Omega thing today." "Can you access that?" "I can access anything, Dillon. I've already extracted his index code." "But he only had it this morning." "The microchip is pre-coded into the system, so he's on the system from the moment he's implanted. Watch." His fingers danced over the keys. A map of England appeared. "There he is, the yellow luminous dot. Now we go in closer. London. And there's the dot again. Closer. And there we are, Pall Mall, and moving. Knowing Ferguson, I'd say lunch at the Reform Club." "Thanks for the information, but I'll keep out of his way." And Dillon left. Rossi landed at Fotley, the old RAF base he had chosen, and found Gibson waiting for him. Rossi taxied to the end of the runway and turned, then switched off and got out, and Gibson drove up to him. "You found it, then?" "I must have done. I'm here, aren't I?" "Queer sort of place. Everything looks as if it's falling down." "It is. The war was a long time ago, but the runway is still sound, and that's all that matters." 20 miles I made it." "That's what I figured. Back to town." "To what?" Derry asked, as he turned onto a country road. "You'll see." To his astonishment, what he returned to was not what he had expected. The Rolls was parked outside the Rashid house, the chauffeur loading luggage into the boot. The Baron appeared out of the door in his trilby and black leather coat and leaning on his cane. Rossi said to Gibson, "Pull over and leave this to me." He approached von Berger. "Father, what is this?" "I've decided to go away, Marco. To Schloss Adler." "But why?" "I need time to think. I heard you and Dillon last night, my son. You lied to me. You shouldn't have done it. It wasn't honourable." "But, father—" The Baron said nothing more. He got in the Rolls, the chauffeur slipped behind the wheel, and they drove away. Gibson said, "What in the hell was that all about?" "Dillon," Rossi said. "Damn him! He's been a stone in my shoe too long. I'll have him." At that moment his mobile sounded, and when he answered, Newton said, "We're around the corner from the Reform Club in Pall Mall. Ferguson's gone in." "Probably for lunch," Rossi said. "OK, don't stay. Go to Cavendish Place and set up there. I'll send Gibson to join you. We're going to do it today." "Now, look," Newton said, "I'm not sure about this." "I am. Listen to me, Newton. I can finish you, or I can give you a nice fat fee. Which is it? In or out?" Greed and fear, of course, won the day. In. Dillon turned up at the Ministry of Defence and found Hannah in the main office at her computer. She stopped and leaned back to look at him. "What's up?" "Why should anything be up?" "I know my Sean." "Oh, I suppose I was a bit stupid last night." "Tell me." Which he did, lighting a cigarette and looking out of the window. When he finished, she said, "You fool." "I know. It's Rossi and what he did. I can't get Sarah Hesse out of my mind." "Sean, I've a psychology degree, so here's a free reading. Oh, Rossi did the murder, but you feel as guilty as hell because you gave that woman a promise. What was it? No harm will come to you on this earth, I swear it." Dillon, never so emotional in his life, said, "I remember what happened. She touched my face and said, 'I believe you. You're a good man in spite of yourself.'" She had never seen him so haggard and drawn. "Me, the great Sean Dillon. And you know what happened and who was responsible, and I'll see Rossi in hell for it." He turned and found the door to Ferguson's office open and the General standing in the doorway. "Then you'll go straight down the same road to hell yourself, Dillon. What on earth did you think you were doing? Confrontation? Direct threats? It's not the way to handle things at the moment. You are totally out of order." "I usually am." "Right. You're suspended. Leave the office now. I'll speak to you again at what I consider to be an appropriate time. You will surrender all your weapons." Dillon managed a gentle smile. "Oh, well, Charles, I always thought the day would come. But you've been a decent old stick, and in spite of Serbia in the old days when you sold me out, you've treated me well." He turned to Hannah. "Oh, Sean," she said, "I know. I always take the hard approach, and I know that doesn't hold with your fine Jewish morality. but revenge is a concept not unknown in the Old Testament. I'll be on my way, and God bless all here." He disappeared, and Ferguson said, "Damn him! Why did he do it? It unscrambles things in the wrong way." "It's simple, sir. He can be more emotional than you think. He's put himself on the line for me in the past. For you. All he could think of was an old lady who trusted him and ended up in the river. In spite of everything Dillon's done, if you want a psychopath here, it's not him. It's Marco Rossi." "Oh, to hell with it. I'm going home. Order the Daimler." "It's not available, General. Out for maintenance today, remember?" "Then get me a bloody taxi!" And he stormed back into his office. Dillon sat in his Mini Cooper, thinking about things. Well, everything had to come to an end. That was life. Still and all, there'd been a lot of water under the bridge. He reached for a cigarette, lit it, looked out and saw Ferguson walk to a waiting black taxi and get in. It moved off, and Dillon started up the Mini Cooper and went after him. There was no logical reason that he should, except perhaps for some instinct, an Irish thing. But he did, eased out into the traffic, and followed the cab. In Cavendish Place, Newton and Cook had taken up a manhole to explain their presence. Derry Gibson, also wearing a yellow telecom jacket, sat inside the van reading a newspaper. Newton moved to the passenger window. "Come on, it's been nearly 4 hours. Are we getting anywhere?" At that moment, a black cab drew up. Derry said, "I think we might be." And then Ferguson got out and paid the driver, who drove away. "No," Gibson said, and opened the small leather case on the seat beside him and took out a small plastic ampoule. "Get him." He got out, and as Ferguson turned away, they grabbed him by each arm, and Gibson moved in. "A real pleasure, General," and he jabbed Ferguson in the neck. The effect was almost instantaneous. Ferguson sagged. They walked him to the back of the van. Gibson opened the door and they put him inside, Gibson following. "Get going," he said. Dillon, turning in at the entrance to Cavendish Place, saw everything and put his foot down. A delivery van drove in front of him. Dillon braked and swerved. Beyond him, the telecom van swung out into the traffic. He joined in, well behind. The heavy London traffic made things difficult, but he managed to stay focused on the telecom van. He got out his Codex 4 and checked into Hannah, who answered at once. "I followed Ferguson home. He was jumped by Derry Gibson, Newton and Cook, and dumped in a fake British telecom van. I'm following." "Where, for God's sake?" "North London, I don't know, Essex way. Get in touch with Roper, he can invoke the Omega thing. That should tell you where we're going. Tell him to keep me informed." Derry Gibson called Marco Rossi. "We've bagged the bird." "I'm on my way. I'll see you at Fotley." "Well, let's hope you're there before we are. Kidnapping draws at least 10 years in this country." Roper cut into Dillon. "I've heard the story. I'm on the case. Omega is working fine. I'll track and keep you informed. No reason to worry if you lose him. I'll put you back on track." Dillon had a thought. "These 3 goons are working for Rossi. So where are they going?" "Maybe it's where are they flying. I'll check." As he emerged from London, the traffic thinned a little. Not all that much, but enough to keep Dillon well back. Roper came on. "The Baron just left Northolt, destination Munich. I've checked there. He's got a helicopter booked for Neustadt." "Has he now?" "Even more interesting, Rossi had a plane delivered to a place called Fotley in Essex this morning. It's an old RAF airbase, now disused, with a long runway. I think that's where you're going. I hope you make it, Sean. Are you carrying?" "I damn well am. But what if I fail? Where are they going?" Well, Omega will confirm, but I think we both know. Schloss Adler. Right, then I suggest you get on to this Max Kubel. He can alert the Klein man at Neustadt. Tell Kubel to put in place whatever plan we'd need to mount a rescue operation. It'll be a huge payday for him. I'll press on and hope to catch them at Fortley. In the end, he failed, mainly because of a farm tractor on a narrow country road. He finally made the old airfield, only to see the abandoned van and the Gulf Stream already moving. As it lifted and roared past, Newton looked out. "Jesus," he said, "that's Dillon's Mini Cooper." "Is that a fact?" Derry Gibson laughed. Ferguson, unconscious, was strapped in one of the seats. Derry patted his cheek. "I'll go tell Rossi. He'll be so pleased." At Arnheim, Max Kubel was working on the Storch prior to a foray into Poland. He'd always remembered the adage from the Second World War, half the airmen who die aren't shot down by the enemy. They die of engine failure. It was why he'd always taken care of his own maintenance. He closed the engine cowling and slapped the fuselage, which had a fresh coat of dull black paint. "Good girl," he said, and his mobile went. He listened to Roper for a long 5 minutes and was immediately interested and full of energy. "I'll talk to Klein. This meadow outside the Schloss, can it accommodate Ross's plane, especially at night? It's huge, and the Schloss is floodlit. There's plenty of light. So what will we do? Could you fly in while Dillon attempts a recovery?" "Come off it. The minute I attempted a landing, the whole thing would be blown." "Well, then how would we get to Neustadt? What could we do, parachute in? Dillon's done that before." "Not in the Schloss Adler. Battlements, courtyards, roofs. It isn't nice." "Then, when you want to make a nefarious trip into Holstein Heath, how do you do it? I know how mysterious the damn place is. The locals must be suspicious of any kind of strangers." "Yes, but if I put a group together for an in-and-out job, they won't look like strangers. The police in Holstein Heath look very much like the Vopos of the old East German days. Believe it or not, they still use Russian Cossack motorcycles and field cars." "So, what are you saying?" "In the past, I've gone in with my people when I've needed them, using those vehicles and uniforms. Would Dillon buy that?" "Well, his German is fluent." "He couldn't do it on his own." "What about you?" "No way. My task will be to do the extracting. Dillon and whoever, helped by Klein's intelligence, pull Ferguson, and all hell breaks out. So the smart thing would be for me to fly in from Arnheim. It's a short flight. I drop in at the Schloss in my Storch and pick them up." "And you're confident you could do that?" "To the great Kubel, anything is possible. And to avoid any problem with angry foresters, it would be the only way. These are the Baron's people." "You mean it's Indian territory?" "Exactly. Another thing, in the Storch, I could manage Ferguson, but only 2 others. 2 men only to take on the situation of the castle. I've got an idea that Dillon's that crazy, but does he know someone else who is?" "Oh, yes," Roper said. "I think so. There's a big payday for you on this, by the way." "Oh, stuff the payday. I've been getting stale. And I've looked you up, Roper. You're what the Jews call a mensch. I'm a great admirer." "Flattery is always appreciated." "I'll speak to Klein and get things moving." At his cottage behind the church at Neustadt, Klein took the call from Kubel and listened to what he had to say. "So, what do you want me to do?" "Let me know the minute the Baron turns up in the helicopter. After that, Rossi in his plane. Can you get into the Schloss?" "Of course I can. I've known it backwards since I was a child." "In spite of security?" "This security is crap. I can go around all that." "Get this right, Hans. There's a lot of money in it for you." And where the Baron is concerned, it will be a pleasure. I'll go and check things out up there." Kubel switched off, and Klein pulled on a hunting jacket, put a sawn-off shotgun in one pocket, a double handful of cartridges in the other, and went out, smiling. On the final stretch back to London, Dillon listened to everything Roper had to say. "Fine," he said. "Alert Hannah. Tell her to book Lacey and Parry. Alert the quartermaster. The destination will be Arnheim." "There's one thing, Sean," Roper said. "You can't do this on your own. Don't tell me you're going to ride a Cossack through the Schwarzerplatz and do a Dirty Harry. You need a friend." "I'll get a friend." "You're sure?" "Trust me. I'll ask him, and for this, he'll be there." Dillon turned down to Hangman's Wharf and the Dark Man, parked and went inside. There were only a couple of customers, Dora at the bar, and Harry and Billy in their usual corner booth. Harry looked up and frowned. "Well, you look stressed." "You could say that." Dillon sat down. "Just listen." When he was finished, Harry said, "I knew that Rossi was bad news." Dillon's phone sounded, and Roper said, "No question, Sean, it's Neustadt they're aiming for. Everything all right with you? The extra man?" "We'll see." "I'm sure you will." He switched off. Dillon said, "Billy, you heard the story. I'm going to go in like a Vopo and a Cossack. It's a good thing I speak German." "Which I don't, but you need a gun, and I can wear one of these Vopo uniforms as well as you can." Billy had that cold, pale smile on his face. It was Harry who cut in. "We better get sorted, Dillon. We can't leave Ferguson in the hands of these bastards. Anyway, I like the old sod. You and Billy do it. Billy's come on a bit since you took him in hand. Right, Billy? Likes doing something because it's the right thing to do." "I should say so." Billy got up. "I'll go and pack." He smiled at Dillon. "This is going to be a habit." At Farley Field, Dillon arrived to surprises. First of all, the presence of Hannah Bernstein. He said, "What in the hell are you doing here?" "I speak German, Sean, and it's my boss at the sharp end. I think I should be here." Then the Salter Rolls appeared, and disgorged not only Billy, but Harry, both with hand luggage. Dillon said, "What is this?" "This German police thing. I'm going with you. I'll stay back at the base with the superintendent if you want, but you always want to do it on your own. Well, this time you can't. It's too important." Dillon said, "Fine, just don't get in the way." He walked towards the citation, and Lacey came out, dressed in anonymous flying overalls. "You know what we're up to here?" The superintendent filled us in. "You'll notice we've sprayed over our RAF roundels. Don't want anybody identifying us." "You know where we're going?" "Roper's told us." "Sean, this is something else. I mean, the General." "Don't worry, I'll bring him back, I swear it. I don't want crew, just you and Parry. Board, and I'll see the quartermaster with Billy." The department's quartermaster waited with his list. "All loaded, Mr. Dillon, Walters and Carswell silencers, 3 MP40 machine pistols." "That's going back a bit." "I've checked, Mr. Dillon, and the police in Holstein Heath area are rather old-fashioned. I would point out that the Schmeisser is still an extremely efficient weapon. Some stun grenades, some smoke. That should do you in the present circumstances." "You know what they are?" "Mr. Dillon," the sergeant major said, 25 years ago in the Grenadier Guards, I was trying to hunt you down in the IRA in South Armagh and failed. I'm glad, because it means you're here to save the General, who is one of the finest men I've ever known. Now, I'll load these items for you, sir, and you'll return them to me when you get back." Dillon walked out with Billy, who said, "Well, he's got faith in you." "A lot of people do. It can be a burden, Billy. Come on, let's go. We're not saving the world this time. We're saving Charles Ferguson." He went up the air stair door, followed by Billy. Parry closed the door as they joined Harry and Hannah. A few moments later, the engines turned over on the Citation, and it lifted up into the sky. Chapter 14. Charles Ferguson came back to the real world to find himself on a bed in a dark panel bedroom. The door was locked, and when he went to the window, the fall was at least 100 feet. It was immediately apparent that there was nowhere he could go. He was standing at the window looking out when the door opened. Derry Gibson came in. "Ah, there you are, General. You look well." "Well, I felt better. Where's Rossi?" "Busy elsewhere. You'll have to compose yourself, the grand man you are. I'll see you get some food." The door closed, and Ferguson looked out of the window again, suddenly more alone than he'd ever felt. "God damn it," he thought. "You were right, Dillon." At the same time, Rossi found his father in the great hall. The Baron was sitting by the fire, a drink at his hand. Marco said, "Father, I think we should talk." "I think we should too." "Have you succeeded in your endeavor?" "If you mean have I lifted Ferguson, yes. He's here in the Schloss." "And you intend your purpose?" "I don't see why not." "And Dillon?" "Hot on the trail." "And that's what you want, a face-to-face confrontation?" "Any time he likes." The Baron nodded. "I've given things a great deal of thought. I just don't know if I agree." "It's in motion, Father. Everything. I must see it through." "Must you?" "Unless I am mistaken, this is still Schloss Adler. I am still the Baron. Let me think about this, Marco. Me. Your father." And at that moment, the young SS Sturmbannführer was in charge again. "I'll let you know what I want. What I want, not you. Now please go away for the moment." Hans Klein had gone in at the lowest end of the Schloss, and found what he called the chamber entrance, a great grille overgrown by shrubbery. It was a legacy of German army engineering, when the Schloss had been used as a command headquarters and the whole drainage system had been modernized. Klein lifted the grille, moved in and switched on his light. The concrete tunnel was dry, except for a steady stream of water down a centre channel. Klein walked along one of the sides, reached a steel ladder and climbed up, raising the manhole cover at the top. He emerged into a basement area that he knew well, filled with storage rooms and kitchen areas, gradually reaching up to the glories of the great hall. He often penetrated that far. When the Baron and Rossi were away, it always gave him a feeling of power. Now, as he hovered in the basement area, he became aware of voices resonating, and quickly withdrew and went back down the ladder. When he emerged into the wooded area, he replaced the grill, moved away, squatted down by a tree and called Kubel. Afterwards, Kubel spoke to Roper. "All systems go. His secret way into the Schloss works. When the Gulf Stream landed, he saw Rossi and 4 other men, one of them being supported between 2 others. The General, probably Newton and Cook holding him up, plus Derry Gibson. That would make sense. Are you going to be ready for us, Max? The right gear? All here. So I won't need help, which means security will be nice and tight. We'll be ready, Roper, whenever your friends are." It was a couple of hours later that a key rattled in the door. Ferguson turned, and Rossi came in, with Derry Gibson. "I just wanted to make sure you were comfortable." "How kind. When do I get to see the Baron?" "When he wants to see you. Compose yourself. Your turn will come." He turned away. Ferguson said, "You seem to be going to a lot of trouble. I'd have thought you'd have given me a bullet in the head by now." Rossi smiled. "Not for you, General. You're much too valuable." "What happens to me, then?" "I'll probably sell you to the Arabs," Rossi said, and the door closed. At the same moment, at Arnheim, they all grouped around the table in Max Kubel's office and examined the map. "That's it," Kubel said. "Neustadt." He turned to Dillon. "It's an old-fashioned motorcycle, the Cossack." "Don't worry, I'll manage," Dillon said. He turned to Billy. "You get the sidecar." Kubel said, "Thanks to these mobiles you've brought, we'll be in constant touch. You should get there in an hour at the most. Once you bring him out, I can make the meadow in 20 minutes. I'll be sitting in the cockpit ready to go." "That sounds reasonable," Dillon said. "How about you, Billy?" "Oh, I'm always reasonable." "Once you leave, I'll call Klein. He'll be waiting. His place is the only cottage at the back of the church. You can't miss it." He glanced around the table. "How does it sound?" Lacey and Parry looked dubious. It was Hannah who said, "The whole thing seems to depend on split-second timing." "Absolutely, but it is possible. The distances involved are not great." "Well, in the circumstances," Harry Salter said, "can I get on with it? It's no good for my nerves." "Exactly," Billy said. "Personally, I can't wait to dress as a copper. The old lags I was with at Wandsworth will never believe it." "Fine. This way, then," Kubel said. In the hangar, the Storch waited, black, like something from another time. The old Cossack motorcycle waited, too. Everyone waited, uncertainty thick in the air. Kubel stood with Lacey and Parry and looked out as it started to rain. "Not good," Lacey said. "It never is when good is needed, Squadron Leader. Haven't you noticed that?" A door clanged. They turned, and Dillon and Billy emerged, strange and menacing figures from the past, in their steel helmets, Vopo uniforms and dispatch riders' raincoats. Each had a Schmeisser machine pistol slung across the chest. Dillon was fastening his helmet strap. "Have you got everything?" Kubel asked. "Absolutely. Big pockets, extra magazines, a Walter apiece, stick grenade in the boot, just like the old days." "Christ, you look like you're going to make a D-Day movie," Salter said. "Who knows?" Dillon looked out. "Nice evening for it." He turned. "You up for this, Billy? Oh, let's get going, for God's sake. We're going to get bleeding soaked." He settled himself in the sidecar, and Dillon mounted the Cossack and kicked it into life. Hannah ran forward and put a hand on his sleeve. "Sean!" Her face was desperate. "Well, bring him back." He smiled. "You worry too much." And he drove away into the driving rain. The road into the Schwarzeplatz was well surfaced, but quite narrow, the forest crowding in, and already the gloom of early evening was turning toward darkness. The rain was relentless, and both Dillon and Billy wore goggles. The Cossack responded well, and there was little traffic. Twice they passed farm trucks going in the other direction, and once a sedan. Dillon turned and shouted to Billy, "We'll be there sooner than Kubel thought." And in spite of the weather, he pushed the Cossack up to 60. At the Schloss, the Baron sat by the log fire as Rossi came in with Ferguson. Newton and Cook stood on either side of the grand stairway on the landing, holding AK-47s. Derry Gibson stood to one side of the fireplace. "Ah, there you are, General. Join me. Perhaps you'd like a drink?" "How very kind. A large whisky would do it." "Marco?" It was an order, and Rossi went to a sideboard, poured the whisky, and Ferguson savoured it. "Your chaps look as if they're expecting trouble." "No, actually we're expecting Dillon," Rossi said. "How on earth would he know where I was?" Ferguson was wary. Could they know about Omega? "Because he saw you being kidnapped and chased us all the way to Fortley Airfield. Arrived just too late." "How unfortunate." "It certainly was for you." The Baron said, "Enough, Marco. Let's show our guests some courtesy." He got up and leaned on his cane. "Come with me, General, and I'll show you some of the rarer sights of the Schloss." He led the way to a door beside the stairway and nodded to Marco, who opened it. "A tunnel built in the 15th century to give access to the chapel, which, incidentally, is very fine. Let's take a look." And he led the way in. At that moment, Dillon was kicking on Klein's door. After a while it opened, and Klein stood there. He recoiled instinctively at the uniforms. They pushed him back inside. "Don't worry, we're from Kubel," Dillon said in German. "Are you ready to take us in?" "Yes," Klein said eagerly. He reeked of drink, but turned, took down his hunting coat, and put the sawn-off shotgun in one of the pockets. Dillon called Kubel on his Codex 4. It was answered instantly. "We're here already, and we've made contact with Klein, so we're going straight in. To hell with waiting. You said it'd take you 20 minutes. Leave in 15. I'm your man," Kubel said. "Good luck." Dillon said to Billy, "Right, let's get it done." He turned to Klein. "My friend doesn't speak German. Just lead the way and let's get on with it." The Baron leading, they went into the chapel, the candles guttering, the great bowl of the eternal flame burning. The heraldic banners hung from each side of the roof in the gloom. 700 years of my family's history, General." "Very impressive," Ferguson said. "No hint of the Third Reich. I see no Nazi banners." "But I was never a member of the Nazi Party." "However, you did give distinguished service to the SS." "The Waffen-SS, the greatest fighting soldiers the world has ever seen." "That's one point of view. And you were Hitler's aide." "True, but he had many. I was an office boy, if you like." "Oh, come now. Entrusted with the holiest of missions." "On the whim of a man who had become unbalanced at the end. Wait there." He walked behind the mausoleum, opened the secret cavity, took out the diary and held it up. "You think this is what it's all about? The Führer's diary, a holy book?" That's what Sarah Hesse told me. Wrong. My family motto is a matter of honor. The Führer's mission got me out of Berlin, gave me money to make a fresh start. Because of that, it is a matter of honor to guard it. Oh, some of the information, particularly that affecting the president, could be useful. But that was never the point of my feud with you. He replaced the diary. Ferguson heard a creak as the cavity closed. So what is the point? Kate Rashid saved my life in Baghdad. Dillon killed her brothers and was responsible for her death, and through him, you. So I'm to pay the blood price. Dillon will also pay it if, as my son hopes, he comes for you. So what's my price? We'll go back to the hall and discuss it. In spite of the floodlighting of the Schloss, the wooded area on the slopes was dark and gloomy, as Klein led the way through the shrubbery to the chamber entrance and removed the grille. He went down the steps, switched on a large flashlight, and splayed it across the concrete tunnel. Here we are. It takes us straight into the heart of the Schloss. He took out half a bottle of schnapps and poured it down. Good, Dillon said, but cut that out. We need you sober. At the same moment at Arnheim, Max Kubel boosted power and let the Storch go, the Argus engine responding magnificently. He lifted off into the rain. The others stood watching. Hannah said, "It's all up to Dillon now." "Well, it usually bleeding is," Harry Salter said. When they emerged into the basement area, Klein led the way through a series of deserted corridors and kitchens. "No servants?" Dillon asked. "I checked in the village. He only keeps a handful. He's given them all time off." They went up a flight of stairs, and he opened a door cautiously. "The outer hall," he whispered. It was dark. They could hear voices close by. "They must be in the great hall," Klein said. "Follow me. If we go up the stairway over there, there's a place where you can look down." He swallowed more schnapps, while Dillon explained to Billy, and they moved on, their weapons at the ready. Chapter 15. Seated by the fire again, Ferguson said, "So, let's hear the worst." "It's simple," Rossi told him. "Your record in the field of international intelligence makes you a very valuable commodity. Of course, I could simply shoot you, but that would be a waste. What I get for you will in some way make up for the financial loss over the Mona Lisa debacle." "There's only one problem with that," Ferguson said cheerfully. "My value would depend on what I had to say, and I'm not a very talkative individual." "Oh, we can take care of that. A little drug called succinylcholine. It's used as a muscle relaxant in certain operations, but only if the patient is unconscious. If it isn't, it leaves him totally paralyzed, unable to breathe, and in exquisite pain. The effect lasts 2 minutes, but the idea of a repeat performance would be too terrible to contemplate. No, you'd sing for your supper." And Ferguson knew fear as he never had before, but managed to smile. "Sounds pretty ghastly." And he turned to the Baron. "And you would approve of this business?" "I'm sure I won't have to." "You will, of course, be sensible." Halfway up the great stone stairs was a small viewing room to one side, a very medieval item with an open front through which one could see everything in the great hall. Dillon, Billy, and Klein, staying cautiously back, had a clear enough sight. The magnificent chandelier, hanging from the boarded ceiling, illuminated the scene below. The oak table, the silver candlesticks, candles flaring. Newton and Cook on the landing at the top of the marble stairs. Gibson by the log fire. The Baron and Ferguson seated opposite each other. Rossi to one side. Dillon took it all in and pulled them back. "Does this staircase link up to the other landing?" he asked Klein in German. "Yes." "And the door down below is the only way into the Great Hall?" "That's right." "Good. I'll send my friend up to the landing, and I'll go through the door." "And what about me?" "You stay here and keep watch." "Now look," Dillon said. "Do as you're told." He jammed his machine pistol against Klein's chest. "I mean it." Klein put up a hand. "Okay, fine." Billy said, "Is he being awkward?" "More like a pain in the arse. Go up those stairs, turn at the top, and you'll be on the landing overlooking the hall. Think you can handle Newton and Cook?" "Any day, including my day off. What about you?" "I'll go downstairs and go in hard through the hall door." 50, Billy. Counting from now." They parted, Billy up and Dillon down. Klein, furious, took out the bottle of schnapps and drank from it, then went back into the viewing room, taking out his sawn-off shotgun. Below, Rossi was saying, "I thought an auction might be fun." "You do like to twist the knife, old son," Ferguson said, "like the Ivory Madonna." "Oh, I know all about that. When you were on the run behind Serb lines, you killed 4 people, only 2 of whom were women. You make a habit of that. Witness Sarah Hesse." "Damn you, Ferguson!" Rossi cried, his right hand coming out of his pocket holding the Madonna. At the same moment, Klein, up above and thoroughly drunk, leaned out and shouted, "I've got you now, Baron!" hurled the empty schnapps bottle, and fired both barrels of his sawn-off. Strangely enough, it was Ferguson who saved the Baron, hurling himself forward and knocking him from his chair. But it was Derry Gibson, the old Irish hand, who got Klein, firing a Browning 3 times, catching Klein in the forehead, sending him back into the wall to bounce over the edge and fall into the hall below. All of their timing was blown. Billy, advancing on Newton and Cook, had no choice but to shoot Newton, while Dillon below kicked in the door, stood to one side and sprayed across. Ferguson and the Baron were behind the sofa. Rossi and Gibson upended the table and fired towards the door. Dillon called, "You okay, Billy?" "Got Newton. Cook to go." There was a burst of firing. Dillon called, "See what you can do with the chandelier." "I'll help. 1, 2, 3, go!" They gave it sustained fire. It splintered, shards flying everywhere, sagged, then ripped out of the ceiling, plunging the hall into darkness, and crashed to the floor, parts of it showering the table. On the landing, Cook panicked totally and stood up, firing his AK-47. Billy drove him back with a short burst, then started down the stairs. Dillon ran in, firing high, and confronted Rossi and Derry Gibson as they emerged from behind the wreck of the chandelier and table. Billy came up behind them. "Hold it!" He ran his hands over them and relieved them of 2 pistols and Rossi of the Ivory Madonna. He sprang the blade. "That's handy." He snapped the blade shut and put it in his pocket. Ferguson and the Baron were standing now. Ferguson said, "What kept you?" Billy said, "From what I could see from up there, you saved this old sod. What on earth for?" "It seemed like the civilised thing to do, and he was very civilised to me, Dillon. He took me to the chapel and produced a tantalising glimpse of the diary, hidden in the mausoleum." "Really? Well, we came for you, Charles, but the diary is definitely a bonus." Rossi hadn't said a word, merely stood there glowering, and Gibson was poised to take any chance to run for it. Dillon knew that. "All right," he said to Rossi. "Lead the way." Coming in at 600 feet, Kubel had a perfect view of the Schloss, wonderfully floodlit, the meadow below. At 160 miles per hour, he made a quick run in spite of the heavy rain, but at the end it had faded into a drizzle. There was a quarter moon, pale, rain-washed, and then the floodlit Schloss, the great meadow, and he went down and made a perfect landing, taxied to the far end, turned, and taxied back. His Codex 4 sounded, and he replied, "Kubel, Dillon here. Heard you coming in. We've got him. Fine. Ready to leave when you are." They grouped close to the mausoleum in the chapel, Billy covering Rossi, Gibson and the Baron with his Schmeisser. Ferguson fiddled about at the back. "It's in here somewhere. A secret cavity of some sort." "You'll never find it," the Baron said tranquilly. "I haven't got time to waste." Dillon grabbed Rossi by the hair, took a Walter from the pocket of his raincoat, and rammed the muzzle against the side of the skull. "Produce it, or I'll kill him." "I don't think so." "Then you don't know me." Dillon turned to Gibson. "I told you never to run back to me." He shot him between the eyes, hurling him back against the steps of the mausoleum, blood flying. There was general shock, and then he rammed the muzzle of the Walter against Rossi's skull again. "It's up to you." "No!" the Baron cried in anguish. "I'll give it to you, but only if you swear on your honour to spare him." It was Ferguson who intervened. "You have my word." The old man went to the back of the mausoleum, and there was one slight creaking as he opened the cavity. He came back with the diary and held it out to Ferguson, who took it. "A holy book, according to Sarah Hesser. You swore an oath never to copy it." "I never did." "Excellent." Ferguson went up the 2 steps to the eternal flame and dropped the diary inside. It started to burn at once. Rossi cried out, "You bloody fool, father! They'll kill us anyway!" Dillon shoved him away and raised his Walter, but Ferguson said, "No, it's over, and I did give my word. We leave now." And he walked out. "You're a lucky man," Dillon said. "I gave up on honour a long time ago. Come on, Billy." They went out, following Ferguson back along the tunnel, hurrying past the carnage in the great hall and out to the front door, turning down the steps to the courtyard. Several vehicles were parked there, including a Land Rover with the keys in it. "This'll do," Dillon said, and got behind the wheel. The other 2 scrambled in, and he drove away and out across the drawbridge. Rossi emerged from the front of the chapel, his father on his heels, and looked far down into the meadow. "My God, it's a stork! They're leaving in an old crate like that. Well, I'll show them." He stormed down the path to the courtyard, and his father stumbled along behind him. "But what are you going to do?" "My Gulf Stream is 3 times faster than that thing. I'll run the bastards into the ground." He was beside himself with rage. "You are crazy," the Baron said, as he plucked at Rossi's sleeve. Rossi pulled away, started to run, and the old man went after him. In the courtyard, Rossi scrambled into a station wagon, switched it on, drove for the gate, and found the Baron standing there, arms outstretched, the familiar cane in one hand. Rossi had no option but to stop, and the Baron had the passenger door open in a second and hauled himself in. "Whatever we do together. Now get on with it." Ferguson, Dillon, and Billy packed into the Storch, and Max Kubel grinned and shouted over the roaring of the engine, "All's well that ends well. Let's get the hell out of here." "A sound idea. We've left 4 dead men up there," Ferguson told him. "Then we really had better get moving." He boosted power, roared down the meadow, and lifted into the air. Dillon looked out and down in time to see the station wagon drawing up to the Gulf Stream, and gestured. Kubel glanced back. "If you didn't leave Rossi dead back there, then that will be him. There's no one else it could be. Let's move it." He didn't have a hope, of course. There was no way of getting away, not with the Gulf Stream speed. There was no chance of being shot down, because the Gulf Stream wasn't a fighting aircraft, which meant only one thing. He was going to get bounced. Rossi would force him to crash in the forest, and Rossi was a damn good pilot. He was at 1,000 feet when he felt a great shockwave. The Storch rocked in the turbulence. The Gulf Stream passed over them, then banked, came around, and took up a station to port as Rossi reduced speed. He had the cockpit lights on, and looking across, Dillon could see von Berger sitting in the right-hand pilot's seat, staring out. "My God, he's got the Baron with him!" he shouted. The Gulf Stream roared away, banked, and came back towards them head-on, lifting at the last moment and passing over, the Storch rocking again in the turbulence. "No," Kubel thought, "he's trying to force me down so low I'll hit the trees. Let's play a different game." He hauled back the column and climbed to 2,500 feet. And in the cockpit of the Gulf Stream, Rossi snarled, "What in the hell is he doing, that pilot?" "This is ridiculous," the Baron said. "Madness. Let's go back." "I'm damned if I will." And at that moment, Kubel took the Storch nose down into the steepest dive of his career, and Rossi went roaring after him. The Storch held true, and Kubel didn't haul back the column until the last suicidal moment, levelling at 500 feet. The Baron placed his hand over Rossi's. "It's enough," he said, and pushed the control column forward. The Gulf Stream, chasing at 400 miles an hour, ploughed straight into the forest in a ball of fire. Dillon shouted to Kubel, "You're a genius!" "He wasn't in his right mind," Kubel replied. "Nobody flying a plane that way could be." "It was his choice," Ferguson said. "I can't say I'm sorry. He had a terrible fate in mind for me, and the Baron was going to stand by and let him get on with it." "They can roast in hell as far as I'm concerned," Dillon said. "Let's go home." They came into Arnheim shortly afterwards and landed by the hangar, where Hannah, Harry, Lacey and Parry waited. "My God, it's great to see you, General," Harry said. Hannah impulsively kissed Ferguson on the cheek. "I'm so glad you made it, sir." "Well, all that can wait. All aboard. I want us out of here fast. Dillon, you and Billy had better change. What about you?" Ferguson asked Kubel. "Oh, I'll fly off after you're gone. Time for an extended holiday, I think." "You were wonderful back there." "Yes, I was, wasn't I?" Lacey and Parry were in the cockpit of the Citation. Hannah and Harry boarded. Ferguson followed, and Dillon and Billy came running out of the hangar a moment later. Dillon said to Kubel, "I thought I was a good pilot, but you're a great pilot. Isn't he a great pilot, Billy?" "Bleeding marvellous. Let's go." They went up the air stair door, and Parry closed it behind them. A few moments later they were rolling down the runway, taking off and climbing fast. "OK, what happened?" Harry demanded. "It can wait, Harry," Ferguson said. "As usual, they covered themselves with glory." He turned to Hannah. "Be kind enough to call Roper. Mission accomplished. Hitler diary destroyed. Baron Max von Berger, Marco Rossi, and Derry Gibson departed this life for who knows what. Ask him to relay that information to Blake Johnson, too.
Of course, sir.
And the Prime Minister? I'll deal with him myself. She went to the back of the cabin and moved into the kitchen for privacy. Harry got the bar cupboard open. I reckon a drink's in order, except for Billy here.
I'm going to have a kip anyway, Billy said,
putting his seat back and closing his eyes.
Bushmills.
Harry held the bottle up.
You've got friends at court, you little Irish sod.
He found 3 glasses and paused. There was a kind of companionable silence. They drank it down, and Harry poured again. Ferguson toasted Dillon.
A hard one, Sean, but you did well.
They get harder, Dillon said. I sometimes think I should find a better class of work.
Ferguson shook his head and said softly, Don't be silly. Where on earth would you go?
That was Bad Company by Jack Higgins, read by Jonathan Oliver. This programme was produced by ID Audio. A HarperCollins audiobook. Text copyright Harry Patterson, 2003. Production copyright 2017 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Jack Higgins asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.